Morning, everybody. I love all those discussions on, to hit, to smack, not to hit, to beat, and all the rest of it. And there are arguments on both sides. There'll be people who sort of tell you that most of the House of Commons and the House of Lords probably went through colleges and universities where to get the cane was considered quite normal. We used to get it at school when we were 9 years old, and you think about it now and you think, you couldn't do that now, could you? You really couldn't. So the papers are full of, the Queen, who celebrates her birthday today, so many happy returns. They were doing it in the House of Commons yesterday, every time somebody stood up to regurgitate a story from about the last week or so. It was a case of, and we would also like to wish Her Majesty a very, very happy 96th birthday. So there's a nice picture of her with two of her fell ponies, and she looks lovely. The horses look very lovely. They're bigger than she is. And then the palace shock at Harry, Duke of Delusion. What planet is that poor child on? Very embarrassing. Really ridiculous. Coming up with stuff that you think, I'm sorry, where are you coming from, you privileged little man? Seriously. This is from the man who said that he was opting out the royal family so they could be private and everything else. He's done nothing but milk it ever since. Ridiculous. An hour less spent on the phone a day will lessen depression and anxiety. Because if you work out how long... do you get a thing through that tells you how long you've been on the phone for the day? You get a thing through and you think, wow. I spend more time, rather than picking up the phone calling somebody, I tend to sort of text somebody. It's so much easier. Although yesterday my brother phoned me, which is, quite nice. You average 5 hours a day. On the phone? What, on texting? Or talking? Really? Wow. I spend time on YouTube. I quite like YouTube, and I sort of put in stupid things which Will Guyatt will associate with, like how to assemble a fruit machine kind of thing, and how to sort of put, a game together, or the tallest roller coasters in the world and that kind of stuff, or tsunamis, very popular tsunamis, watching this little wave, and then by the time it comes to the shore, oh, my God, has it changed. And I like things like that. I love watching all the revolting racist Karens in America getting their comeuppance. That's what I really love, when they come up against the wrong people and they get served quite well. And I always like things like that. What was the other one? Apparently a love hormone, I don't think I've got one myself, but I'm sure there must be one somewhere, makes us more generous as we grow older. Because I think I'm very generous as I get older. I've always been the same. I haven't actually changed. I'm just one of those people. I'm just sort of, oozing with generosity. You just sort of want to do things for people. What was Will Guyatt saying about how many hours a week Steve Allen does? Is it 20 hours a week of just sort of unmitigated talking? Which is quite strange, because I was talking to my Lynn the other day, and she was on the phone to one of my neighbours, Lindy, and they were on the phone for 4 hours. I said, what in God's name did you talk about for 4 hours? And then my producer this morning, Elliot, I thought we'd call him for this morning because it's temporary, and he couldn't imagine that anybody could ever be on the phone for 4 hours, and yet I do a 3-hour programme every day. I said, yeah, but I'm talking to myself. I'm not really necessarily talking to people who are replying, which is interesting. Dogs apparently hate going to the vets. I don't know why. Why would dogs hate going to the vets? And if you're an ill dog, well, then going to the vets is going to make you feel much, much better. And if you're not an ill dog, you wouldn't be going to the vets in the first place, would you? Russia and Belarus tennis aces barred from Wimbledon. Well, that'll change the world, won't it? I'm sure they'll be crying into their sort of bank balances. Because we've got Wimbledon coming up very shortly. I can't believe it. It's unbelievable, isn't it? And yesterday, boy, was it hot in the afternoon. It's going to change, though. It's going to change. We're going to go back into the sort of the rainy season, and it's going to be a little bit chilly and nippy and stuff like that. So no point in sort of discarding vests at the moment, because you're going to need them. Much, much easier. But I got some more plants delivered yesterday, and I've got another big box arriving very shortly. So I think I might have to start planting them up now. I think we might sort of risk it, because yesterday it really was quite warm. The Queen's bridesmaid goes wild on her 96th birthday. 96th, we'll tell you who she is a little bit later on. You can join the Hurricane Force, that's hurricanes as in aeroplanes, for £4,000. And the UK's most dangerous garden, they're fed up to the back teeth of it. 8 cars have smashed through their hedge in 10 years. It must be on a corner. Because if it was just a straight road, you wouldn't just veer off the road. It has to be people going around a corner. And it's got to be young people, unless they're very, very old. Very, very old, in which case you can't turn the corner. Or it might be a car that doesn't have power steering. Which, I mean, I can turn my steering wheel with a finger. Because it's not that I would, but, you know, always supposed to have two hands on the wheel. But it's amazing how many people you pass on the road who don't have two hands on the wheel. Yeah, sitting there, you know, with hands behind their necks, you know, driving it. How? I've got no idea. The Tiswas Stars have reunited. We like the Tiswas Stars. Thank you very much indeed. And Cristiano Ronaldo has returned to training yesterday. Why was Thomas the Tank Engine at Waterloo? Somebody did send me a thing, and I can't remember what it was. Apparently they do different performances, and he's literally on the platform. It's not very big, because Thomas wasn't very big. And it's quite nice, actually, because it's something we grew up with, Thomas the Tank Engine. Written by, was it the Reverend W. Auden? I think that was right. I'm very rarely wrong. Boob jobs are going out of fashion. Can somebody tell Jordan, you're out of fashion, love. Pay your debts and get a job, you know, and then you might be a better person. Heineken set to rise the beer prices further. And scientists are planning a trip to Uranus as the search for alien... Have you noticed how we have to say Uranus now? Because we did all the gags about Uranus and all that kind of stuff years ago, and it was just ridiculous. So you have to say Uranus. It's like, it used to be Nestle's Milky Bar. Now it's Nestle Milky Bar, because it's got the little accent over it. I don't know. Oh, seriously, I've got no idea why. And Britain's Got Talent dance group, Les Sancho, are no strangers to the limelight. They've already got the golden buzzer on another episode of the show. They must have run out of people already. And if you're heading for the Spanish hotspot of Cadiz, you probably wouldn't want to take kids, because all of their beaches, every single one of them, you can now go nude on the beaches, and you can wipe that smile off your face straight away. I mean, to be honest with you, I remember when all the beaches in the south of France were topless. Vienna made all their swimming pools topless, you know, because we're a bit shy and reserved. France, I always thought, was fairly go-ahead for sort of things like that. You know, the idea of going nude and sitting there, because it does take you ages to find somewhere to sit, doesn't it? As you walk through all these nude people having a good look. You know, hello, good Lord above. And you can bury yourself with that. And by the banks of the Danube in Austria, it's all nude. It's all nude. You can go nude cycling. I mean, I wouldn't recommend it. It's not that easy to do, but you can do it. Grumpy Trumpy storms out of an interview with Piers Morgan. I thought they were friends. And a roofer who catcalled a mum has been sacked by the firm who employed him. That'll teach you. He was basically doing that sort of the winding down of the window. Go, all right, darling, do this, do that, and all the rest of it. So she took a note of the van he was driving, reported him, and he lost his job. Because you can't employ somebody like that, can you? And thousands of snakes and other reptiles could be affected by the energy crisis, because they need to be in vivariums. You need to heat them. I mean, to be honest with you, I thought it was just basically a light bulb. It's not, and I have lights on all the time, 24 hours a day. In the sitting room, I don't go in and turn the lights off. I've got two on all the time. But they're extra wattage ones, are they? Oh, right, well, yeah, they get very hot. And so because people might not be able to afford to put the lights on, they're either going to get rid of these reptiles, or they don't do anything, though, do they? You put them in a vivarium. You see them at London Zoo or Whipsnade or, you know, Chesterfield or wherever it happens to be, I don't know. And they just sit there and you look at them and you think, are they dead? Are they actually stuffed? Do they do anything, these animals? And they don't do anything. Even the snakes are just curled up around her. I think they're just basically used to visitors. I think they just go, oh, God, there's another one here. I tell you what, do you want to poke your tongue out first? You know, and they do that kind of thing. But most of the big ones, they're sitting in these tanks and they don't do anything at all. You'd think they'd be splashing around in the puddle that they've been given, but they don't. They really don't do anything. Yet in the wild, snakes travel quite a way to sort of secure prey and stuff like that. I mean, personally, I've always been quite frightened by snakes. Always have been. I don't like them. A friend of mine used to have one and walk around the hippodrome with it around his neck. And I used to, and he'd go and touch it. And I go, oh no, I couldn't. I'm seriously, I'm sure that they just look at me and they think, dinner. You know, and I'm sort of looking at them and think, because I've seen the anacondas. Have you seen the size of anacondas? Oh my God, they could swallow a man whole. And the rest of him too, probably. But it's just amazing when it's an old gag, but it's worth using, even at this time of the morning. You know, some people say, can you be funny at 12 minutes past 4? I say, absolutely. Unfortunately, any further than that, and we're sort of stretching it a little bit. Last night you were talking about public urination. Yeah, there was this footballer who was weeing up against the side of a pub, a rather stupid man. And it reminds me, Steve, of an incident in the early 80s when I was a student at Queen Mary College. After a skinful in the student bar, 6 of us were walking to Mile End Station. We thought it a good idea to empty the tank before getting onto the tube. We found a side alley, put the bags down and let loose on the wall. A few seconds later I heard a coughing, turned round to see 2 women police officers who started giggling like crazy. It turned out that these six-inch streams had sort of coagulated into a giant river that flooded just one of the 6 bags, the most expensive one of the lot. They let us off with a smile. You're very lucky to be let off. Because it carries a fixed penalty for urinating in public. But of course, the only people who do it, you don't do it if you're sober. You're only going to do it if you've had a skinful and you've forgotten to go, to the toilet in the bar or the club or the pub or wherever you happen to be. I don't know why men do it. Mind you, I've seen girls doing it as well, which is sort of stretching a point just a little bit. Netflix have declared war on the shared logins. In other words, somebody will buy it and they'll share it with you. And so people don't pay for it, and they will prosecute. So be warned, if you're one of those people doing it, I'm led to believe there's quite a few that do it, they're coming for you. As simple as that. Let's do an early break, shall we? I've never done an early break before. I try not to do it too often. It breaks with tradition. But it's 14 minutes past 4.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Apparently, says Travis, Apple iPhones have a feature that tells you how long you spend on the phone and what you're looking at. I try and have the odd day each week where I have a break from my phone all day. I thought I was having a dream about it, but I wasn't. I was thinking, could I cope without the phone for the day if I lost it? Because sometimes I get into the car in the morning and it's in my pocket, and sometimes it's on my bag and things like that. And I think, what happens if I get out of the car and I drop it and I don't realise until I get in the building and then go, where's the phone gone? Because I know for a fact that if somebody found a phone and it was on the street, they'd keep it. They wouldn't bother, actually handing it in. Martin wants to know if I'll be celebrating the Platinum Jubilee. Well, it depends what there is. I'm probably going to go a piece of cake and a cup of tea, I would think. And street party, no, I don't think so. No, we don't think it's common as that. Street parties. What do you want to do? Well, eat somebody else's food, unless you've actually seen that they've got a council hygiene certificate. I wouldn't want to eat anything that had been made in somebody's... It's like if you said to me, we're having a street party... Unlikely, of course. And none of the neighbours where they live talk to them. It's like being the condemned family on the street. The giveaway of the car tyres in the front garden and the old settee. But there you go. You can't have everything, can you? But you can imagine you go around there and they go, I've made some mince pies or I've made some sausage rolls. You think, no, I want to see a certificate from the council. I don't want to sort of eat anybody else's food, thank you. I'm not wild about eating it from cafes. I'm really not, no. I had to be careful the other day. I got off the train at Twickenham because I always manage to catch the same train every morning. I'm quite lucky, really. And I got off and I know which carriage I'm sitting in. And I don't do dinner at friends' houses. Again, no, I'd expect to see a certificate, proving that they've got up to the hygiene standards, which I expect. I've got certain standards. You just turn up, wouldn't you? It was a curry. People put their fingers in it and stuff like that. Free food, yeah. No, I'm not that desperate for free food. But I got off, and I normally have a croissant, which has got ham and cheese in it. Well, they've started cheating. They've started doing now cheese and tomato. But it's going to be cooked tomato, so it's very hot. You've got to be very careful with tomato. And so luckily I saw it, because I thought, wait, what's that poking out? What is that poking out? So I put my finger on it, and it was a bit of tomato. So there you go. And Steve, you should check out Terry Miles on YouTube. He plays the piano and is fantastic. Okay. And Dean says, I've just seen a pop-up on the LBC app for the first time suggesting I listen to Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra. Really? Oh, that's nice. I like that. Thank you very much indeed. Kim says it was more like wait till your mother gets home in our household, Steve. She ran a tight ship. I don't think it did us any harm. I've had 6 of the belt at secondary school. Sting, ouch, ouch. I know. We used to, after we'd had the cane, you'd sort of go out and go, oh, God, it hurt. And all the other boys, because we were only little, we were only 9, they'd want to see the marks, to see if you actually had any marks on your bottom. And of course, I always did. Because if you're 9 years old and somebody hits you with a flexible cane And, I mean, it was never sort of like, he didn't jump up in the air and then go whack like that. It was just, but you did notice it. You did notice it, but I can't remember what it was I got the cane for. Do you remember that racist Karen on the train from Gosford, north of Sydney? Says Shane, you gave her a real bagging, which she deserved. Oh, she was revolting. She was disgusting. I can only assume she was either a drunk or some druggie. And there's a couple on there, and she started mimicking their accents and everything in front of everything. I mean, really, the most vile. I hope she's dead. She was so revolting. You can't even describe it in front of everybody on the train. She was mimicking their accents. I think they were Chinese, and it was painful to watch. It was really, really painful to watch. And I remember thinking at the time, how has this woman got away with it? She must have gone viral. But she never apologised at all for what she was saying. You know, she did the whole bit. Mind you, I saw Mel Smith when he went to see Miss Saigon. And he was there for the opening night, and they were filming him, and he did an impression of somebody with different eyes, and nobody thought anything about it, except me. I was the one going, I don't think he should have done that, actually. I really don't think it. What was the other one? Oh, we've got a birthday today. It's Heather, the Norwich nurse's birthday today, says little Julie. So, Heather, many happy returns of the day. I'm far too polite to even ask somebody. I don't even ask people's ages anymore. I'm just assuming I'm going to be older than they are. So I never sort of bothered to say, how old are you? But Heather, the Norwich nurse, is a big supporter of the programme, which is very nice indeed. So thank you very much indeed for that, and hope you have a lovely day. I bet you're working. It's funny, what age do you get to that stage with your birthdays where, you know, if you're at home, your mum would do a party and you'd invite around sort of 10 of your best friends or something like that, and you'd sit down, your mother would do something like, I don't know, make a cake. People have to sing, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday, dear Stephen, happy birthday to you. And then, you know, they'd all sort of clap, rather limply, I used to think. And what would you rather have, says the producer, a chicken Big Mac or a cake for your birthday? Oh, a cake. You can't have a chicken Big Mac for your birthday. Well, but that was different. That came from, you know, they stopped doing them. And it was quite nice, actually. I've discovered eating all the wrong food in the morning is even better than eating it at the right time. I wish they did fries in McDonald's in the morning. We're still waiting for Burger King at Waterloo Station to open up again. It closed down, and they said it's all being done up. Well, how long does it blooming take? Seriously, I could have rebuilt the thing myself. But they're very, very slow at the moment. And I do check every day. I keep thinking, because I didn't buy the burgers or anything like that, but I did buy their hash browns because they're little round ones, and you could go about 2 portions, and then you'd pour them into one big bag, and they were nice. If they were fresh, they were really good. Really good. I didn't like them when they got a little bit cold. I used to make them recook them again. What was the other one that I quite like? Oh, this sex education program, stage show for 5-year-olds, and they sort of advertised it. They were going to be talking about everything. You know, I mean, for 5-year-olds, to be honest with you, I don't really see the point of that. 5-year-olds nowadays, you cannot do a stage play about sex. They just don't understand it. Why would you want them to understand it at 5 years old? I mean, parents are pretty useless anyway, because it's only mums who would talk to their daughters. Boys are expected to be spoken to by their fathers, but the fathers don't know anything either. You know, it's just it's like sex, isn't it? Okay, I think I'm gay. Better have a word with your Uncle Albert. He'll know about things like that. There was always one in the family, wasn't there? But they've axed this show. They've really axed it. So all the actors who've learnt all their, you know, lines and all the rest of it, will just, they don't go on tour at all. Irma says it's the Revert William Audrey, not Audin. No, I think we said Audrey. Did we say Audrey? We said Audin. But anyway, it's the Reverend, dear, not the Revert. Yeah, if we're going to be pedantic about it. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Cristiano Ronaldo returns to training yesterday, thanking the fans for everything, which I thought was quite nice. Putin has stopped one of his daughters travelling abroad. Can't imagine why, dear. What do you think that reason is? But old Putin, honestly, what a Dipstick, he really is, honestly. But the trouble is he's dangerous. That's the problem. And the tycoon spared jail for the sick Grenfell effigy. He filmed it and then put it up on a couple of sites, which was rather naive, and he's obviously a bit stupid. And what was the other one that I got? Oh, Timmy Mallet has taken up painting. I don't think you take up painting. I think he doesn't look too bad. Whereas I can't paint for toffee. So at school, we didn't do anything like art classes, whereas I wanted to do the life classes and just familiarise myself with somebody else's body, which otherwise we never got to do that. We never got to do any of that at all. All we got was we did things where we had to cut out and make stained glass windows out of paper. We put coloured cellophane over, and then we hung them up at this was apparently called interesting, and we did it in the art class. And then the other one was you had to do the letters of the alphabet. You had to draw little boxes, 1 inch by 1 inch by 1 inch, and mark it in the middle and do a perfect O or a D or an E or whatever it was. And so, why that was useful for art, I can't imagine. I felt like saying, excuse me, would Michelangelo have done this? Lay on his back blowing charcoal into sort of paper with holes in it so that he could paint the Sistine Chapel. And you've got to go to the V&A because they've got the cartoons which are loaned by the Queen. They were made years and years ago. They're huge, these cartoons, biblical epics. They really are. Have you never seen them, the cartoons there? Oh, my goodness me. They are so famous. And you can go and sit there, and I just wanted to go to sleep, because they're so lovely. There they are, the Raphael cartoons. They're enormous. Look at the size of them. You can see the size of those people going up. They're huge. Not surprised the Queen said you can look after these for a little while. They're absolutely enormous. And they were painted. I think they cost £300 when they were painted. That's what the artist got paid for them. He did them all in a year. In a year. Raphael did these in a year. It is just absolutely amazing. And you can just sit there. It's never packed. You can go and sit there and just sort of stare up at them and look and think, my God. It's like have you ever been to the Sistine Chapel? Oh, yeah. They wouldn't let you in. Exactly. I think there's a list of people who shouldn't be allowed in. And my producer would be one of them. Lapsed Catholic. And but you go there and you look at this thing and you think, my God. These people, they painted everything, didn't they? Nowadays, you'd never get away with it. Lots of little babies, naked, little cherubs, clinging on to people's arms and all the rest of it, which, I thought they look sweet, but other people seem to misinterpret things. But yeah, if you go to the V&A, they've got all sorts of great things in there. I've been there over so many years now. I used to hate it. It was my least favourite museum. Now it's one of my favourites because it's got a really good theatrical room. It's got one of the war horses in there. It's got people's costumes. They had a big David Bowie exhibition. They've got Kylie's clothes in there. They've got all sorts of things. It's just really, really brilliant. They've got puppets and little miniature theatres to show it all. Oh, God, it's brilliant. And it's free. Shouldn't have to pay for it. I always think that's for tourists. It's not for us. I don't pay. Why? And it's got very good food. All the food at the museums, it used to be chronically bad. It was a naff sandwich. Now the quality of the food is exemplary. It really is. And there's loads of places to sit down. Yesterday was a bit too hot for me to go and sit out. So I nipped out briefly and then nipped back inside again. But I think today it's going to change. Later on we'll tell you what the temperatures are going to be. And then you will know. So Putin fires Satan nuke. And it's nicknamed Satan to make its enemies think twice. You really are cracked, aren't you, love? You really are completely the biggest idiot in the entire universe. What do you think you're going to end up with at the end of all this? If you were that stupid, and believe you me, I believe that you could be that stupid. People. So you fire your missiles, then immediately everybody fires everything on Russia. We could obliterate Russia in a matter of seconds, but we're far too intelligent to do things like that. Ridiculous, honestly, absolutely ridiculous. But he's a worry, and he doesn't want one of his daughters. Well, yeah, I'd go and hide yourself away as quick as possible. George Michael's last film project will be released this summer. How many years since George Michael died? Would you believe 5.5 years since he died? I remember it like it was yesterday. I think his ex-boyfriend found him at the house that he had. Didn't get left anything in the will, I think, and then he started behaving most peculiarly. This is called Freedom Uncut. It's been finished by his friend David Austin, and it's going to shine a light on George's final years. Well, it involved drugs. That's all you can say. George was, he was one of those sort of people. It's also got a number of unheard songs. And unlike the passing of his fellow superstar, Michael Jackson, George's estate decided not to release any new music after his death. It would be easy to do that, just bring out things, but they chose not to do it. I remember seeing him. He came into one of our buildings, and I remember he was wearing all black, big sunglasses on, and because I was with Anthony Costa.
What do you get when you mix wine, a dating app, and scented candles? No. Wait. Come on, it's Workspace. Workspace, thank you. With 4,000 of London's most original businesses already calling Workspace home, whatever it is you do, there's a space for you here. It all happens at Workspace. Search workspace.co.uk.
From Blue. And I think they knew each other because George came out thin. Thin? Good grief, was he ever thin? Very thin. And he came out and Anthony and him had a little chat. I just sort of stayed in the background. I don't like to sort of intrude on people like that. But I remember thinking, it's George Michael. George Michael. But he was found by Faddy at his home in Goring-on-Thames. The cause of death was recorded as natural causes, including heart condition and fatty liver. He left a £97 million estate, which was split, I think, between Melanie and Yoda, his sisters. Tragically, Melanie was found dead at her home, aged 55, on Christmas Day in 2019, exactly 3 years after he died. And they kept the gravesite secret. They didn't want people going up there and things like that, you know, which is possibly the best way to be. Let's take a short break, shall we? 4:30 is the time. The latest news headlines with Lottie Morley.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Doug says, I just turned on the radio and you're talking about food. We always talk about food. Of course we talk about food. It's so important. It features in the newspaper. It's like there'll be somebody complaining probably tomorrow. Steve Allen talking about Harry again. And you think it's because he's on the front page of every newspaper because basically he's a hypocrite and basically he's got no idea what he's talking about. He's the Duke of Delusion, as they called him, the Duke of Delusion, because he sort of said to the Queen, apparently, it was a very short meeting. I don't know how they found time for a cup of tea, but it was basically in and out again. And he was sort of making sure that she's surrounded by the right people. He doesn't even live in this country. Doesn't even live here. Let's talk about delusional, you know, and then you watch him being interviewed and he really believes that he's something to be reckoned with. Whereas, in fact, you know, all we remember is him dressing up as a Nazi. We remember as well the kicking off at the photographers outside a club because he arrived drunk. Or left drunk, and I think it was his friend Guy Pelly who sort of got, you know, and Harry, then he took all his clothes off in Vegas. You remember? And we all went, oh, so funny, Harry, so funny. Now, of course, he thinks he's going to save the world. Yeah, right. Good for you on that one. Here's the roofer who catcalled a mum with vulgar sexual slurs as she walked down the street with her young daughter. Liz Alexander was horrified when a work van slowed down alongside her and a man shouted, I do apologise in advance, let me see up your skirt. I mean, he must be somebody of a very limited intelligence. She told the Sun, I just left a cafe with my 3-year-old daughter and I was on my way to pick up my eldest from school. I had my back to the van and suddenly it slowed down beside me. A man in the passenger seat hung out the window and shouted, let me see up your skirt. I was disgusted. I remember my mum being wolf whistled in the street when I was a kid and it was just viewed as the norm. I don't want my girls to think this is okay. They're the future. She noted the details of the man's employer, which was plastered across the back of the vehicle, and called his boss. Very good on her. Wish everybody else did it. She said the owner of Chipping Norton Roofing in Stratford-upon-Avon in the West Midlands apologised for the vile behaviour, saying he was truly sorry. The boss told her he'd sacked the member of staff responsible. Liz says, I believe that's absolutely appropriate action. Women get this. Well, I hope he's telling you the truth, love. That's all you can hope for, unless you don't want to think that he's just fobbing you off and going, oh, don't worry, I've actually fired that man. And she says, so please call it out when you see it, don't be afraid. So Chipping Norton Roofing in Stratford-upon-Avon in the West Midlands. What was the name of the bloke who did this? Can you tell us that? Is that complicated for you? I don't want people to think, that you can get away with something like that and don't worry, listen, it'll go away. I'm hoping it doesn't go away. So Netflix have got this war on shared logins. I've never done shared logins before. Yes, thank you. I've never done Netflix. No, I haven't. I don't think my telly gets Netflix. Oh no, it does. I think it does. I've just never. So you have to buy a subscription and then you. Oh, I'm not paying for anything. You must think I'm mad. Why would you want to pay for something? I've got loads of other things because it's good. Well, I don't believe you. I wouldn't want to pay for something like that. I'm sure for other people it's fine. It's not for me. It's not for. I'm far too mean. Also, I would lose track of where all these subscriptions were going, and I just don't fancy the idea. There's nothing on Netflix that I think I'm missing in my life. You know, somebody says, "Oh, have you seen this or have you seen?" There is nothing that would persuade me to part with my money. As I say, it's not that I'm mean or anything else. I just don't want to pay for anything nowadays, especially when they've wasted giving 100 million of it to Harry and Moggs. You know, I just don't feel as I want to sort of share anything with anybody anymore. Taylor Swift has got a partner. He's called Joe Alwyn. I think he's a model. There is a look, actually, of models, and they're keeping a bit stum at the moment on whether they're engaged. So, because they've been together for a little while. He's very good-looking, sickeningly good-looking. But, he's an actor. Yeah, he'd been an actor and a model as well. You can just tell he's got that sort of floppy-haired, preppy look. Look at it. Look, I mean, it's sick. A lot of people... Oh. He's not that one who was in... Oh, right. The one that was in Love Actually. What does he look like now? What does he look like? So, Joe Alwyn was apparently nearly in Love Actually. He is good. He's got that sort of hair, hasn't he? I was like that when I was his age. I look very similar. But whatever happened to the one who was in Love Actually, the boy who was in that, who was in Nanny McPhee as well? What does he look like now? Because some of these kids, one minute you see them, and then the next minute they've sort of grown up, and you think they're unrecognisable. Even in Return to the Chateau, with that lovely family, the kids are growing up like there's no tomorrow. I saw a picture of them in the papers the other day, and I remember thinking, Dick and Angel, because we love them to pieces. Oh, it's Thomas Brodie Sanger. So he's grown up a bit now, hasn't he? Oh my goodness, hasn't he ever grown? Isn't it? Oh my goodness. He was at the theatre. He's grown a moustache. Blimey. He's 30. Wow. He's holding his age well, isn't he? Very, very well indeed. Because he falls in love, doesn't he, in the film? Very honestly, I think there's a lot of me, a lot of sort of reciprocated looks going on here. You know, the chiseled cheekbones and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I could be that person. Many, many years ago. In fact, I was quite a cutie in my day. It all changes though, as you know. It's a case of we all get a little bit older, and you start thinking, oh God. But I watched Love Actually. I just like it. I like the end bit where they all come back at the airport and all the rest of it. And I remember thinking, but I told you, my friend Ian thinks it's rubbish. He gets so angry about it, and I thought. I watched it. I couldn't work out what he didn't like about it. What was the bit that sort of turned him off? I mean, it wasn't too schmaltzy. I liked Martine McCutcheon in it. I thought she was very good. She was Tiffany, of course, in EastEnders. She also went into My Fair Lady, and there was a bit of a disaster there, poor soul, which everybody knew about at the time. Lost her voice. Cameron McIntosh, not a happy bunny. Not a happy bunny at all. Which was a bit of a shame. But I thought she was great in Love Actually. I thought the whole thing was good. I really did. I thought it was nice. I'm strangely taken to Christmas films, you know, and some of you get very few of them. You like all of Richard Curtis's stuff, do you? How lovely. I love the way he wants to share things with us, like, you know, I look like somebody who cares. Richard, which other one of Richard Curtis? You like Blackadder then, obviously. Yeah, of course, yeah. Very. Bad Times. All right, About Time. I don't think I know that one. Pirate Radio, I don't know that one either. Is that it? It was called what? Oh, The Boat That Rocked. Oh, yes, that was with, what's it? Bill Nye, yeah. That was about Radio Caroline, wasn't it? Yeah. Oh, right. I didn't do pirate radio. That wasn't for me. Oh, you could see me on throwing up over the side. You could see me on a ship. You wouldn't see me on anything else. I mean, I couldn't even make it on a ferry over to Esbjerg. Not at all good. I like this story of the lazy thief. 3 a.m. he breaks into a car. And what does he do? He falls asleep. 6 hours later, he gets woken up by the police, who would promptly arrest him. He'd been spotted prowling before forcing the door of an Audi Q7. Then he helped himself to cash, headphones and other personal items. Who leaves cash in a car? Who leaves cash in a car? But anyway, he was spotted by the owner's 12-year-old son the following morning. Mum of two, Zoe Reed, says, we didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was very scary. But she's an accountant, and her hubby, Simon, are accountants. And they didn't spot the warning messages until they woke up. We ran to the window and checked that the car was still there. Shortly afterwards, the son came running in to say, Mum, the man is still in the car. Can you imagine? But anyway, the police turned up, and he's a 42-year-old man who's come from Tamworth, was arrested and charged with theft from a motor vehicle and vehicle interference. Vehicle interference. I've never had a car broken into in my entire life. Perhaps I'm particularly lucky, or the fact that we are cameraed up to the hilt where I am. As I say, we've got over 17 cameras, I counted the other day. And they record 24 hours a day, so you can see people, and their nighttime cameras as well, which was very important. Because sometimes when it goes dark, the image becomes a bit hazy, but these are crystal clear. And not expensive to have fitted. Really, I mean, not very expensive. Gail says, having a cultural couple of days in London. I saw the fabulous Raphael exhibition at the National Gallery late yesterday afternoon, followed by the brilliant cabaret at the Kit Kat Club. Today it's the Fabergé exhibition at the V&A with lunch, followed by Phantom of the Opera. Good God in heaven, you're busy, aren't you? Well, I hope you've managed to got tickets for the Fabergé exhibition and Beatrix Potter, because it's sold out. London looking beautiful in the spring sunshine and surprisingly quiet. Yes, it's not as busy. Phantom of the Opera. I always feel sorry for them, you know, when they have to do the matinee of Phantom of the Opera, because the Phantom has got to keep his... He can't go out for a walk, he just has to rest in between shows because of all the prosthetics. I think it used to take, originally when Michael Crawford was doing Phantom, I think the others, it takes quite a long time. I think about 2 hours. They've got it down to 2 hours to put his makeup on, because he's got to have a straw going down the back bit, behind the ear, to take all the sweat away. He can fill a bottle during a performance because of all the prosthetics, which is a wig, and then the bits of the skin which have exploded and all the rest of it, and then the face mask over the top of it, and then the other wig which goes. So it's really hot, very, very hot, and so they have to have a straw to take away all the sweat, and he fills up a bottle which is in his suit. But they have to sit there, so they can't do anything, you know, in between shows apart from just lie down and rest. Because you're not going to be rehearsing anything, are you, really? Steve, do you know that Ringo Starr was the narrator on... Yes, I do, Paul, because he used to go chuff, 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 said Thomas. That's what it was. And there you go. David says, Love Actually is truly awful. Typical slushy stuff from the Curtis. He makes naff rom-coms. Well, you must have a really miserable Christmas. You must be so depressed. I loved it. It's the best film I've ever seen in my entire life. I only say that to wind you up, David, because, I mean, you must be really unhappy. I mean, goodness sake. You think that's truly awful? Slushy stuff. You don't do slushy, do you? Not a roofer, are you, mate? You don't happen to live in the West Midlands. Beginning to sound like that. God, blimey, you must hate Christmas time. People giving... I bet you're single. You can always tell, can't you? You can tell the single ones. They don't like anything. Don't like it. Probably hates Christmas trees and all the rest of it. And presents. The only time of the year where you actually give somebody one. It's lovely. Okay, it's 5:45.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Jeanette says, sorry you were hit with a cane. Oh, no, I wasn't sorry about it. I never thought... It didn't do me any harm. You know, it wasn't like we were sort of drawing blood or anything like that. I thought it was okay. And also it taught us, you know, lessons. And the lesson was you don't mess about in class. Otherwise, you know, you have kids running riot everywhere. You know, I think parents should be allowed to discipline. It's when people come up with words like thrash and abuse and things like that it makes it sound like these poor children are being sort of hoisted up into the air by their pantaloons and then whacked as hard as you can on the back of the legs. It was never like that. Well, it certainly wasn't when I was younger. Jeanette says, I can just about move in the back of Vincent's London taxi with my vintage, almost at Spitalfields, vintage Margate. Can't wait. God, they're so early, isn't it? So early. But mind you, you have to get to markets early. For the simple reason that it's like getting to car boots early. I've done a couple of car boots in the Bentley, if you please. You know, which always looked a bit sad. I bought a lovely little kit, which is a little gas burner. I think they sell them in camping shops. And you put a gas cylinder in it, and it's only got one little burner, and you turn it on, and I used to put the kettle on the top of it and boil up. People used to think this was terribly flash. And I went, no, fishermen have these things. It's not that flash. Or you could do a flask. And I used to make cups of tea. And then what did I used to sell? CDs, DVDs, stuff like that. And I learnt very quickly that people would go, they'll sort of produce like a 50 pence. And they go, I've only got 50 pence. You think, well, you're not having it then, are you? Can't buy it because you haven't got enough money. And I started putting price labels on everything, all the DVDs, unless they were bulk buying. If they were bulk buying, because what happens is at a car boot, you go there and the moment you've pulled onto site, there's people swarming around your car seeing what you've got. You know, which is sort of, it's pushing, no way. Leave it alone. And the idea is when you go to a car boot, don't buy anything else. Just take the stuff you've got and sell it, because otherwise you might as well not have bothered to go in the first place. You're only just replacing your junk with other junk. But no, I was selling it, and I used to put little stickers on, £1, £2, box set, £5, something like that. But people just never appreciated. You'd say, listen, if you bought this in the shops, you're paying 60 quid. You can get it here today, and you can have it for sort of 10. Oh, I've only got 5. Well, you can't have it then, can you? Go away. People haggle. They haggle. People are just terrible. But then you sort of sell something earlier on, thinking they're interested. Then they're selling it. They put it on their stall. It's just ridiculous. Excuse me, you've only just bought that from me. But I used to do it with a friend of mine, and she would go to Skips. If you're driving down the road with her, she'd see a Skip. She'd go, stop. And she'd get out. And if they were doing the renovation on a house, she'd pull stuff out the Skips. She got bar doors. She got all sorts of things. She got some lovely stained glass out of one place. I think it was a church. Can't remember if the service was still going on. But anyway, we got the stained glass out, which was good. And she would have loads of stuff because she was good at that sort of reclamation. Sam's done. Well, you can well imagine that. I can see Sam scrabbling around in a Skip, trying to find something of use. Because you'd be surprised what people throw out. I mean, people chuck away loads of stuff. If you're doing a house renovation, they pull out loads of stuff. The thing that happened years ago, if you go down Park Lane at one time used to be full of mansions, all on one side. The other side was the park, and on this side, going down on the left-hand side, was all mansions. And there's only 2 left of the original Park Lane mansions, which are huge. I mean, they're absolutely vast. You look at them and think, wow, one came up for sale, if you want to go, 60 million. Which I thought was quite reasonable, but you've got to heat these blooming places. And when they were stripping them out, they were just throwing stuff in the skip. So literally, as they pulled these houses down to replace them with flats and everything else, they were putting fireplaces in there. There was cornicing. I mean, everything that went out, because nobody thought that in the future, reclamation centres make a fortune. Some of these fireplaces go for like £30,000 or £40,000. They're so expensive. But they wanted them cleared out because they were pulling the buildings down. And I remember I've seen the inside of some of these. Country Life do it. They'll show you pictures, from a bygone era of these country houses and what they look like. Absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Kim says there's these underpasses on the cycle paths that I take the dogs on that are completely covered in graffiti. But I must add, very stunning and clever art with the odd blasphemy polluting it. I actually saw a good piece of graffiti the other day. It said, preserve wildlife, pickle a chav. Pickle a chav. But actually, you're right. I mean, I don't mind people doing graffiti. It's these people who just write a tag name on it who are really stupid. But they are the limited intelligent ones. It's not their fault. Not their fault. I mean, what you want to do is find out where they live, go around their house, and then just completely do their house with a tag and go, sorry, I thought you could just write on it. I'll teach you. Phil in Wiltshire. He says, can I ask what your favourite film is that came out fairly recently? No, because I don't know any recent films. I buy stuff. I tend to buy old things, actually. And The Greatest Showman, I do have it. I think I've got it on DVD. I would have it on DVD. I've never watched it. It's got Nicole Kidman in it, hasn't it? Is it? Yeah, can't stand Nicole Kidman. Steve, you can get the chance. Go and see Bonnie and Clyde at the Arts Theatre. Amazing show and great cast, says Phil. I love the Arts Theatre. Only tiny. Only teeny tiny. I saw all... What did I go and see at the Arts Theatre years and years ago? Oh, Pump Boys and Dinettes or something like... It was a very old... sort of, I've seen quite a number of things there, actually. And Dawn says, morning, Steve Allen Show. Hello, cutesy. She says, thank you for reading my Daily Star column out yesterday. We sold out. She's just come back from holiday, as you know. In fact, the only person who hasn't come back from holiday just yet, I think, is Jonathan Shalit. I think he might be in the back of an Uber somewhere in Los Angeles, whizzing about all over the place. And, Steve, I ordered a book yesterday, Nige, from Pontyclun in South Wales. I've got this thing about the Welsh accent at the moment, I don't know why. He says it was called Britain's #1 art forger, Max Brandrett, by A. Valentine. He had a very colourful life, selling his art around the world. He was even commissioned by the Cray twins to do a portrait of their mum. But what made me think of that was when he was younger, he joined the circus and became an elephant handler. I don't know him. There used to be one who was very famous, and he was a forger. In fact, there was another couple. There was a couple and their son. And their son used to forge things in their garden shed. And they did an exhibition at the V&A. And it was really interesting because I think their son, I might have got this bit wrong, I think might have been slightly autistic, but whatever it was, he could recreate things. Brilliant. So they would go to auctions and they would buy, like a country house auction, and they'd buy an old picture. A cheap old picture, because what they wanted was the provenance. He would then paint something else. They would attach the provenance to it, and then they could say, listen, we bought this in auction ages and ages ago. And they became incredibly successful. Incredibly. He was making everything from pictures to crockery to spoons. He would go and buy old spoons and age them, because people collect things like that. They're highly collectible. And they were very, very well known. And there was another bloke who... he was what the heck was his name? But he ended up going to prison. He copied art pictures, and he was very, very good. And he would use all sorts of tricks like tea bags to age the canvases and stuff like that. And he would try and use original mixtures of the paints and the glues and all the rest of it, because otherwise people can find out now whether it's genuine. And he was phenomenally successful. And then people after he came out of prison, he carried on painting, and people started buying his pictures. Because they were so good. I mean, I can't do anything like that. I can barely draw a teapot. I'm absolute rubbish. Have you seen The 14 with Jack Wilde, June Brown, directed by David Hemming, says Kath? I haven't. Jack Wilde, I remember when he became very ill. He was, if you remember, the Artful Dodger. And, which is lovely. And June Brown was in it as well. But Jack Wilde died. His wife or girlfriend finished off his biography. He was very ill. They did a programme on the television where they took them back to the set of the film. I think it was at Shepperton or something like that. And they were all there. And, of course, all the boys loved Nancy. All the boys used it because it was bosoms out here and all the rest of it. They were very impressed by it. And they all talk on the bus about, she was our favourite. We liked any scenes we had where it was with her. But it was a good film, wasn't it? We've actually spoken on the programme before to one of the boys who was in Fagin's gang. And I always thought that was really good. I thought that was really lovely that sort of people are still around. But Jack died of cancer. He got, I think it was throat cancer and oral cancer, yeah, throat. And it made it very difficult to talk. And he aged quite badly. But when he was a kid, he was fantastic. He was also in Swalk, Sealed with a Loving Kiss, which had Mark Lester in. They decided they were a formidable act, so they teamed them up. And the music was by the Bee Gees. And it was really, they did that when I was small and Christmas trees were tall. Doobie-doo-be-doo-be-doo-be-doo. And they did that, and it was the story of Mark Lester, who's 6'3" or something. And but in those days he wasn't. And he falls in love with this girl when they're very, very young, hence Sealed with a Loving Kiss. And they were basically having a schoolboy and girl romance. They were little, but it was fantastic. If you get the opportunity to get it. It's out on DVD. It's a very old film, but it's just got Mark Lester and this girl. I can't remember, but I think we had her mother on the phone ages ago. And it was lovely. But they always put Jack Wilde and him together. They worked very, very well. Like the kids in Mary Poppins, Karen Detrice and the lad whose name I can't remember at the moment. But they always put them together. I think Walt just liked them as a little couple of kids because they seemed to fit into things very well indeed. Very, very well. Henry. Oh, bless Henry. Lovely Henry. Honestly, we do like Henry. He's managed to resist the donuts. I put some donuts outside. Some are chocolate, some are not chocolate. And luckily, Henry, you're all right. Because today is Thursday. No calories. No calories on a Thursday. I mean, how lucky and how fortuitous that you are in here and you're not able to eat the donuts. There's only a few in the box anyway. And also all the other things are chocolate as well. Toffee Crisp is one of my particular favourites. I like a toffee crisp. I really do, actually. I'm Ronnie Pickering. Who are you? Ronnie Pickering. Did you ever see that? Oh, you have to watch that. I'm trying to explain to Elliot who Ronnie Pickering is. He's a boxer. And he's having a bit of a row with a bloke on a bike or something. And it's I forget where it is. It's on YouTube. Just type in Ronnie Pickering. And he goes, I'm Ronnie Pickering. And the bloke on the bicycle goes, who's that? Oh, it's hilarious. He obviously thinks he's some force to be reckoned with. Sadly not. This music indicates we've got the news at 5 this morning. So enjoy the news, or not, as the case may be. And I'll be back with you in 3.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. It's 3 minutes past 5. It's Thursday. I told you, short week. One more day. Of course, today, very special day because it is Her Majesty's birthday. She is 96 today. 96. Many, many happy returns of the day. What would you buy a woman who has everything? I mean, you can't buy her jewellery. That would be ridiculous. You can't buy her clothes. I mean, you're not going to buy her a book because I don't think she's really into books. She's got televisions and stuff like that. I mean, I don't know what you would buy Her Majesty. I really don't. But there is something on sale that we can buy. It's the Barbie signature Queen Elizabeth II doll 2022, the 70th anniversary of the accession. I mean, to be honest with you, it's very sweet, and so it should be for about £95, but it just doesn't look like the Queen. And I would have thought that in this day and age, you can get, you know, somebody who can make the face up and it can actually look like the person it's supposed to be. But it didn't look like the Queen. But it is because she's wearing a crown and all the other bits and pieces. But, listen, it's very nice. And Steve, lovely to hear you mention, says Jill in Ireland, the Arts Theatre. I worked there as a telephonist receptionist in 1958, aged 18. Met my husband there. It had a famous snack bar in the basement where the actors would gather to drink coffee and wait for their agent to phone them with audition news. No mobile phones then, so they used our phone number. Michael Caine often left his little daughter with me so he could do an audition. It was an exciting place to work in a beautiful building. Happy memories. Yeah, very happy memories. But you're right, in those days there was no mobile phone, so people would stand and they would sort of use public telephone boxes. If they could find one in a building, they'd give that as a number. And then they'd stand waiting, for the phone to ring. They'd say, call me at 2:10 or whatever it is. Tom Keating was the forger. And we had ties to Twickenham, apparently. Have you seen Tom? You get Tom Keating's pictures up. He was very good. I think if you've got a talent, I couldn't care less whether he's forging. I know that sounds a bit bad, actually, really. But he was very good. I mean, if you look at some of his stuff, it was just unbelievable. I mean, he could do Constable. He could do so many things. You look at it and he would either copy something or he'd do an original version of something. And you think, I mean, they even sell his artwork now. He died, I think, in 84 or something. He was the most notorious. He copied sunflowers. He did everything. It's clever, isn't it? Very, very talented man. Very talented. Tom Keating. But I don't know what the links to Twickenham were, but probably because I'm talented and I'm in Twickenham, and he was talented as well, and probably lived around Twickenham. Actually, quite a number of people lived there. Benny Hill lived and died there, and I can remember that because he died over a bank holiday weekend. All the police turned up to see Benny Hill. He died on his settee in his house. Well, it was a flat, actually. Steve, when I used to do car boot sales, I used to sell mostly clothes and footwear. I had to put only one shoe, boot or trainer out, as people would pinch them if I put the pair out. Had to have eyes on everything, as you get somebody distracting you while somebody else would pinch something off the rail. Oh, I see that at markets all the time. See it at markets all the time. People pinch things. Listen, if they go to supermarkets and pinch things, they'll definitely nick from a car boot. Goodness sake. And James, he says, you say you're not interested in streaming services. However, I think you'd quite like BritBox. It has all the old British stuff on there. I've been watching old episodes of Only Fools and Horses, The British Empire, and Men Behaving Badly. See, I have the box sets of all of these, James. I'd rather buy a box set than anything else. It's funny, isn't it? And Steve says, Monica, I think Harry needs to see a shrink. It really sounds as if he's lost it. All his statements, they want to be private. He couldn't wait to tell her his private meeting with the Queen. Hope he doesn't come to the Jubilee. It would overshadow the event. Well, they actually call him the Ego Has Landed. The Wazzock, they say, who flew 5,000 miles to America, says he is protecting the Queen, promises to make sure she has all the right people around her. What a load of codswallop. But he hints he won't come to her Jubilee, then reveals true home is no longer UK but the United States. Yeah, the man who didn't come to his grandfather's memorial service. Go to America, love. Stay there, and let's hope no more of your hair falls out. OK, I was surprised by now you haven't had a hair transplant. You've got the money. But listen, nobody's interested in what you're saying. They're really not. The Invictus Game's very nice, but don't give us this load of baloney, please, about, you're looking after the Queen. You haven't been over here for ages and ages, mainly because you wanted security. Max Brandrett, Britain's #1 forger, is brilliant. Follows his life from Barnardo's to Chipperfield Circus. Love Chipperfield Circus. And selling his paintings at all the top auction houses. But I would say it's a brilliant book, says Tony, because I wrote it. Honestly. You people, you amaze me. You are so good. Listening to your show yesterday where you were talking about Jim Browning exposing the scammers, I enjoyed watching him on YouTube. You need to do a Steve Recommends spot on the show so people can go and find out about different people and topics. I haven't heard any Poems of the Day spots for a while. No, when Corey left the programme, my favourite producer, we sort of finished it there. We do lots of different things, but we will sort it out, Vanessa. Fear not, said he with mighty dread. Steve, I know what to get the Queen for her birthday. A DVD of Suits, so she can laugh at her granddaughter-in-law's wooden acting, says Kevin. I think that's all she's famous for, isn't it? I don't think does she do anything else, Meghan? Yeah, she must have done something. But obviously, thank God she met Harry, eh? Whew, my goodness me. So now she can sort of diss our royal family. And so she gets 0 points for that one. The runaway royal, they call him in the Daily Star, claims he loads attention. No, he doesn't. He milks it for everything he can. He really can. Royal writer Robert Jobson says Prince Charles and Her Majesty's children of William are supporting the Queen with actions and not just words. The shy guy who is suing the government after his security was downgraded added he doesn't know yet if his family will attend. Well, we don't want you here. In a recent survey among people, they're not interested. You're not the bright, clever person, that you maybe think you are. But he refused to say whether he missed at this sort of meeting Prince William or his dad, Prince Charles. I shouldn't imagine they're bothered about you either. But there you go. Scientists are planning a mission to Uranus because they want to hunt for alien life. And they're considering 2 new space voyages, which is lovely. Boffins want to orbit Uranus, the 7th planet from the sun, for a number of years, while a separate probe would skim its atmosphere to determine exactly what it's made of. Probably clouds, I should imagine, isn't it? I don't know. I've never seen any pictures of Uranus. But there are, I don't know whether or not they actually think they're going to find things. They think that there's a hidden ocean beneath the frozen crust. Didn't they do this some years ago in the Antarctic, where they drilled down and about 2 miles down, I think they've done x-rays or something like that, they found a lake, a huge lake in the and I remember thinking, wow, that is cool, isn't it? Because there could be things living there, not knowing that we're above them. There might be, and the same way that on Uranus or any of these other planets, there could be microbes, not actually aliens, but there could be, I think people want them to be like in, sort of flying saucers and little green men and stuff like that. But here it is, at 2.2 miles, the Russian drill penetrated the 14-million-year-old Antarctic lake. I knew I was quite right. And I think things like that are fascinating. Absolutely amazing. So this is Lake Vostok. And these subglacial lakes, they're all over the place. Sometimes you see in the Antarctic, when the ice melts, it goes along a thing and then dips down into a hole. And I think, where does that go to? All these millions of tons of water. Just amazing. I mean, but I don't think we're actually going to have any, little... I mean, I know people want to... believe in flying saucers and little green men called E.T. who apparently speak English with the help of a speak and spell. But apart from that, it's a pipe dream, isn't it? It's a pipe dream. We haven't even got anything like Star Trek up there. We've got nothing like that. It's bold journey, to go and find out different bits and pieces. I mean, they're mad as fruitcakes, aren't they? Mad as fruitcakes. And you've got Captain, whatever his name is, James T. somebody, Picard. I mean, just an actor. Do you think they all go, OK, cut, and somebody's sitting behind there flicking the lights on and off to make it look like it's all twinkly, twinkly? I mean, it's very nice, but it's not really believable. Not really believable. I love the pictures of Tom Parker's funeral. She must be absolutely gutted, his wife, Kelsey, and his bandmates carried his coffin into church, and there was a video message. They say they lived 1,000 years in 13 years. And Nathan Sykes was there, Jay McGuinness, Max George and Siva as well. Liam Payne was among the mourners. And as requested by Kelsey, fans lined the streets of Pettswood in Kent as the cortege passed to the sounds of Champagne Supernova by Oasis. As I say, he leaves 2 children, Aurelia and Bodhi. He was only 33. He looked younger than 33. But... a nice send-off. I don't know whether or not it was a cremation afterwards or a burial. I have no idea. They didn't tell us that. Apple are bringing in a new feature, apparently, for its Messages app to warn children about sexually explicit images. The trouble is, we did a programme on LBC some years ago on computers and whether or not parents actually understood what the children could access. Because I remember my goddaughter, when she was... about 11, I think, or something like that. She typed in what she thought was a perfectly innocent word, and up came hardcore pornography. And it was an innocent, it's a very innocent, it's a word we've used on this programme this morning. And up came this thing, and because the computer was sort of upstairs, luckily she told her mum, and a friend of mine, he went out with this lady, and her son at 13 was accessing, in his bedroom, hardcore pornography. And... he knew it because he went to the history, and he said to him, listen, I'm not going to tell your mum, but we can see your history. You only have to click on and you can see a list of every single site that he'd accessed. So we then sort of did a phone-in, a rare occurrence, I know, on whether or not you know what your children are looking at on the internet. And it's a big world. And then, of course, all those years later, they then started to talk about the dark net. I didn't even know what that was. I had no idea that there's this sort of hidden portal you go through and then you're into something that's even more bizarre than bizarre things. It's all very odd, isn't it, really? Very, very strange. So do you know what your children are looking at on the internet? So at least Apple are going to be doing something about it, which is good news. More of your texts and emails in a moment. 5:15. Let's get you to work quickly. I know you don't want to go, but it's best you go. We've got the latest LBC travel with Joanne Webb.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. 17 minutes past 5. I tell you that just in case you've got a train to catch. And most of the kids appear to be back at school now. So that makes life very depressing on the trains. I won't have them sitting anywhere near me. I'll make them stand. So the bags that they've got with them now, the kids that go to school, when we were little, we had a satchel. You put your pens in there, your protractor, your compass and bits and pieces like that, and a rubber, always a rubber, and coloured pencils and a platinum pen and all the rest of it. Nowadays, they look like they're taking the entire rugby team's kit. Most of the bags are bigger than they are, and they stagger onto the trains with these things. I'll tell you, the people who really annoy me, and I don't know why the railways don't enforce it, they put bikes on the train. Now, I don't mind a bike on the train as long as it's a folder and it doesn't take up much room. These people put the whole bike on there. They put it on the side where all the people are waiting to go to the toilet. They take up 4 seats. Selfish little so-and-sos, honestly. And then sometimes, in fact, most of the time I see, bikes cycling through Twickenham. No lights. No lights, front or back. And you think to yourself, where are the police? Where are the police? I mean, you're supposed to put lights on a bicycle. It's so you don't get killed. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it? But obviously not for everybody. And they dress black. Yeah, you're supposed to. It's like my uncle went out because he'd heard about this sort of dress, and so he dressed all in white, which was great. Got killed by a snowplow, and I remember thinking at the time, won't be doing that one again. No, it's only joking. Brian Blessed wanted to be Katharine Hepburn's lover, even though she was almost 30 years older than him. We've talked about this before on the programme. In fact, many occasions on whether or not the age difference makes a difference. Because I know a very famous choreographer who's gay. He's 90 and his boyfriend, I think, is 65, and they're still together at the age of, and you think to yourself, good God in heaven. So obviously the age thing, I mean, Barbara, as I've said to you before, people used to complain about her and Scott saying, oh, it won't last, because she was much older. Worked perfectly. And for a lot of people, it works. I mean, believe it or not, Booming Brian is 85. He snogged the Hollywood Queen after meeting on the film set of The Trojan Women when he was in his early 30s, and she was 61. He says, we didn't make love, but we kissed and we held each other. Because kissing's quite good. I'm not a big fan of kissing. I don't know. Some people like kissing. I'm not really okay with that thing. They do it on Love Island, don't they? They start kissing, and and then the camera goes for a close-up of people sort of tickling your tonsils. I can't quite work out why they do it. But anyway, he said there was too much pressure from so-called associates and friends. So he's 85. I like him a lot. Kate Ferdinand still trying to resurrect a career that died years ago when she left Towie. I don't know what they're doing with Towie. I can't remember if they're bringing it back or if they're sort of axing it or if they're losing a load more people, because some of them are so boring. And also the only reason we're watching it now is for the fighting. People fight all the time. Lisa is an original spiker and said, did you know the lovely Mark Armand has a pet jackdaw called Dawkins? She has her own Instagram page and yesterday laid an egg. And do you know that Mark Armand also has a beautiful sequined red jacket? Did you know that? And it was mine. And I gave it to him at my show because he was in the audience. So I thought, no, you must have this. It's the kind of thing that I was thinking, actually, I was going to phone him and let him know that he needs to listen to Cilla Black's Greatest Hits albums, because there's some songs on there which I think he could cover, as a man singing these songs, because they're some of them are just fantastic. Just like the instrumental side of them is even better. The Thief, His Wife and the Canoe, another well-presented fact-based drama, writes somebody from Stockport. And somebody wants a picture here of the always gorgeous Christina Hendricks. Oh? See, I never know these things. They put them in the paper, and then it'll be the agent who's written in saying, oh, you should definitely have a picture of Christina Hendricks, and everybody else is going, who's that? Who is that? Have you ever noticed the hidden street just below the ventilation grills in the middle of Charing Cross Road? Last time I looked about 15 years ago, you could still see road signs, says Martin. No, that's an apocryphal story. There is no hidden street. There is no nothing. I'm sorry to tell you. And you should know that. I mean, I can't believe that you could be that daft. What you're looking at is the sewers. Not a hidden street, dear. There's no road signs underneath there, and they haven't built on top of it. Somebody used to say to me years ago, they're in a home now, so that's good. They used to say, of course, in Oxford Street, you know that underneath the street is a complete set of streets and buildings. I used to go, yeah. No, that was the Beatles who did that, didn't they? Public toilets are disappearing. If you're in London and you get caught short, where do you go? A pub. That's the only place you can go to. You have to go into a pub. But sometimes pubs say the toilets are for our customers. And so you have to then sort of go, all right, I'll buy a drink, which is a bit of a pain, really. Because if you're really bursting to go to the toilet, I don't know why they do that. Where I am in Twickenham, they actually closed down the toilets because it costs too much money to keep them open. You had to have somebody going round, opening them up in the morning, cleaning them, putting all the paper out and washing the floors down and everything else. And then by the end of the day, it was all messy again. So they didn't bother with it anymore, but they put up a sign saying you can use the toilets at KFC. Well, you can't do that anymore because they've closed off the upstairs at KFC. They've got the downstairs because it's just full of children. Why is KFC full of children? I mean, perhaps it's something that they can all afford. Shane said, do you remember Hitching a Ride by Vanity Fair? Yes. Sun, 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 wee-oo. Oh, no, Hitching a Ride. I know all of those songs. Listen, you could play me the intros to most songs, in fact, practically 99% of songs from the 60s, and I would know what the song was, because that was my era. So I knew everything. I was thinking the other day, it's amazing how I know the words to all these songs. Somebody played me a song once. They went, "You won't get this one, Steve. Won't get this one." And it went, da-da-dun-dun, da-da-dun-dun-dun. And I went, "I know exactly what that is. It's Gene Pitney, Trans-Canada Highway." And they went, "How do you know that?" I said, "'Cause it's one of my favourite songs." Which is good, isn't it? The last free place. Slab City is blissful. This is the place where you can disappear off grid and live life in any way you want to. And for some reason, Ben Fogle goes there. There are no laws and no taxes. It's basically like a hippie commune. You go there and they've got all sorts of people. And mind you, last year, 17 of the people who live there, called them slabbers, died from heat stroke, drug overdoses and one murder. There's no air conditioning. And sounds ideal, doesn't it, really? And the temperature can hit 54 degrees centigrade. So you're looking at it's full of drifters and veterans. And they've got LGBT-friendly Flamingo, B-Side, East Jesus and the Tough Pirate Camp. And it's one of these sort of places, you find them all over America, actually. It's where people will sort of go and live in a commune. It's either something to do with religion or something like that. But Ben Fogle is doing this on Channel 5. It's called Ben Fogle and the Lost City. He said the shortcomings is they can't really be lawless, but you get people who want to go and live in a commune with other people and just do what they want to do. Over in This Morning, they've decided to send old Toffee out. Her latest telly job, they've sent her to South Africa to film a new segment. We'll see her tour the country to give viewers a taste of what to expect if they go there for a holiday. Well, we know what it's like going for a holiday to South Africa. An insider said she starts her trip with a hike around the stunning Roberg Nature Reserve before heading out to sea to swim amongst a colony of seals. Riveting. Not the most exciting thing, is it? I'd rather she went to Benidorm. I think that would be more entertaining and more interesting. Monica Galetti has quit MasterChef because she's too busy to film the show. I don't know which one she is, actually, which doesn't help, does it really? And Downton Abbey bosses are hoping the new film will convince more fans to return to cinemas after COVID. Producer Gareth Neame says Downton will be a fantastic way to return to movie theatres. I love Downton. I love it. And there is little Monica. I don't know what she's on, actually. They've obviously sort of tried to turn her into a personality or something like that. I don't know. I don't think I ever remember her, actually. I've really got no idea. Doesn't help, does it, really? Mind you, I'm not that big into watching food programmes, where they get sort of some numpties who sort of go there and try and cook a cake or something like that. And then some people play up to it and they start going, I've got to do this, got to do that. And then I quite like the kids' versions because, at least you're guaranteed some tears when their cake falls on the floor and we all go, ha, 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 ha. Can't make a cake, can you? It's amazing how many boys can do cooking. It is amazing, actually, how many can make cakes. I wouldn't know where to begin to make a cake. I mean, I can do Rice Krispies and you can make a cake. Why are we not surprised, Sam? Why are we not surprised? Of course you can make a cake. You could probably do a very upside-down pudding or something like that. You ever done a bread and butter pudding? Yeah, see? Fairly simple. Made a jelly? No. Oh, you haven't made a jelly? God, they're about the easiest things to make, aren't they? You just take it out of the packet, the gelatin. Sometimes you have a little bite of it because it's very good for you. And you do a meringue, do you? Oh, right. My mum used to do, I can't remember what they call it, meringue over ice cream. No, not Eton Mess. I mean, God, anybody can make. You can just go and buy meringues and make them into Eton Mess. But my mum used to do this ice cream and then meringue over the top and then pop it in the oven. And it's called Baked Alaska. That's right, Baked Alaska. My mum I used to think it was wonderful. And for years I couldn't work out why it didn't melt. And then it's because the meringue is covering all of it, so it's sealed in there. But Eton Mess I quite like, but that's a heart attack on a plate for me. Because it's strawberries, ice cream, juice, meringue, ice cream again, more strawberries, more fruit, and then squirty cream at the top. I mean, it's nice. I wonder why it was called Eton Mess. I mean, did they have it at Eton? Or was it just sort of an apocryphal name that they came up with? Can't see the boys of Eton going for something as poncy as that, can you? I thought they'd be having things moreover like, the Runnymede on... right. Legend has it that a cricket match was taking place at Eton College in the 1920s. The story goes that a strawberry pavlova was waiting in a picnic basket as an after-match treat for the boys when an overexcited Labrador sat on the basket and squashed it. No, I don't believe that. Oh, I mean, Labradors. I mean, why would a Labrador want to sit on a basket? You know, that just seems a bit ridiculous. And also, what was a Labrador doing at school anyway? Okay? You know, ask yourself those questions before you start saying that. Mind you, it's a good story, isn't it? It's a very good story when sort of people go, oh yeah, how was it invented? It was this, a Labrador sat on it. So in other words, you've got a strawberry pavlova, but there's no ice cream in it or anything like that. And you've got it sitting there, not in a Tupperware box, and the Labrador sits on the top of the picnic basket. Well, that's not going to crush it. How big's the Labrador, for God's sake? Like a 20-stone Labrador. I mean, I know Labradors, when they get old, start looking a bit bizarre from the back. If you're following one down the road, you look at them and think, maybe not. You know, that's what you think, isn't it, really? Still to come. The mother of Stephen Lawrence has questioned whether the Met Police would have a black leader. That would be very interesting. And an Auschwitz survivor has died exactly 77 years to the day she was freed from a death march. I'll tell you about those in a moment. The time now, 5:30.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. Tony says, Steve, in Spain, all shops, restaurants and hotels.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Have to let the general public use their toilets so nobody gets caught short, and no public toilets lining the streets. Well, round here, because we're in Leicester Square near Trafalgar Square, they have urinals, or urinals, as we call them. And they're sort of all over. They were lined up the other day opposite the Garrick Theatre, and they use them for the weekends because there's nowhere for people to go, because the pubs are heaving, and because it's Leicester Square, and you've got Trafalgar Square, and you've got Covent Garden, and it's all very busy with the people going to the theatres and people just thronging everywhere. And so they put up these things, and it's basically like a big plastic round thing. And I mean, to be honest with you, it's a little bit like, it's like these toilets which they have in France. It's very similar to that kind of thing. And they just put them out on the streets for the Friday and Saturday night. So they seem to be fairly popular, you know, for people who can't make it to an absolute toilet. I mean, years ago, the funny thing is, they've lined them up next to what used to be a public toilet, an underground toilet. And they've sort of closed that. That became an art gallery. So you've got the art gallery, and then they've got these urinals, or urinals, which are sort of going down the street. So Stephen Lawrence's mother, this is Doreen, speaking ahead of the 29th anniversary of her son's racist murder tomorrow. She said, if you look at the top of the Met and who's there at the moment, you don't see anybody that looks like me. They're not part of it. They're not round the table to make that difference. No black officers are at assistant commissioner level or above. Acting commissioner. She was 98. She was born in 1923 in what's now the Czech Republic. She fled the Nazis by cycling to Hungary, where she helped Allied air crews before being arrested. In June 1944, she was among 3,000 Hungarian Jews sent to Auschwitz, but US troops freed her in 1945, so she didn't have to spend very long there, thank goodness. She married a soldier, moved to Leeds, and was later awarded a British Empire Medal. And Olivia Marks Waldman of the Holocaust Memorial Day Trust said, I'm certain her legacy will live on. It absolutely will. 98. See, somebody looking down on her. Tories set to dodge the vote over Boris's party lies probe. They're still going on about this one. Still going on. It dominated Prime Minister's Question Time with people standing out like parrots and repeating the same thing that they repeated last Prime Minister's Question Time. Absolutely ridiculous. It really is. Tennis great Pam Shriver has broken a 40-year silence to reveal she once had an inappropriate and damaging relationship with her coach. She's now 59. She said it started when she was 17 and he was 50. He never abused me sexually, but there was emotional abuse. She's a 22-time Grand Slam doubles winner, and that over 5 years, lines were crossed before the relationship became physical when she was 20. She says it's quite normal within tennis for things like this to go on, for people to have relationships. I mean, I can't quite believe it myself, but I'd heard this over the years. And so, now she's talking about it. It's taken her 40 years to talk about it. Radio King Tony Blackburn, sensational. Another imprint. It's uncanny, isn't it? It's almost like he walked in. Poked fun at his sex, drugs and pop music antics and becoming enamoured with Angela Rippon. What is it with all these people becoming enamoured with different people at the moment? The DJ, he's 79. He's 79. He also became obsessed with traffic lights during a fantastic trip on hash cakes. Honestly. He says, and while he admitted he does not do drugs, he said, I have experienced them. Wow. On one occasion, he took an ecstasy pill, believed to be paracetamol, given to him by his late pal, the DJ Steve Walsh. He said, I thought it was a headache pill, and suddenly I went really hot. He said, I went home, watched the 9 o'clock news, and really enjoyed it. You shouldn't laugh about it, actually, because people die of these things. But anyway, laughing, he recorded finding the episode lovely. Angela Rippon was doing it, and on a trip to New York, he stopped off at a soul station and was next door to a DJ who had a sackload of cocaine. He said during the show he was stuffing the stuff up his nose. I've never seen anything like it. But afterwards, the program controller offered us this hash cake, and I thought, why not? It was the most fantastic time of my life. We got in this cab, and every traffic light we stopped at that was red, we just split our sides laughing. It's just the daftest thing. He joked on this podcast that his fondness of traffic lights has continued to this day. He says, M25, junction 23, there's the most fantastic sequencing of lights down on the roundabout. There's never a traffic jam. I just sometimes go and have a look at it. Can you imagine, can't you? He says, but anyway, he suggested his biggest regret, revealing in his autobiography back in 1985 called Living Legend that he'd slept with 300 women. 300. Amateur. What's the matter with these people? He said, I'm not proud of it. My mum and dad weren't too happy. It was a bit tacky. He also discussed becoming addicted to Valium in the wake of his divorce from Tessa Wyatt, with whom he shares a son. Tony also has a daughter, of course, with second wife, Debbie, who is lovely and absolutely a sweetie. But I can't believe that he's 79. Dale used to model himself on Tony Blackburn. He was his biggest fan. He just absolutely loved him. He really did. But he took ecstasy and then enjoyed the 9 o'clock news. I think that's the funniest thing ever. So Tiswas could be coming back. Chris Tarrant has reunited with Bob Carroll G's. Remember Spit the dog? No, that was his sort of dog that sat on his arm. It was you should have to work out with these ventriloquists exactly how they were operating it. Emu was sort of a fake hand going round, and Spit the dog was sitting on his arm. It must have been really strenuous to do it, but it was fantastic. Bob Carroll G's is 73, John Gorman is 86, and Sally James is 71. I mean, it's just absolutely impossible. There you go. So he's got the dog on his arm. He used to have to hold it underneath, but all this dog did, it didn't say anything. It just went and spat everywhere, hence Spit to the dog. Because I worked with Noel Edmonds years ago, and we had Bob Carroll G's as one of the celebrities who came out to do the Crinkly Bottom show. And we had a dinner the night before we were doing this thing, and it was fantastic because we had Bob Carroll G's, and he knew all these great songs which we all had to sing. So all these celebrities, except me, around the including Daniela Westbrook, she was there as well, and we found ourselves singing songs with Bob Carroll G's. It was the most surreal experience of my entire life. I loved it. Dan in Ho Chi Minh. This is Ho Chi Minh City, I'm assuming. Great to hear in the middle of the day rather than the crack of dawn. The sun is shining here, but so nice to hear a taste of home. That's why all you have to do is get the app, the Global Player app. You can listen around the world, and it'll change your life. Because if you are away and you're a bit homesick, I can make you feel worse. It's as simple as that. James says, I moved to Nashville a few years ago, but listened to your show regularly. Before this, I lived in Eton. I was told by a local that the Eton Mess was invented some dinner ladies for Eton College when they'd run out of ingredients for the boys' usual dessert that day. They cobbled together the bits and pieces they had left in the pantry, and the result was a big hit. You see, I'm believing that more than the Labrador sitting on a basket. I'm just not seeing that, because most baskets, picnic or otherwise, are quite sturdy, and even Labradors, even when they get into advanced years when they're quite sort of overweight, wouldn't crush a pavlova. I really don't think so. But you can go, I mean, you can buy everything now. You can buy pastry cases, you can buy meringues already there, nesting and stuff like that. And my mother used to do them, but she would make them, obviously, bake them in the oven. And they were lovely. They were really delicious. And then she'd put in the middle fruit and stuff like that, and then cream on the top, and then a little drizzle of some juice or something from the strawberries. But whatever it was, they were, and you could eat loads of them. We were forbidden from eating any more than 2 each. But, it's the way it goes, isn't it, really? What else we got? Amir Khan says he's lucky to be alive. This is in Anila Beg's column in the Daily Mirror today, and says he was very lucky to be alive after he was robbed of his watch at gunpoint. He was out in Leighton, East London, accosted by 2 men who robbed Amir, while Fariel, who was a few steps behind, started screaming. They posted CCTV footage of the assailants and the serial number of the Frank Muller Vanguard chronograph timepiece, urging anybody with information to get in touch. Meanwhile, Fariel came out fighting, blasting the muggers, saying, "Shame on you, how dare you pull a stunt like that for a watch?" The watch was worth £72,000. That's why they did it, Fariel. I don't want to sort of, educate you any more than that, but I mean, how daft to actually go out walking through the East End wearing a £72,000 watch, which he told people he'd bought. So, it's just ridiculous. We used to have the outdoor urinals in Manchester, says Stephen. But we can't have anything up here the same way we used to have the Boris bikes. The toilets got damaged and the bikes got damaged or taken. Oh, we have homeless people who use the Boris bikes. Apparently there's a way of getting the bit off there so they don't have to... You can see them because they'll be lying down on the pavement asleep. Next to them is a Boris bike. We've got Brompton bikes in Twickenham. There's a machine there which looks like sort of a luggage thing, and you put your money in and open the door and there's a Brompton bike in there. Which is, I'm not sure, I walked past it the other day, because you know what they've done in Twickenham? I should remember that for today. They've closed the bus stop outside Twickenham Station. You've now got to walk all the way down the hill. You know me and my feet. Not the best thing ever. I don't know why they've closed it. It's just got bus stop closed. And you think, how stupid is that? Absolutely ridiculous. 6:45 is the time. Should we get the latest LBC travel for you with Joanne Webb?
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. There could be another strike on the cards. This time, the union are threatening to bring Britain to a standstill with the biggest rail strike in modern history. The Rail, Maritime and Transport Union is due to ballot more than 40,000 staff in a row over pay and jobs as we go into a huge lockdown, and the country is really suffering. What a brilliant idea of the Rail, Maritime and Transport Union to do this. How fantastic. So let's just close it all down completely. Let's all sort of, get bicycles and not bother about it. It's ridiculous. If members back the move, passengers could be hit by stoppages as early as June. Brilliant. Brilliant. So intelligent. Absolutely unbelievable. Jenny in Fulham says the history of the Eton mess. Here we go. There's another one. It's like conspiracy theories on the Eton mess. Was the cook made a pavlova but dropped it on the floor. It all smashed up and had to be scraped up and put back in the dish. Oh, yeah, I'm not sure about that. But hence the Eton mess. Doesn't sound very hygienic, does it? You drop it on the floor and then you scrape it up from the floor and then... Oh, no. Not sure about that one, Jenny. I mean, I do like it. I do like it. But I just can't have it very often. Because it's just sugar from start to finish. And as you know, sugar is my enemy. I'm not very good with sugar at all, actually. Never mind. I try my best. Johnny Depp has told his defamation trial how he was often forced to lock himself in the bathroom to avoid being attacked by suicidal Amber Heard. It's really becoming quite nasty, this one in America. But as I say, when you've got £58 million at stake, how often do you think pubs close? Every 2 hours, another pub closes. Every 2 hours. More than 9,000 pubs, restaurants and other licensed premises have shut down during the COVID virus. It works out at roughly one closure every 2 hours. Because sometimes you go into a pub and it's completely deserted and you think, how did you survive? How did you sort of survive during the pandemic? Especially when we were all socially distancing as well. I mean, that was even more complicated. And people didn't survive that. As I say, restaurants that I thought were definitely going to emerge the other side of it. Because when it started, we didn't really think about it, did we? We just assumed it'd be fine and it would go away. We've been through these sort of things before. And then blow me down, all of a sudden, especially around here. I noticed it more around here with the restaurants closing and not opening. And nobody could go anywhere. and you had to be socially distanced, and there was plastic sheets put up all over the place. Some of the cars I get in the morning have still got the plastic sheets. Well, it's like a thick plastic which is fixed in the back. You can still breathe round it, but it's a case of, you know, sometimes you get people with masks on, sometimes you don't get people. They only put up when I'm there. Probably. I have asked them to put masks on before, but apparently they don't have to, which annoys me a little bit. The man who shared the video of a model Grenfell Tower burning on a bonfire has been given a suspended jail sentence. This is a guy called Paul Bussetti. He accepted it was grossly offensive to distribute the video to friends on WhatsApp. It showed the cardboard effigy in flames at a bonfire party a year after the Grenfell Tower fire, which killed 72 people. The video went viral when put online. Voices in the clip mock people depicted on the side of the tower, calling them ninja and other words. Bussetti, 49, of South Norwood in South London, admitted sending the offensive communication and was jailed for 10 weeks, suspended for 2 years. Why? Why? The prosecutor said the film was seen as making a mockery of what people have been through. He told the police the video is one of those stupid moments. Yeah, like you. Stupid. Offensive to everybody. He had initially been cleared at trial, but the Court of Appeal ordered a retrial after a rare challenge from the CPS. Very rare. So he got 10 weeks, prison, suspended for 2 years. So basically just nothing at all. Just nothing at all. Awful, isn't it, really? It is awful. Police chiefs must overhaul the use of stop and search powers. The Independent Office for Police Conduct has made recommendations to stop unequal targeting of ethnic minority groups. You see it on YouTube all the time, not just here, but in America, where there's a bloke and he's black, and he's emptying his rubbish. He obviously lives on a sort of a gated estate and all the rest of it, and the police pull up as he's literally emptying the rubbish from his car. He's got it in the sacks and he's throwing it into the bins, like you do if you live in a complex. There's always communal bins and you put your rubbish in there. It's a perfectly normal thing to do. In America, these two coppers turn up and they go, what's your name? And so he says, what do you want to know for? And they go, because we want to know what you're doing. He said, well, I'm putting rubbish in my bins. And they then go, are they your bins? And he goes, yes, they're my bins. And but they want some identification. So he shows them his identification. He's got a driving licence with his name on it. And it doesn't actually say what he does for a living. And they want to know. They want to know what he does for a living. And he said, why? You don't have to know that. They said, well, we do because, you know, we sort of stopped here because it looked as though you were doing something that was a bit shady. And he said, I'm putting my rubbish in my bins. He said, you're just profiling me, aren't you, because I'm black? And they went, no. Obviously, they're very keen to distance themselves from that one. But they said, have you got a card of where you work? And he said, what's it got to do with you? I'm putting my rubbish, you know, from my car, from my flat, in the bins, which is owned by me. And they said, well, we need to see something. He said, listen, I'm a lawyer. He said, I know what the law is. I don't have to give you any information regarding my name, address or anything. I'm telling you that I'm just putting my rubbish in the bin. So then one of the coppers over in America, thank you, passes it over to the other guy and he says, have you got a business card with you? And he says, yes, I have. So he gives them the business card and he said, what are you doing? They said, we're just making a note of you because we've stopped you. He said, you're not allowed to do that. He said, I'm putting my rubbish in my bin. He said, what's your problem? And, of course, the problem is they were two racist cops. So they're now under investigation. I should imagine by this time they've probably actually got rid of them. But it's unbelievable because, and even though they know they're being filmed, they still carry on with this thing. There was one cop who stopped these black guys who were out in their car and he was saying, I'm stopping you. And they went, what are you stopping us for? And he said, well, because I know everybody in this neighbourhood. He said, I've never seen you before. And they said, we live here. And anyway, he then stupidly gives his name, which they have to by law. If you say to a copper over there, what's your name and badge number, they have to give it to you by law. If they refuse, you can have them. And it turned out he was another. They've had to fire him from the force because he was another out-and-out racist. But he was caught on their camera, and he's got his own camera as well, which is recording everything he's doing. Really doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't make any sense. We do love Penman Investigates, from the fishy to the fraudulent. And it's almost as bad as that company we tell you about the other day, the burger people who were putting on the picture of Madeleine McCann. And you think to yourself, there's now as stupid as some companies, really. Madonna is 63 now. She was out. I don't think she's ever grown up. She's 63. I don't think she's ever grown up. She poured herself a huge glass of posh plonk, and then Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie's... that's where she was. She was at their vineyard. And she was dancing. But I remember going to a nightclub and there was some very famous people, and we found ourselves sitting next to them. These famous people. There was Julia McDonald there and all sorts of other people. And I remember sort of thinking, Cilla Black used to love a nightclub. Even when she was fairly old, she loved kicking off her heels. She could keep going all night. I mean, she had boundless energy. Boundless energy. Very interesting. Piers Morgan's returning to ITV Breakfast today for the first time since he quit in a row over comments about Meghan Markle. He walked off set following a spat with Alex Beresford. Morgan said he would be live and definitely uncensored on Lorraine. So it should be interesting. And he says, anybody know who's doing the weather on ITV tomorrow? Popcorn for breakfast, anybody on that one? And Jason Manford has hit out at the BBC for axing Scarborough. You could just put it on the internet, Jason, couldn't you? That'd be good. Then so many people could see it. That would be a good idea. He's hinted it could return one day. He so forgets things. It's so funny. So holidays. Would you like to go to Norton Grange on the Isle of Wight? 4 days, half-board, £400. I think you could go to Spain for less than that, couldn't you? You can go to... What did we discover the other day? We discovered Italy. Week in Milan for £18. £18! Honestly, it's almost, it's just, how do they make money out of that? I don't know. Mind you, I think better. Wasn't there that couple who flew on an airline and they were the only two on it? Because the other airline was full up and so they had to put on an extra aircraft, but they were the only two on it. Imagine you could gorge yourself silly on all the food. Much nicer. Prince Harry's ultimate royal snub. He's stoked tensions yesterday when he refused to say if he missed his father and brother. I mean, you really are turning into a ghastly person. What is the matter with you? And he's dithered over attending the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. And he says, I want to go back to America to my family, who I miss massively. His grandmother turns 96 today. I think he could have actually made an effort to sort of be there, but basically not. And the Queen here, pictured with... now, I don't know whether this is taken recently. I think because she's not doing any appearances, but this is with two of her fell ponies. She loves horses. I mean, she is obsessed with horses. Every time you see her, I was watching her the other day. It was in an old programme, and they were doing... It was a big horse show at Windsor, and they had Russian Cossacks riding on the horses, and they were standing on the back of them area, and she loved it. You couldn't wipe the smile off her face. She's always enjoyed horses, and she pats them and everything else. But there's also a Platinum Jubilee anthem for the celebration. There's all sorts of things which are going to be taking place. Leslie Garrett and the baritone Rodney Earl Clark on lead vocals, plus the London Community Gospel Choir. The single's called ER, the Platinum Record, a Jubilee anthem. It's released today on all digital outlets. Leslie Garrett says there's never been a greater need for a song to unite us all. So that should be quite interesting. Rodney said he was filled with immense pride at being in the forefront of Thanksgiving for the Queen's service. They're obviously looking forward to doing it, everybody except poor, miserable old Harry. But there again, he can wallow in his own misery. And home for him, I mean, interesting enough, the Prince's biographer, Angela Levin, said Harry's comment on US television about him checking the Queen is projected as a gross insult to Prince Charles and William. Well, he thinks he's being clever. He thinks he's being clever, but we know from previous existences he's not being clever at all. That's the trouble. He just doesn't understand it. But who cares? Steve, as a kid, I used to love Sally James on Tiswas. Royal Navy crew used to send in the names of their ships, and at some point Sally would stand up wearing fishnet stockings with the ship's names sewn into garters on her thighs. Proper children's television, says Taffy Nige again. Doesn't sound like it to me. Isle of Wight. Check out the ferry price, says Patricia. It's astronomical. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, one sailing to or from the Isle of Wight from £14.40. Return from £26.80. Which actually doesn't seem very, very expensive. You think that's astronomical? I think that's quite reasonable, don't you? The afternoon flyer is from £15.20 for adults, and the outward sailing £18.60. That's sailing by 04:30. I think that seems quite reasonable, Patricia, don't you? Heavens above.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. We've checked out the ferry price. That was for a car, Patricia says. Yes, it's about £80 for a car. But then, you know, I mean, to be honest with you, why would you take the car? I'd leave it there and go as a ferry passenger, and then you don't have to worry about parking or doing anything else. You could just sort of enjoy that side of it, provided, of course, where you pick up the ferry, is there somewhere to park the car. But parking, you want to come to London, you want to see the prices that they charge for parking for a few hours. I mean, it's astronomical, mainly because I think they want you to take public transport. And in some cases, it's much more economical to take public transport. But sometimes you just feel like you need the car with you for some reason. I've got no idea why. The rail union story is making all the papers today, back to the 1970s. They say 15 train services across the country could grind to a halt. 40,000 rail staff will be balloted next week on strike action. I mean, it would be the stupidest thing that they've ever done, I should imagine. You know, worrying about pay and conditions and everything else. But to bring the rail network to a complete standstill would be utter madness. Honestly, there's a war going on in the Ukraine and we've got no trains. So people have to make alternative views known. Happy birthday, says Heather the Norwich nurse. So the Queen little Julie says happy birthday to the Queen and to Heather the Norwich nurse, 39 plus cat. Thank you. And Laura says, I was in the Isle of Wight in September for 2 weeks, lovely part of the world, felt like time had stood still. I can't remember if I've ever been to the Isle of Wight. I don't think I've... And wait a minute, no, there's a place called Sandown, says Heather the Norwich nurse, so the Queen... little Julie says happy birthday to the Queen and to Heather the Norwich nurse, 39 plus cat. Thank you. And Laura says, I was in the Isle of Wight in September for 2 weeks, lovely part of the world, felt like time had stood still. I can't remember if I've ever been to the Isle of Wight. I don't think I've... And wait a minute, no, there's a place called Sandown at the Isle of Wight, isn't there? I think I've been there. I think I've been to Sandown. And I think... Oh, I tell you when we did it. I was part of a church group who went camping, and we went to the Isle of Wight, and we went to Sandown. So we took our tents and all the rest of it, and we set up camp in a field, and that's what we did. We were only little. We were only like 14, I should imagine, or something like that. It was all new. It's a pit, really. Sam's family come from. Not a big fan of it at all. And I've never been to Guernsey or Jersey. And they're supposed to be quite pretty. Where's the place where you get the coloured sand in like a test tube? Is that the Isle of Wight? I'm pretty certain you could buy it in all these shops and they've got all this different coloured sand and they put... It's like the Jurassic stuff, yeah, and you get different colour... I don't know why you'd ever want it. Can't imagine. You come back there with a test tube that's got coloured sand in it and a stopper near the needles. And then I'm assuming people must go and collect this sand and then put it into these different shapes and figures. And I suppose you feel you've got a bit of the Jurassic coastline, which is quite nice. But Laura says the Isle of Wight, it stood still. So in other words, it's not changed. It's not changed. Oh, well, shan't bother going there for the holidays then. I shall go somewhere else. I quite fancy going to... Where did I go to once, actually? We went to one place and I remember going... Oh, where the dickens was it? It was a seaside resort. Might have been in Norfolk somewhere. And... I remember we went to Bournemouth. We went to the Winter Gardens in Bournemouth to see... My mother was a big fan of Frankie Vaughan and Tommy Cooper was on the bill. And when I looked at what the Winter Gardens looks like now, I mean, apart from that, it was shut, I believe. It was tiny. I saw it when I was a kid as being, you know, you went down, it was all flower beds and everything else, and then this huge building, and we went to see a summer show, which I thought was great. You know, all the stars did summer shows, you know, not just in Brighton, but Blackpool, Bournemouth, all of these places. And that's who you went to see. You went to see your favourite artiste, which I thought was lovely. What else we got here? Virginia Blackburn. She's not happy about Meghan, but not about anything she said. It's about her clothes. She said her latest dress swanning around, she says, a dress by Valentino that cost £3,600. She said this one is too short. 3 inches too short, because you do see some people, mainly from Love Island, who have to have the shortest dresses and skirts available. She says, here is another thing here. Why does Meghan always look so badly dressed? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, some people just, I mean, we were saying the other day, weren't we, that Holly Willoughby, everything she puts on, she seems to look amazing in. Meghan just doesn't, and Harry's dress sense went out with the arc. Absolutely out with the arc. He's never had anything that was fashionable. Never seen him looking anything, apart from when he's wearing uniform. But the rest of it, dreadful. Dreadful. Cash boost for Easter. The first Easter free of pandemic restrictions for 3 years led Britons to splash out. Spending at aquariums and zoos was up 110% compared with Easter 2019, whilst camping and caravan sites recorded a 74% uplift. Isn't that amazing? So all of a sudden, people think it's A, it's gone away, and B, we're going to go out there. So I quite like the idea of a caravan site. I'm a big fan of those. We used to stay on them years ago. You'd pull in, you know, and they go just down there, and we'd stay in fields in Wales, all over the place. You know, you were taking your house with you. I thought it was fantastic. But I remember Mike Dickin, he used to be an LBC presenter some years ago, and he was anti-caravans. He hated caravans because he lived down in the country. He said they were all over the place, and he just hated it. And then somebody went past his house once, and what was on his drive? A caravan. He actually owned a caravan. It was so embarrassing. Never lived it down, I don't think so. All the pictures, lovely pictures of the fans turning out to bid a tearful farewell to Tom from The Wanted, Tom Parker, and his wife saying yesterday, marrying you was the best day of my life, and just terrible. 17 months it took. He was diagnosed with this inoperable brain tumour, and yesterday they all carried his coffin into the church, but too young for everybody that age. I was watching a programme on the television the other day. They seem to be putting these programmes on the television recently, which are sort of the accident and emergency side of it, where they sort of bring people in there and they've either cut themselves or done things like that, and they've got the paediatric nurses and all the other ones. And you think to yourself, whatever you pay nurses, it's not enough. These people have to take all sorts of abuse from people and everything like that. And there was one lady in there, she was with her husband, and he was having trouble breathing and everything else. And actually, they then started referring to him in past tense, so you knew that he hadn't actually made it. But I still find it fascinating to watch, but I can't watch anything that involves an injection. The moment they get the needle out, oh, hands up to the face, definitely. Steve, Guernsey is lovely, has some fantastic restaurants, says Jane. And Tony in Spain, España, Eviva. It's Alum Bay, that's it, where you get the coloured sand from. Can you go and pick it yourself? Whatever you do with it. Could you just go and take a bucket down and fill it with different coloured sands or something like that? I don't know. Or is it sort of protected? Because we used to bring stuff back from the beaches. Stones. You'd see a nice shiny stone or a conch, like a little conch kind of thing. And you go, oh, I'm taking that. And you take it home and you put it on the windowsill. Princess Margaret used to collect seashells from around the world. She had apparently a collection of them. Mad as a fruitcake. Mad as a fruitcake. Steve, happy birthday to the Queen and Mrs. Tanker Driver. I started work this morning at 01:30 to get home to her tonight with her Prezi, says Phil. Coloured sand was the Isle of Wight and the beach was at Ventnor. There's a happy childhood memory. Do you know, when we went to Devon years and years ago, we were sold on Devon by my parents because we didn't know where we were going on holiday. My father would go, we're going to Devon, and so we'd load up the caravan and everything else. Yellow ice cream. Yellow ice cream. All the ice cream. Normally ice cream was sort of white, but in Devon and Cornwall it was yellow, and it's because it had so much cream in it. And I always remember that was a big treat for us. A big treat was an ice cream, which was lovely. Patricia says, we went to the Isle of Wight years ago with the kids in a car. The ferry was expensive. You really need a car to get there and get about the island. The point I was trying to make was you said £450 half board for 4 days. Add the ferry price for a week in summer at convenient sailing time, and then you're correct. A trip to Spain is better value. Well, you can go to Italy for, well, how much did we say? Italy? £18. Yeah. You don't need the car, Patricia. Sam used to live there, families from there. He said you can cycle around the island easily. In fact, probably the safest way to do it, I think. Do they have filling stations there? I don't know. Just when somebody said it was like going back in time, I wonder how far back we're going. They've only got one dual carriageway. 150 metres of it. Sounds fantastic. Nick in Oxford says, Allen Bay, the cliffs are now protected, though, so you can't go and just pick up the sand, because otherwise you'd be making the stuff yourself, wouldn't you, really? Mick Jagger says the Rolling Stones took the decision to axe Brown Sugar from their set list over its links to slavery. And it was a track that came out, I think, about 1971. And the lyrics include Gold Coast slave ship bound for cotton fields, sold in the market down in New Orleans. Scarred old slaver knows what he's doing, hear him whip the women just around midnight. I didn't know those were the words of that song. Did you know? I seriously never thought about it. Anyway, the chorus then goes on to alluding to heroin. And so Mick says, you never know what's going to happen, times have changed, but, I mean, you know the early days were the days of shock and awe, so things can't stay like that forever. Well, they've been playing Brown Sugar for ages and ages. They must have known the things. They're playing Anfield on June the 9th in London's Hyde Park. The Rolling Stones are playing Hyde Park. They are a bit old, aren't they now? A little bit old. Is it? It's a nostalgia kick. It's a nostalgia kick. I was watching The Streets of London by Ralph McTell. He was singing it on stage at some festival, and everybody else was singing along with it because we all know the words to it. Me, I watched Ken Dodd singing the blooming thing. You know, and he's because I thought Ken Dodd had a fantastic voice. And I've just bought, and it just arrived yesterday, 2 greatest hits, the Carpenters' greatest hits albums, because I just think that Karen Carpenter had the most beautiful voice. And the other one was Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass. A bit before your time. It was instrumental. He played trumpet and had hits like, you know, The Lonely Bull and Tijuana Taxi and all stuff like that. And I just thought it was a bit nostalgic, so I bought it so I can play it in the car. It's my car. I should play what I want in it. Some people are banging out all sorts of tunes in their cars. You get them when they sit at traffic lights and you listen to what they're playing and you think, I'm sorry, you can't beat a good, you know, Marlene Dietrich song or something like that. And they're sort of pumping out something, go, woo, 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 like that. I'm thinking it's rubbish, isn't it? Absolute rubbish. I remember my parents watching Top of the Pops with me. We were watching, and my mother said to me, she said, you can't understand a word they're singing, can you? And of course, when you're a kid, you go, you're just so old, aren't you? You just don't understand. And now I'm saying the same thing, which is a bit disappointing. Lots of pictures of the Queen, and also after the 2011 Maundy service, because you know that it was done by Charles this year, because the Queen was not well enough to do it. And apparently he introduced some new things in it, which was quite nice, actually. Let's get the news headline, shall we? It's 6:15 with Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Apparently, Alexa... the virtual assistant. I don't know very much about Alexa. I just know that we can wind up the news desk by saying, Alexa, play Driving Home for Christmas. And that always seems to bring it to life. But Amazon want Alexa, the virtual assistant, to become more proactive and step in unprompted. Bosses at the US tech giant believe the technology will learn about its owner's habits and perform tasks without being asked. But they've had that technology available for some time. I do think so. But anyway, Echo, some of its latest Echo speaker devices, which Alexa uses to communicate, include an ultrasound motion detection function, which senses when a person's entered the room, and it's unveiled an Alexa-powered robot called Astro, designed to be a security device as well as helping with caregiving. And they're being developed under the headline Ambient Intelligence. It sounds good. They say it's a key target to free up people's time. Because people always claim they don't have enough time to do things. And so they think Alexa can help. But I've never quite got into things like that. I would want to start talking back to a box. Thank you very much indeed. I can't think of anything worse. Not my sort of thing at all. Yeah, I mean, I've never quite got to grips with computers, let alone with anything that you have to talk to and it can do all sorts of different bits and pieces. I think it's very clever. But there again, I thought the wheel was fairly clever. You know, at one time it used to be square. And then somebody thought, let's make it round. It might go better. As Glastonbury co-organiser, this is Emily Evis. She's used to bureaucratic hurdles, but she says hosting the festival is easier than sponsoring 2 refugees in the UK's shambolic Homes for Ukraine scheme. She applied to bring Veronica and her 9-year-old son from Kiev to Worthy Farm in Somerset 4 weeks ago. She said, we're the dream, really, in terms of being able to offer accommodation and work. But we've just come up against lots and lots of brick walls. I can't tell you, she says, how many letters I've written. I've called the Home Office, MPs, charities, the government. We're waiting for the visas, and nobody knows how long they'll take. Whilst Veronica was granted her visa yesterday, they're still waiting for her child's and her sister's application, because basically they've screwed up the government big time. You know, they shouldn't still be waiting for this. They really shouldn't. But they are, because they're just run incompetently. Ridiculous. Adam says, you're welcome back to Bournemouth any time, but sadly, the Winter Gardens was demolished years back and is now a car park. I know, when we went back there, I was so disappointed, actually, that it looked so much bigger. But then when you're little, things do look bigger, don't they? You know. And then you get there and you look at it and you go, it's actually really quite small. Really quite small. Steve, have you ever been to, is it Aldeburgh in Suffolk? You must go for a long weekend. A lovely place and a good place to eat, says Tilly and Barnett. I have not. Best ice cream, apparently, says George, is Zavaroni's on the Isle of Bute. Oh, we know the Zavaroni family because that was Lena Zavaroni's family. They had cafe. Lena Zavaroni died years ago. She had anorexia, and she was a very good friend of Bonnie Langford. And she had a big voice. She was a little girl with a big, big voice. Mama, he's making eyes at me. And she appeared on Opportunity Knocks. And her parents lived in Bute, which is way, way up there. And they had an ice cream shop and a cafe. And I do like an ice cream. I don't like it all the time. But, I just like a couple of spoonfuls. And I like licking all the way around it. That's my favourite. You know, when you hold it and you like that. And then sometimes with your tongue you can push it down the ice cream until eventually you make a little tiny ice cream cone because you've eaten all the ice cream stuff. But it's cheaper in Iceland because they do the boxes of wafers, the boxes of cornets. They do everything. And all you got to do is put a tub of it in the freezer and then take it out, get one of the ice cream scoops, and you can make your own. Save yourself a lot of money. Steve, 24 Hours in A&E, says John in Watford is fascinating to watch. So sad when relatives talk about their loved ones in past tense. I'm often sat in front of the TV blubbing away, only for the person to pop up on my screen at the end having survived the ordeal. Yes, that's always the disappointment, isn't it? And Sue says, you've just brought back lovely memories of my Nana. Isn't it funny what people call their grandmothers now? Mine was always Nana. But, you know, people call them different names. In fact, the Queen's got a different name, or the godchildren have got different names for the Queen. But Sue says she always had Herb Alpert on her cassette player. He was her absolute favourite. Well, I just can't wait to play it. I might have to go out in the car just to play Herb Alpert with the windows down and the stereo cranked up, which could be quite nice. We've just had 3 nights for my stag in Benidorm. Old Town, says Chris, over Easter, half board, Hotel Voromar. 4-star, 330 quid, including flights. Getting wed May the 7th. Well, at least you have a bit more money. So that's 4 stars, 330 quid, 3 nights. What do people do on a stag? Is it just that you go out and you get very drunk? Is that all it is? You don't play card games or Ludo or something. Poker, little game of poker. Ooh, there's a little game of poker coming on here. Steve, did you like the Seekers? Yes, I was big fan. Big fan of the Seekers. I mean, every single one of them, from Georgie Girl to, everything. Island of Dreams. I love the Seekers. I got their DVD of them in concert, their farewell tour. I thought they were lovely. My favourite is one that starts, it's about, you, I am, you are, we are Australian. And it's Judith Durham, I thought, had the most beautiful voice. Somebody said, I can see you playing the Beatles in your car. Well, strangely enough, you can't. I don't have any Beatles CDs. Perhaps I should. Perhaps I should get some as well. My son, says Christine, went to Guernsey for a week's school trip. They went to Sark on the milk delivery boat for the day, came back to Guernsey on a fishing boat. How lovely. I'm not sure I think I get a bit seasick. Sark has got no cars on it. Cars are forbidden. So everybody uses horses, which I think is quite a nice idea, isn't it? Imagine a place where there's no cars. I'd like to be the first car on Sark. Definitely. And Mandy in Leeds says, I'm going to see the Stones in Hyde Park and the Eagles the day after. That's if we can get there with the trains. Oh, can you imagine how many people they'll be upsetting if they do that then? But there again, they don't really care about us. They really don't care, which is a strange thing. Helen says, after a lovely day out on a trip to the Isle of Wight, we were trying to get across the island to get the ferry home, but when my friend asked the bus driver what time we'd be there, he was actually quite rude, saying, it will be when we get there. It's a different pace of life on the islands. Oh, it's like Spain. My friends Chris and Steve will tell you that for a fact. You know, you get builders round to do something, and they seem to stop work in the afternoons, And when you say, is this going to be ready soon? Mañana. And it just doesn't work the same. Currently sitting on a train, says Mike in Sutton, and there's a woman opposite me who spent the last 30 minutes doing her makeup. And she's now mixed up porridge using oats and a hot flask milk. She's now eating it. Why can't people do it at home? Because they're dirty. Dirty people. I mean, mind you, have you ever heard of anybody spending 30 minutes doing their makeup? Joan Collins tells me she can do hers in 10 minutes. And look absolutely fantastic every single time. And, sorry, how long is it? Well, I don't need it because I have inner beauty. Whatever you are on the inside reflects on the outside, somebody told me. So I'm basically a bottle of Prosecco, which is quite nice. Steve, do you remember the adult version of Tiz Was, says Gary? I don't know. I thought Tiz Was the adult version. And it was called OTT, Over the Top. Really? I don't remember that one. But I remember Tiz Was. I thought that was the adult version. They gunged people, and I thought it was fairly adult. Oh, it does exist. Oh, God, look who was on it. Look who was on it. Bernard Manning was on there. Bob Carolgees, Chris... Oh, it's the same people, but Helen Atkinson. How interesting. It was... so the other ones, the cast on OTT, Bob Carolgees, Chris Tarrant, John Gorman, Helen Atkinson, Lenny Henry, and Tony Slattery. There you go. And also some of them, Michael Palin, Alexei Sale... It was a late-night adult version of the anarchic Tiz Was, broadcast from 11 p.m. on Saturday night for one series. Oh, it only went for one series. 2nd of January till 3rd of April. That was it. But apparently 86% of people loved it. Here are the 7 wonders of the Isle of Wight. I think you'll be interested, says Martin in Beckenham. And first of all, needles you can't thread. Ride where you walk. Newport you can't bottle. Fresh water you can't drink, cows you can't milk, lake where there's no water, new church that's old. Very clever. Very, very clever, Martin. You get a brownie point for that one. If we were giving away prizes, you get the prize of the morning. And the prize is you can take the producer. And that's a nice thing. He's always looking for a new experience in life. It's the streaming behemoth, which has enjoyed meteoric growth, but they think that the bubble might have burst. So I don't know why. We'll find out, I suppose, after the news, because it's 6:30 and the latest news headlines for you this morning with Simon Cole.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
The good news is your life-saving food boxes are speeding into the Ukraine. They've worked them out quite well, actually. They're 12,000 calories per box. And I was looking at what's in them. I mean, apart from porridge oats, they've got chopped tomatoes, red kidney beans, baked beans, hot dogs, all sorts of... I'm not sure whether or not the people of the Ukraine are going to appreciate these things, but they've done 2,500 ration packs. And they're getting them over there as fast as they possibly can. It's not bad, is it? But you look at them, they've got messages on there, saying, good luck and keep your heads above or below the parapet, I think. So has the Netflix bubble burst? About, they think 200,000 users have switched off. Now, I reckon, as probably they do as well, that people are sharing passwords. And Netflix have vowed to clamp down on this password sharing and bring in advertising to revive its fortunes. Because they've lost, I think £40 billion was wiped off the value of the company in minutes as the shares tumbled. They're based in California. There's 100 million global households who watch their service for free by using the account of a friend or family member. Because if you can get away with it, people are going to do it. And so they've said they're going to how they're going to clamp down on it, I've got no idea, and what the forfeits would be or the penalties. But they're not doing particularly well. I mean, if you look at their package, and the basic or the standard package for Netflix is $10.99 a month. You can go to Amazon Prime Video for $7.99 a month. You can go to Disney Plus for $7.99. Apple TV is $9.99. BritBox $5.99. Now TV, it's an entertainment package, is $14.99. Hey You is $4.99. And they're top shows on Netflix, and how much they reputedly cost to make. Number 10, The Witches, Series 2, £61 million. 13 Reasons Why, Series 2, cost $49 million. The Witches, Series 1, 61 million. All of Us Are Dead, Series 1, not applicable. Stranger Things, Part 3, 43 million. Money Heist, Part 4, 76 million. 40 million for Bridgerton, Series 1, and 40 million for Bridgerton, Series 2. And Squid Game, 16 million. That's what it cost to make. I don't even know what these things are, actually. But they're now considering changing the service that they've long resisted, such as a clampdown on password sharing and a new low-cost subscription supported by advertising. So the service costs between $6.99 and $15.99 a month in the UK. But with the advertising, they might be able to bring the price down. Actually, why can't the BBC run advertising? So many of their programmes appear to have it on there, sort of almost subliminally. It is. It's sort of there, and you think, wait a minute, that's advertising. That's advertising. If they did that, then we wouldn't have to pay the ludicrous price that they're actually charging for having a licence. It's terribly expensive. Terribly expensive. The hurricane force. Rare treat to see a hurricane roaring through the skies. Thousands were built, but only a handful remain. However, now enthusiasts, could be you, can not only see one in flight, they can sit in it, and the world's only remaining two-seater example, and fly alongside it. The experience is being offered by a firm based at White Waltham Airfield in Berkshire. Hurricane Heritage founder James Brown said it was thrilling to have another hurricane appear on your wing 50 foot away. So you're not actually in it, you're flying along the side of it. It's, if you're into planes and things like that. I mean, only 14,500 approximately were built, hurricanes that is, from 1937 to 44. 17 remain airworthy. It was the main UK fighter in the Battle of Britain, destroying more enemy aircraft than the Spitfire. And if you want to do the Hawker Hurricane experience, it costs from £3,875 for 30 minutes in the air. It's a lot of money, isn't it? It's a lot of money, but I should imagine the experience would absolutely, do very, very well. So the enthusiasts not only see one in flight, you can sit in a second hurricane, the world's only remaining two-seater, and fly alongside it. Oh, so you're in one hurricane and they're in the other one, and you're just, that sounds quite good, doesn't it, really? And when you think about it, 3,875, it's a lot of money. It is a lot of money, but for that experience, I mean, it would have to be worth it. Set in a pretty village in rolling countryside, the year should have been kind to Stuart and Sarah Robinson. They live in this little village, £500,000 semi-detached house in Corston, which is near Malmesbury in Wiltshire, with their daughters Neem and Bonnie. Mrs. Robinson has just had it up to here. The reason being they're on a corner. Drivers speed through the village, and some accidents may have been the result of drink driving. So far, in 12 years, more than 8 cars have ploughed into their garden. And they've actually taken pictures of all of them. Shouldn't laugh, it's not funny at all. Must be a nightmare. But apparently, last month, 2 separate traffic collisions sent cars into their garden, close to their children's swing and trampoline. Both incidents happened at night, when Neem and Bonnie were safe in bed, but the family fear a car may one day plough through whilst the girls are playing outside. Cranes are occasionally required to remove these cars from their garden, because they basically embedded themselves in their trees, and the only way to get these things out is with a crane. You bring the crane in. The council, apparently, are investigating the area and reviewing signs and road markings, because they're going too fast. Why don't they just put up a speed camera? Although, you've got that, I suppose, for most of the time. One driver who crashed into the garden narrowly avoided being impaled by a fence post that penetrated the windscreen. Because when these people... I saw somebody, actually, years and years ago, coming back from Heathrow. I was in the car, and the car in front of me, he was obviously drunk. He must have been drunk, because as opposed to going round the huge roundabout in front of me, he went straight over the middle of it and got embedded in a tree and a gorse bush and all the other stuff there. And I remember thinking, he's one of these people who obviously goes out having a few sort of bevies and thinks you can risk it. He obviously failed to understand what a roundabout was. Russ in Carshalton says the pubs apparently used to close at 10 on a Saturday, and I can remember people leaving early to get home to watch OTT. Shut at 10? I've not been in a pub that's shut at 10. I remember there used to be a pub on the corner here. It's just a little bit the other side of Leicester Square. It's gone now. It's part of a redevelopment, which is where the Londoner Hotel is. There was a pub on the corner, and I can remember sitting in there on a Saturday night, and the landlord called last orders, which, if you're having a nice time, you think, oh, why can't we just have a lock-in or something like that? Anyway, he started putting all the chairs up on the tables, and we were made to feel very unwelcome. And I've been in clubs before where they flick all the main lights on as they go on, everybody out, which is a bit of a shame. Have you ever tried, says Dan in Malden, a scoop of vanilla ice cream and a shot of fresh espresso poured over it? No, I haven't actually. I did have a double espresso the other day on the motorway. And for the next sort of 3 hours, you're like up with the pixies, like, woo, great, isn't it, life? Not really. Whatever happened to Tony Slattery? Oh, he had a breakdown, and then there was a film made about him. I mean, he was in everything. Tony Slattery was all over the pictures. What he's actually doing at this precise moment, I do not know. But this is the Riley rabble en route to Gatwick, flying to Nice, because it's so much nicer in Nice. It's lovely. Have you ever been to Nice? It's lovely. You go to Cannes and then you just sort of go round the coast and there's Nice. Never been? Not missed anything. Just another town on the coast. Cannes better. We went there years and years ago. And, people topless sunbathing all over the place. I mean, seriously. It's all you could do to stare out to sea. It's very embarrassing. But we actually quite liked it. Because you could get... The one thing that they did do over there was peaches the size of balls. I mean, like little footballs. They were, seriously, we would always go to the boulangerie, and because we spoke the language, and we get a baguette, and then you get these peaches the size of these sort of small, not small balls, big balls, and they were so delicious. And that's all we tried. We didn't seem to eat out very often. I don't know what we were existing on. Air, probably. Or in Dale's case, cigarettes. Stephen Leeds says, loved the Small Faces, such a trend-setting band. Loved Steve Marriott, such a shame and sad. We lost him. Many bands signal them as their inspiration. And even today, what an amazing back catalogue. Oh, so many of them. This is why Noreen goes off to all these concerts. She loves all these 60s groups because they're out there and they're still working. It's just that we tend to forget that they're all getting a little bit older nowadays. Mickey says, I'm with you on techie stuff. Alexa talking to a box. I suppose it's my age. My boss calls me the computer, not because of my intelligence. I just go to sleep if I'm left unattended for 15 minutes. I had to get used to that some years ago. I had a computer that was running so slow, and then somebody said, put this thing in, and it'll tell you how slow it's running, and it boosted it up a bit. And all of a sudden, it's quite fun. But I don't use the computer that often. I'm not I spend more time on the telephone than anything else, because the telephone, even when I'm watching television, I've got the telephone with me and I charge it up and then I'm off and running. And then I start ordering the plants for the garden, and then I get a bit carried away with things. And then I forget what I've ordered. Mark reckons that Netflix are losing viewers due to everybody going back to the office. No, we're not buying that one. Well, I'm not buying that one, but the boys next door are not buying it either. Why do dogs hate the vet? Apparently, researchers worked with 30 dogs of various ages and breeds, monitoring their levels of fear, which is measured through the heart rate in a simulated veterinary setting. While the dogs had an average heart rate of 97 beats a minute in the waiting room, a third peaked at over 180 beats per minute during the examination. The highest was 230. So they're basically having a breakdown. And they were more at ease having their teeth checked. Female dogs were more fearful than males. So if your dog starts shaking and all the rest of it, it doesn't want to be there. It doesn't like it. This is the University of Adelaide. They say injections, or any of them, should be given at the beginning of an examination. I hate it when they get out that little kidney tray and it's got the injections in there and all the rest. I hate it. I try and sort of look away from it, trying to pretend I'm a big, brave soldier, but I'm not really. Coming up, 14 minutes to 7. Let's get the news headlines, shall we? This morning for you with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
I don't know, honestly. Where would we be without a laugh, eh? Here, right here, every morning, 4 till 7. Charlie Girling, thank you. And Johnny Perry says, morning, Steve. I haven't heard you have a conversation with Siri for a while. Conversations with Siri, honestly. I'm hopeless at this kind of stuff. I really am. Steve, pub, says Lloyd's. Pubs did close at 10 p.m. And then there was just enough time to get fish and chips and get home for match of the day. Well, there you go. There you go. And Kate says, this probably sounds disgusting to other people, but I get a vanilla milkshake from McDonald's and a double espresso and mix them together. A week's worth of calories, but I love it. Well, absolutely out for me completely. Absolutely out for me. Sean says, read the flight experience in a hurricane. There's a 2-seater Spitfire that flies in the skies above our house quite a lot, and it's incredible. Even from the ground, the roar of that Merlin engine stops everybody in their tracks. It's expensive, though, at around $5,000 per flight. But what a once-in-a-lifetime experience it must be. I imagine the Hurricane flight would be just as thrilling. It's interesting, isn't it? I always like to draw attention to things that I think some of you would be interested in, because for some people to spend £5,000, you know, in a Spitfire or £3,500 in the Hurricane is nothing. And for them, they'd be going, do you know, there's a good present to buy somebody. If somebody was around during those war years, definitely. Steve, talking about bad drinking, what about this car on the Dairy roundabout by the Snaky Lane in Feltham? It's been there for weeks. I saw it as well. It's become a local landmark. Nobody knows how it got there. It appears to be sort of quite high up, doesn't it? Is that the same one, I think? But you're right. It's a tourist attraction. Oh, it shouldn't be, should it, really? I remember once there was a car that came off the road near a Staines roundabout, and this was the oddest one ever, because the car was embedded into the fencing. By the next day, the car had been removed and all the fencing replaced. I'd never seen anything like it. I seriously thought, blimey, that was fast. Steve, on a radio interview with Judith Durham of The Seekers a few years ago, she said she was quite frugal and used to collect all the bits left at the end of a bar of soap and make a new bar, says John. I've heard of people doing that. I don't use soap anymore. I haven't used soap for years. The reason being, it's very drying for skin. So what you should always use, you should use a gel, a shower gel or a hand wash or something like that. Soap is, I mean, I don't know anybody, I haven't bought a bar of soap. It must be about 30, 40 years. And I used to quite like Camay. You bought a bar of soap? I can't hear you. What are you saying? Every day? Really? Oh, no. We used to have that Wright's Cold Tar soap when I was a kid at home, and Camay and something like that. And Lux was another fairly popular one, but not for ages. Ever since I did a beauty programme on LBC. You use Wright's. It's quite a nice-looking bar, though, isn't it? I mean, I have to admit, and I quite like the smell of it, but it's very drying for skin. As you get a bit older, your skin gets a bit dry, so you have to keep adding a bit more moisturiser, which years ago used to be a bit sort of no-no. But nowadays, people go, oh, everybody. Men are using as much beauty products or products to help them, you know, like from the, you know, shower gels and shampoos and then the conditioner and then this something. Because I was saying to the producer, I thought he maybe would want to colour his hair. You know, he looks like the sort of person who could sort of walk in with pink hair. I wouldn't think there was anything the matter with that. I'm seeing people on a daily basis who bleach their hair or dye their hair all different colours. You could have some bits in there. I see no reason why not, because you're a bit avant-garde, aren't you? That's one of the words I've heard describing him. So Timmy Mallet, a children's TV star, is biking around Britain with paintbrushes, and he's actually not bad. It's not brilliant. There's one of him down at Mevagissey in Cornwall and a light town. He's not bad at all, actually. There's obviously some sort of... I couldn't do anything like this, but I like it. He's 66 now, and he cycles. So he's cycling to all these places, and he just draws St Michael's Mount, Portsmouth, Shoreham, Rochester, St Ives, Kingsgate in Kent. They're actually not bad at all. He's actually got his own website, malletsPalette.co.uk. Clever play on words there. Clever play on words. Apparently, youngsters use soap as the plastic is bad for the environment, says Beverly. What plastic? What, the plastic in? The bottles. Oh, I see what you mean. Right. We've got a shop in Richmond. You take your own containers in, and you fill up your own containers from the stuff that they've got in store. You've got one as well. They're called refill shops because you're refilling. I know, it's amazing. They're so uncanny. It's not bad. Birthdays today, Chris Mason, the Yorkshire-born broadcaster, host of Radio 4's Any Questions. He's 42 today. And Angela Mortimer, Britain's leading tennis player in the 1950s, became world number one. She's 90 today, so many happy returns to both of them. And April the 21st, 1992, everybody who was anybody in pop music was there as the late Freddie Mercury made a guest appearance at his own tribute concert. His face was seen on a giant video screen high across Wembley Stadium. It was as if the lead singer of Queen were alive and strutting centre stage once again. "You ready, brothers and sisters?" he bellowed. Always a good... Somebody was going to see them. They've got a different lead singer at Queen, haven't they? Called... I can't remember what he's called. We'll have a quick check. Just while we're doing that. Dominic says, "I use Pears soap as it used to be made around the corner from me. The factory was there until the 60s. Wow. So there you go. His name's Adam Lambert. He's got an amazing voice. An amazing voice. And so he's actually touring with them. Also, Adele, in 2016, was named the UK's richest female musician in history with a fortune of £85 million. Still no sign of that Las Vegas concert. Still no sign of it. I don't think it's going to happen, actually. I really don't think so. And in 1934, the Daily Mail published the surgeon's photo, which purported to show the head and neck of the Loch Ness Monster. Surprise, surprise. It turned out to be a hoax because it never existed. I don't know why they even discuss it. Ridiculous. Alan Titchmarsh very happy at the moment, rejoicing. Plans for a giant solar farm in Jane Austen country were axed. The TB Gardener was one of hundreds who opposed 22,000 solar panels on 54 acres of Hampshire countryside near his home. It was also close to Austen's home, Chawton House. He said he was delighted by the decision. So I should imagine anybody would be delighted by things like that. And finally, a clever little puppy. Adam Clark bought this lovely little puppy here who had a reputation for digging. On the first day out, this thing was digging around, and it dug up 200-year-old gold coins worth £6,000. They were found in a gala field at a park near their home. He took the 15 sovereign coins to a gold dealer who said they dated back to the 19th century and were worth £5,943. There you go. Mr. Clark bought this little dog for £2,000, but he was limited because he's got an aversion and an allergy problem with dog hair. But this puppy, who has a reputation for digging, dug up £6,000 in ancient coins. I think we all need to go out and get one of those dogs. That's the only thing that's going to get us through the week. Thank you very much indeed for your company today, as in every day. So as we said at the beginning of the programme, happy birthday to Her Majesty. Happy birthday to Heather. And if you're celebrating and we didn't mention you, I do apologise. And I wish you a very, very happy birthday. Don't forget to download my free Little Bit Extra podcast. There is a new episode every day. You can get it exclusively on the Global Player app. And if you missed any of this morning's programme, there is the podcast of the whole show available very shortly as well. All you have to do is just go to lbc.co.uk, download the Global Player app, and then you become eligible to download everything. There's no charge for any of it, and it will keep you amused for ages and ages and ages. So good luck. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock. A German national has been made a formal suspect in the disappearance of Madeleine McCann. 44-year-old Christian Bruckner was identified as a murder suspect by German prosecutors in 2020, but hasn't been charged. Madeleine went missing while on a family holiday in Praia-da-Luz in 2007. The Prime Minister says he has nothing to hide after MPs backed a motion to investigate him over claims he lied about parties in Downing Street during lockdown. MPs voted to refer Boris Johnson to the Privileges committee. Chief political commentator for The Independent, John Rentoul, told LBC the ordeal was embarrassing for the Prime Minister.
I mean, the Prime Minister was forced into a humiliating retreat because Labour wanted to refer him to the Privileges Committee, which sounds like a bit of procedure, but it's quite significant. And obviously the government wanted to block that and then realised they had no troops available. I mean, Tory backbenchers just wouldn't turn out to support the Prime Minister, so the government just had to declare a retreat and raise the white flag.
The US president says the battle for Kyiv was a historic victory for Ukraine as he announced more military aid for the country. But attention is on Mariupol, where Russia has claimed power, despite some Ukrainian troops remaining in a steel port there. Yesterday, Putin ordered his forces to blockade it instead of storming it. Ukraine says injured civilians are taking cover inside as well. Banu Bhatnagar from the World Health Organization says he's concerned about their condition.
We fear the worst. We anticipate a health system that has collapsed. There's an information blackout, quite simply. And one of the main problems for us is we don't even know what the needs are.
The Metropolitan Police have released a photo of the £70,000 watch stolen from Amir Khan in East London. The world champion boxer and his wife were robbed at gunpoint in Leighton on Monday night. LBC weather, cloudy with patchy rain in southern England and Wales later. Mostly dry and sunny for the rest of the UK, with just a chance of showers and a high of 16 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Lottie Morley.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Somebody's used that before. I'm trying to remember who it was. It's Friday, April the 22nd. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. And we're looking for... I told you a short week. Now we're all looking forward to the weekend. It's going to be absolutely amazing. I noticed that lovely Faye Barker is heading into the LBC studios because she's covering the breakfast show on LBC News, our sister station. And very kindly, she said, I wanted to send some appreciation to @Steve Allen Show, providing what I think of as a table of joy to fuel the newsroom. And she took a photograph of my Nardicots, and then yesterday it was all chocolate things. Today it's not. Today it's Haribo. Whether or not it's going to be a table of joy today, I've got no idea. But she's very sweet. I bumped into Faye the other week when she was in the studio, and she went, Steve Allen, she said, I listen to you all the time. Well, that was a nice thing to say. You know, we give people ideas, and we're feeling fairly chipper this morning. Like the producer said to me, are you raring to go? So that was a very sweet observation. I said, well, it doesn't make any difference whether I'm raring to go or not. I've got to, because that's what I'm paid to do. You know, they go, I remember saying to my boss years ago, we used to do phone-ins many, many years ago. And I said, what happens if we don't get any calls? And he said, you talk. And so I talk. That's what I do for a living. How long can the Partygate farce go on? Every day. Every blooming day it's going on. Meanwhile, Boris is injured. He's bound to catch something. You could just tell by looking at him that he's going to come down with another illness. There's something going to be around. I could just tell. I get feelings about these things in my cup of tea. The inconvenient truth about Harry and the Queen, he is not her favourite. Do not believe. The Americans buy into any old guff that he spins. Oh, like, my mother's with me now more than ever. And then he said, because she's already been looking after my brother and now it's my turn. And you think to yourself, you really are bitter, aren't you? What a shame. Women facing a cost of living squeeze are being offered for M&S budget bras and knickers. They don't do the same for men. We don't get budget. Well, we wouldn't need bras, would we? Really? But you don't get sort of budget pants. You don't bra? No. What do you know me for? Bras. But we always get our pants in sort of packs of 5, and they're generally about £25, which is that's about right, isn't it? 5. Yeah, so £5 for a pair of pants seems quite a lot now when you think about it. But that's about the best place. I don't know anywhere else that sells pants. I know people. I used to buy. What ones would I do? I used to buy the Calvin Klein pants. They used to do these white pants, which were quite nice. And I used to think if I put them on, I'd look like the model on the front cover photo. And, nothing could have been further from the truth. I put them on, but I just quite liked them. And I was buying those, and then I discovered Marks and Spencer, and I thought, actually, when you think about it, it doesn't make any difference what pants you wear, as long as you're quite happy in them. Some people wear white pants, some people like coloured pants, some people like stripy pants, some people like sort of cartoon characters and different. I mean, what difference it make whether you got Woody Woodpecker on the front of your pants or Snow White? I suppose Snow White would be a slightly different matter. The radio listeners who the other day had to tell Will Young he had a slight problem with his smoke alarm. It was beep, 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 and he didn't know what it was. He didn't know how to make it stop until somebody wrote in and told him. He's obviously dim as a broomstick, I should imagine. You change the battery. That means it's running out of battery. And it means it's just beep, beep, beep. And it was obviously driving him crackers. Because we used to have a presenter here years ago, and he hated musical Christmas cards. You know, you open them up and it goes... do, 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 do. And so just to annoy him, when I got one in at Christmas... Because normally the action of closing the card puts a little bit of paper under the actual thing, which makes it stop. And then when you open the card, of course, it pulls it back, and then you can actually hear the tune. And we had a big dry whiteboard in the office. And so I took the mechanism out of the Christmas card and I put it behind the dry whiteboard. Drove him mad for 3 days. He didn't know where it was coming from. And even then, when he did discover, he couldn't get it back out again. You know, which I thought was a nice thing to do if somebody really hates stuff. Like, I love anything. Helinka used to send me in these fabulous cards for Christmas, and they would light up. I've got some that there's a snowman card where you put it on, you open up the card, and the snowman glides around the card. Oh, really, I love cards like that. Cards that light up. I bought a load in Vegas where you open them up and they twinkle, all the lights flash on the signs and everything else. Really lovely. I love stuff like that. Anything that's got batteries in it. You know, I am there. I tell you, I'm your person for these battery-operated cards. They used to make parrot cards years ago. They were called parrot cards because you open it up and you push the button, you could go, "Hi, Elliot, this is Steve, wishing you a very, very happy birthday. See you soon." And then you take your finger off the button. And every time Elliot opened up the card, it would be, "Hi, Elliot, this is Steve, wishing you a happy birthday. See you soon." After about the third time, it used to drive you mad, completely mad. A man was arrested at a railway station after attacking a guard there with a doner kebab. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know if it had the sauce on it or all the vegetables or all the rest of it. Talking about vegetables, Gemma Collins is having a truckload of... she's going to grow her own greens before. She's obviously never been to a supermarket. She goes, "You know what it's like?" You know, she's a bit like that. She's not exactly cultured. "I've been on tour, and of course you stop all these burger vans." "No, dear, just you. Just you." That's the one. When she went to America to film this ghastly series of hers where they were trying to pretend that she was somebody of any note, whereas she's not, They sort of stopped off. I think we've got to stop off and get some burgers and milkshakes because she was shoving it in her face and she wondered why she got to that size. Santander, I don't know if your bank's doing this, slamming the door on customers at 3 p.m. So in other words, if you haven't managed to get your act together by 3 p.m, forget it. Forget it. Summer holiday fears, I'm afraid, as BA axes more flights. It's not good, is it? All those people get... See, I never understood these sort of wanting to get away bit. You know, Darren's different because he works, you know, in this business, and so he's jetting off to Reykjavik. I don't even know how much a flight to Reykjavik is. I bet it's not that expensive, actually. It's only a little bit longer than sort of going to Edinburgh. Edinburgh's about an hour, because I used to, so it must be about a couple of hours, which actually is barely time to get up there, eat your food that they give you, so there you go. Cheap flights from London to Reykjavik, £37 return. What? This is on Icelandair. £37 return. That is so cheap, isn't it? That's so cheap. I mean, as I said to him, you know, will he be sitting with the rear gunner? And I wonder really whether or not they just sort of open the door and just push you out with a parachute and go, "It's down, Reykjavik's down there somewhere. You know, good luck. Good luck with making it." What was the other one? Base jumping is still taking place. I mean, seriously, it's an accident waiting to happen. The royals, we're told, are very wearied by Harry and his constant carping. He's the most ungrateful child in the universe, isn't he? Born into a life of privilege. I don't want to do that. I want to do what I want to do. I want to take all my clothes off in Las Vegas. I want to dress as a Nazi. I want to kick out photographers. Yes, dear, well, you go and do all of that, but don't do it at our expense. Thank you very much indeed. Singer George Ezra has donated £85,000 for tree planting to the National Trust, one of the richest charities in the entire country. 85,000. I mean, how many trees do you get for 85,000? Do you know you can actually buy fully matured trees? There are nurseries that produce fully matured trees. They arrive on the back of a lorry, and there's a crane. You have to dig the right size hole, and they drop it in. It's got sacking around it and everything. Full-size trees. You don't have to wait for the thing to grow. Really amazing. I always fancy that. If you had a house and you think, do you know, I think we're going to put trees in the garden. You could actually put in full-size trees, oak, ash, elm, whatever you want, sycamore. The only thing you don't want is weeping willows. Roots run for miles underneath your house, pop up in the bathroom, in the toilet, just lift the lid and there it is, growing up there. Not so good, is it? Mike says it annoys me that the Americans call trousers pants. Pants are pants. They go on first, then your trousers. No, they call trousers pants. It's like they actually call the boot of the car the trunk. They call it. They've got lots of different words. And the sidewalk for the pavement. You know, and let's face it, we actually taught them English in the first place. It's not our fault they've sort of spoken about it in a derogatory term. Kim says, I've heard you speak of the old Nardicots. Where on earth do you get them? And says, go commando. Oh, I think not. Oh, no, definitely not. No, we don't want to go commando. No, never. I would never do that, actually. Richard Madeley said he went commando. I became quite upset by that, really. I wasn't too sure. About £1 a tree. What do you mean, £1 a tree? Oh, to plant a tree, it's £1, is it? Yeah, but I'm saying how much are those big, fully grown things? They go to thousands because they've been growing. I'll tell you, my favourite place to go to, every year they have the Hampton Court Flower Show. I haven't been to Chelsea because it's a bit of a smaller ground and you just walk around in a crocodile. And they always do the bonsai trees. And they have a marquee at the Hampton Court Flower Show, which is full of bonsai, the most beautiful things. It's the tree in miniature, and so there's an art to it. You cut them, they need watering because they're proper trees, and the trunk is all gnarled. It's quite an art form doing it. But whenever you see a bonsai kit in a garden centre, please avoid it. Do not buy it, okay? You'll be waiting till God creates another heaven and earth. It won't ever happen in your lifetime because it's a little you get the little kit and you get the little tray and it's very sweet. But when you look at some of these in Japan, they are just incredible. And to see them up close, it's like looking at a forest. It's seriously, have you ever seen them before? They're just absolutely stunningly beautiful. And when you watch people, you know, doing, I think Mr. Miyagi, in The Karate Kid, I think he used to sort of mess around with bonsai. And I remember thinking, how lovely, if you've got them, but bearing in mind, if you buy a bonsai like that and you won't get it on your budget, I promise you, they're much more expensive. They're outdoors. You don't put them indoors. It's a tree. It grows outdoors. You get little cheapo bonsais, which you can put indoors on your window ledge in the kitchen or something like that. But the majority of them are meant for outside because it's the tree, and that's where people make the mistake. Oh, I like that. The Tabor Iron Tree Seat, Fleur-de-Lis living. I love seats that go round trees. £343.99. It seems very reasonable, doesn't it? I do like a seat. I like a seat, and especially in a garden. Apparently, to plant palm trees on Caribbean islands is $10,000 a tree. Yeah. I've always fancied a coconut palm. I like watching the guys going up the coconut palm just with a piece of rope. And they pull them, and you think to yourself, that's an art, and then they knock the coconuts down. There's a guy in Richmond who pops up in the summer. He's got a sack of coconuts, and he literally, just with a machete, chops the top off and sticks a straw in it. And then you can drink the coconut water, which is very nice. I do like coconut water. So it's not for everybody, but there again. I had beef burgers yesterday. I wasn't going to have beef burgers, but I decided to have them, and they were delicious. They were Aberdeen Angus beef burgers, and I had 3 with sprouts, and what else do I have them with? Asparagus. I love asparagus. Just makes your wee smell a bit. But, apart from that, that's a minor detail. And what else do I have? I was trying to look around for cut onions, and they didn't have any in Marks & Spencer's. And I couldn't really be bothered to walk all the way around the corner to Waitrose, because they do bags of either red onions already cut up. It's not that I can't cut up, but dear Lord above, if they make them in a bag, then they make them in a bag, and it's for people like me. You know, I am the typical student. Apparently, says Michael in Woolwich, Iceland's cheap to get to, Steve, but my God, very expensive once. It is very expensive. And I don't think the food's great. I don't think they're noted for their food. I know one of the things that they do is rotted shark, which apparently stinks to high heaven. I can't think of anything more disgusting. 4:15.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning. If you're a house-proud person, do you know you can burn 3,000 calories a week cleaning? 3,000 calories a week. It's not bad, is it, really? There's a battle to save an 80-foot cedar tree. Unfortunately, the local council has nothing to do with it, as per usual. And you know why there's a battle to save it? Because there's a company, I think, called Bellway Homes. They want to cut it down because they're putting up housing estates. That's what we need more of in this country, isn't it? Bloody housing estates. And for that, they take away trees. They ride roughshod through everything. I mean, it's really dreadful. Really dreadful. Steve, £37 to Reykjavik. Cost me £38 by train to Dartford from Richmond, says Roger. Does it? I pay that for a car in the morning. £42. 42 my car is in the morning. And the driver doesn't get all of that. The driver only gets a percentage of it. But it's much easier. Cara says, as an American, Steve, who's had a keen interest in the royal family for 30 years, I must tell you, I don't care for Harry or Meghan in the slightest. The embarrassment that he has caused Her Majesty and others in the family, apart from Randy Andy, is appalling. There are so many over here who only started to care once Meghan married Harry and talk out of their rear ends whilst knowing exactly nothing of their history. Oh, she lied through her teeth. She claimed that she didn't know anything about him at all. I thought, yes, you did, darling. Yes, you did. Don't be stupid. We've already had people coming out the woodwork saying you knew exactly what you were doing. But I just find her deeply unpleasant. And now he comes up with the biggest amount of claptrap. You know why? Because as a child, his mother died young. All right, so that's awful. But so his father didn't really have very much to do with him, or William. You know, they were just members of the royal family. They're expected to, to make them strong, to fend for themselves, because Prince Charles was the same. Prince Charles was exactly the same. He had nannies looking after him, and Harry didn't really have anybody. So there was nobody to tell him off. His father was never going to tell him off. So consequently, he's always behaved badly. Prince Andrew, exactly the same. There is an arrogance. Why anybody would ever think that he was a pleasant person is totally beyond me. I just can't understand it. And then at the end, when we've finally seen him off, he crawls back in to Her Majesty's favour, and he gives 12 million to a woman he claims never to have met. I wish he'd never met me. I could have 12 million as well. Shane says, we have 2 big gum trees in our backyard. They grow tall. One is taller than my block of flats where I live. Well, this is a very, very, very big tree. It's 80 foot. There was a lovely one down in Richmond as you went on the train over Richmond Bridge. On the left-hand side, there's a beautiful octagonal house, and it used to have this blooming enormous tree in it. And I think they were worried that if there was a bad storm, it would come down, it would destroy the house. So they cut it down. And I love big trees. Big trees. I'm just sort of quite impressed. You don't get, because you get huge logs, don't you? When you sort of cut it down and then people can use it, or they make it into furniture or something like that. I think that's quite nice. But with some things, when we've seen sequoias, where they've cut arches through the middle of them and you can drive through them because they're so big, which I love. My wife and I, says Rob in Hadfield, will be travelling down to London for the day from Hatfield, South Yorkshire. It's cost us £48 return for 2. Leave Doncaster at 0800, return at 19:30. We'll be visiting Greenwich, walking around, visiting local pubs, bars, just chilling out. Oh, you'll like Greenwich. You've got the Cutty Sark down there, haven't you? I think. Is it Greenwich? Cutty Sark? Pretty certain. Mind you, sometimes I've been wrong. I get my places a bit mixed up, actually. But no, it's lovely to go down there. You know what you do? When you actually sort of come into London, you must go and get the riverboat down to Greenwich, because that's even better. You can look at all the sites on the river and then go all the way down to Greenwich. And it's lovely. There you go. There's the Cutty Sark in Greenwich, which is lovely. And if you take the boat down, you get you can have a cup of tea on the boat, because they've got bars on there and everything else. And then you can go all the way down there. You can get a pizza down there. You can go into, what else is Greenwich famous for? Is it the Royal Hospital, which is where Nelson's body was laid in state? I'm pretty certain you can go there, provided they're not filming. Sometimes they film and they don't tell you in advance, which is a bit of a shame, but it's still lovely to go to. And then you can get the boat back later, and it will drop you at Charing Cross Pier, and then you can get the train. Sorted. And on the way down, you have to look out for the pub, the Prospect of Whitby, which is the oldest pub in London. The oldest pub, and it's actually on the river. You'll pass Execution Dock. That was an entertainment. Oh, they loved that. They loved a good old execution. What they would do, people who've been convicted of dreadful crimes were chained up in the Thames where the tide was out, and the people will be drinking in the pub, and they would see the crims, tied up to these stakes, and then the tide would come in and they would drown. And nobody thought there was anything bad in that. Mind you, they were talking the other day about the burnings in London of the Protestants. I think in one day it was something horrendous amount of people, and it's amazing how many people went to their end without screaming and everything else as the flames licked around them. And they literally, it was a bit like Joan of Arc. They tie them to a stake. So what they used to do for a lot of people in London, if you were rich, you would buy little packets of gunpowder, and you would put them in your pockets. And as the flames licked up your body, the gunpowder would explode, thus killing you instantly. And so that's what people used to do, because they couldn't bear the idea that you'd be... I mean, I don't know, I can't even imagine how awful that must be. Absolutely awful at all. What else we got? Yeah, so there you go. So, £48 return for two. Mind you, nearly as cheap to go to Reykjavik, isn't it? But that's not bad, £48 return, I think. And also, I love a train journey. So you're coming from South Yorkshire down to London. It's not bad, is it? Not bad. You enjoy it. You really should. The largest blue diamond ever sold. Said, I do like diamonds, but nowadays you've got to be very careful when you buy stuff from the jewellery channels. Is it heat treated, which is an enhancement that they put onto things? And failing that, was it grown in a laboratory? They have to tell you legally, but they've stopped telling you whether it's heat treated. So they're going, oh, this is marvellous and all the rest of it, and they encourage you to go and get them valued. But this one, I forget how many carats it is. It's set to fetch 36 million. However, if two people want it, it could go through the roof, because it's beautiful. I mean, where would you wear it? I know, give it to Amir Khan, shall we? And then he can have a quick wander about in the East End, see how long he lasts with that one. As if. We've got a rare handwritten letter from Stephen Hawking to be sold, and they reckon it'll fetch about £100,000. About £100,000. And a student bullied at school for being ginger, hoping to represent the UK at Miss World. So I don't see this problem that people have with ginger. Why would you be bullied at school for being ginger? There must be loads of... In a school, about 500, 1,000 pupils. I mean, but the law of averages has got to be at least 15 or 20 people who are ginger or red-headed. What's the problem with that? I've got a producer who's ginger, although he calls it strawberry blonde. Not sure whether he's right. And you sort of think to yourself, I mean, is it just a bit of pre-publicity so that she can, I mean, was she really bullied at school? I don't know. I mean, I went to a school with loads of people who were ginger, and I don't think we didn't take any notice. We really didn't think about it at all. We were far too educated to start messing about with, what colour's your hair, for goodness sake. I was platinum, so I was well ahead of it. Kerry Katona's having more surgery. Yawn. Who cares, dear? Who cares? And Homes Under the Hammer host Martin Roberts rushed to hospital for an emergency operation, and he thanked God and the angels.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
I would have thought actually thanking the staff who worked on him would be more appropriate. I don't think God had anything to do with it. Also, a driver has been fined. It's in London because his car's shadow was in a disabled space. So, I mean, he's got a picture of the car. He sent it off and they went, no, we're not buying that one. And so that's, I mean, surely you can't be fined because the sun moves around and then the shadow that it creates on your motor vehicle is in a disabled space. That's about the most stupid thing I've ever heard. But there you go. Steve, the Waltham Abbey school caretaker, says, on the first day of arriving at our Airbnb, we decided to get a quick takeaway. So popped into the local KFC in Selfoss, Iceland, £169 for 2 buckets of chicken and a portion of popcorn chicken. After several attempts on self-service order computer, we left. Thought we must have been mistaken. on the currency conversion, but on checking, we found a 2017 TripAdvisor post-warning of expensive buckets of chicken at 65 quid. It is very, very expensive. When we went to the Arctic Circle, like you do, everything was terribly expensive. You know why? Because it's a middle of nowhere. Middle of nowhere. And I should imagine, actually, local KFC, I mean, it's all available at a price. You've got to get the chicken out there. They've got to look after it unless they breed their own, which I don't think they do. I mean, all I said, before to somebody about Iceland is it's full of volcanoes. You can see them running down the middle of the island. And if you remember some years ago when one of them blew its top, the resulting dust stopped flights for ages. People were trying to detour because it just goes up so many miles into the sky, and then we all have to suffer as a result of it. So, but that does seem a bit expensive, £169, Steve. Even by my standards. See, I mean, it's like cigarettes. Somebody was complaining to me the other day. They wrote me a letter and said, I went to go and buy a packet of cigarettes. And they were looking for 16 quid. Could that be right? And possibly, I don't know. I haven't bought a packet of cigarettes for donkey's years. When I was smoking them, they were about £5, I think, 5 or 6 quid. And we all thought that was a bit expensive. So I started smoking duty-free because I had lots of friends who worked for the airlines and they would buy them for me and I would buy them off them. So it was perfect. I'd go home with sort of like 1,000 cigarettes. Because if you were buying Dunhill International, it started costing you an awful lot of money. Gemma Collins plans to plant vegetables. That's the only publicity she can get for herself now. A lorry's going to turn up and she's going to plant them. Like she's obviously never been in a supermarket. You can buy all these things. And apparently in her mansion. Have you seen it? Pokey little place. Hardly a mansion. Hardly a mansion. Big Brother could return to our screens. More inane rubbish, I'm afraid. And Amanda Holden is hiding a secret skill, and it's the fact she can do impressions. Can you do any impressions, Elliot? Try doing one of a producer. What sort of do you do impressions? Can you do any? You can do accents. Oh, right, you can't do impressions. That was a shame. What sort of accents do you do? You do Australian. Oh, right. Scottish as well. Marvellous. Oh, no, American from where? Oh, right, you do all... right. You do Kansas. Yeah, I don't think you could. Actually, I don't think you've got the faintest idea what a Kansas accent is. Can I have a tea as well? Thank you. So I'd ask, I bought you lollipops. I know, just for you. Because I could see you were on that major diet. And you're lucky with these ones. Because as long as you don't eat the whole lollipop, no problem. No problem. You're just licking it. Whoever told you that you could get, bigger by licking a lollipop? You can't. You can't. So I bought them as well for Tall Boy, who does accents, apparently. Very useful in this job, isn't it? Yeah, you're very well young. Oh, don't you? I'll still have a cup of tea. So wearing designer labels. My godson was crackers for designer labels, like his dad. Absolutely crackers for designer labels. In fact, if it didn't have the designer label on it, he didn't want it. And that was when he was very young. He was very young. In Epping, they had a shop that sold designer labels for kids and everything else, and he knew exactly what was what. So they did an experiment at a school, and they took the kids' jeans and stuff like that, and they swapped the labels. They bought them from Primark, and then they bought all the other main labels, and they just cut the label off and put it onto something else. And the kids went for the label every time, and they go to them, but actually that's from Primark. And they go, no, it's not. They refused to believe that somebody had swapped the labels over. And so consequently, they only wanted the label. They weren't interested in, Primark, who are they? But if it had, whatever it is, I can't even think of any makes of jean. Because sometimes you find jeans that really fit you really well, and other times you get jeans and you think, I don't know, my bum look big in these. And the answer is no, it doesn't. I'm very lucky, actually. Very, very lucky. Let's take the news headlines, shall we, at 4:30 with Lottie Morley.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to April the 22nd. Which is lovely, isn't it? We made it through this week, but it was only a short week, so we can't have much to complain about. Do you know that bearded blokes are 62% hotter than hairless fellows? My Auntie Enid's fairly hairy. I wonder whether that sort of counts for her. And the A-listers are rising for the Queen's television show for the Jubilee. Romeo and Duet is a disaster. It's got Oti Mabuse on it, who's very sort of pleasing to look at. dances, but, just no other talent. That's not from me. That's from the TV critics. Apparently ancient British kings ate mainly vegetables rather than meat. Well, I always thought that they had these big banquets. I'm pretty certain Henry VIII had big banquets. People paid to watch him eat. In Hampton Court Palace, you would pay your penny or tuppence or whatever it was to watch the king eat, because he ate. He ate. He was big. So they would have a table set up in a room, and everybody would crowd into the room, and they'd all be there. They'd all paid their admission fee. And consequently, he would then sort of come in, and they would start serving these huge banquets. And then he'd go back to his quarters in Hampton Court Palace, because very rarely did he mix with the oi polloi. But you could pay to watch him eating. I don't know how appealing that was to people, because the kitchens there were turning out, tons of food. Tons of food. So that's why when they say they ate mainly vegetables, I thought that they ate swan and all the rest of it. I've just seen these images in my mind of what they put on the table. I personally couldn't eat swan. I personally couldn't eat anything like that. I'm really not remotely interested. Oh, no. Why would you want it? And yet in Kingston, down the road from Hampton Court Palace, well, loads of swans on the Thames. They breed like there's no tomorrow, but apparently swans breed for life. So once they've formed a relationship, they're there for ages. I mean, frankly, I'd be bored witless. Can you imagine being with the same swan day in, day out? Very tedious. Kevin the Milkman says, nothing wrong with gingers. My dad was a ginger, my ex-wife was a ginger, and we made 2 ginger sons. He said, gingers have always been my weakness. If you're listening, Nicola Roberts, Steve can forward you my text number. Well, he says a man can hope. Go on, exit stage left. Pushing it for Nicola Roberts. You see, I've got, as I say, I've got a producer who's ginger, but he thinks he's strawberry blonde. I've got other friends who are ginger. It never even crosses my mind. I really don't. What colour do you think your hair is, Elliot? What colour do you think that says on the bottle? Sorry, it just says brown. It's that uninteresting. Brown. That's it. Were you always brown as a child? Yeah. Go on, Sam. What colour do you think you're... Who was platinum blonde? I was platinum blonde too. If you look at pictures of me when I was born, even up until the age of about 2 or 3, I was platinum. Yeah, it was fantastic, I tell you. I quite liked it. And then it just changed colour for some reason. And then I went through a phase of having it highlighted with... That's funny, is it? Oh, we think that's funny. Oh, well, fine. Because somebody said to me, blondes have more fun, so I thought, well, I'll try it. So I used to get sort of highlights put in, and I thought it looked fantastic. But of course, if you've got blonde hair anyway, mine was light, it's weak hair. It's not as strong as dark hair. So consequently, you probably find Elliot will keep that hair for the rest of his life. I mean, he's going to look ridiculous at 70 in it with hair like that. Look like he's been dragged through a hedge backwards. But most of us, if you're blonde or one of those weaker hair things, you lose your hair quicker than anybody else. I mean, to be honest with you, it didn't really bother me. People used to say, does it not bother you that you're losing your hair? No, not in the slightest. I never got sort of paranoid. I didn't get paranoid. I promise you I didn't get paranoid. I really didn't about losing my hair. Wearing designer labels is bad for your career prospects. Well, I can't. I mean, I wouldn't know if I'm looking at the boys here whether or not any of the clothes that they were wearing were designer labels or whether they were just bog standard things. They bog standard. Bog standard. From where? I'll let you know whether they're bog standard. Here we go. Ted Baker. North Face. Very bog. And, very... Where are you, Sam? H&M, yeah. I mean, ever Ted Baker? Tommy Hilfiger? People... You got Ted Baker belt? Oh, right. That doesn't really count. That doesn't really count, actually, a Ted Baker belt. I've got a belt, and I can't remember where it's from. It's from... I can't remember. It's sort of... They're quite expensive. I wanted to go and change it, because I've had it for years. And every so often I have to keep putting an extra notch into it as I lose a bit of weight. And then you could sort of tighten... Because otherwise, I have walked down the street before and sort of systematically lost my jeans as they've slipped gracefully to the ground. It's never a good, attractive look. And people tend to call the police. But, I mean, apart from that, everything's going okay. But what the name of the belt is, I've got no idea. But I know that you can get it in Kingston. The Cruel Milkman... Oh, sorry, Kev. Caught kicking a hedgehog in the doorway. They were caught on somebody's CCTV camera. Now, as far as I'm concerned, you don't kick hedgehogs. I don't care who you are. Well, it doesn't matter whether you're a milkman or a, refuse collector or something like that. Actually, I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, hedgehogs, they don't do any harm, do they? They just live their little life. They scuttle around, they eat slugs for you. You put out water. Don't give them milk. Just water, please. Thank you very much indeed. And the other story was about grieving relatives who were told that the ashes that they thought were from their grandmother may have been from somebody else, or even, dare I suggest it, the contents of the vacuum cleaner. Because when you get your ashes back, and I don't know how they could have made a mistake on this one, because they are labelled, they come out of the oven thing, and then they're put into a machine which grinds them down, and they can pick out any things like rings and stuff like that, fillings, anything else will be taken out, and then you're presented with the ashes. And as far as I know, they're always grey. I've never seen any other colour ashes. They just look like grey, and then people go and collect them. But this one, they think it could be from a different person. They might have got mixed up somewhere in the crematorium, and you think to yourself, does it really? It doesn't make any difference. You're still going to do exactly the same, whether you've got Granny's ashes or you've got, the next one but two. Where you get Mrs. Clutterbuck down there, and, she sort of passed on, and so you've done her ashes, because it turns out that somebody would have done your granny's ashes as well, and so there's nothing you can do about it. It's, once you've committed them, to whatever it is. And some people hang on to the ashes for ages. They just sort of sit on a shelf, because it makes people feel better about things, or you can scatter them. We have in Twickenham the funeral boat. And you see it operating mainly in the summer, actually. And a lot of Indian families go down there carrying the ashes. They go onto the little boat, and it takes them around the back of Eel Pie Island, and then they scatter them on the water. It's lovely. I remember seeing it years and years ago, and I used to you stand there and watch. I don't know why. It's just one of those sort of things. Where would I be scattered? Well, I thought just Richmond Bridge. But, got to make sure the wind's in the right direction. You don't want to sort of, throw them off and they all come back in your face again. That's not going to be the ideal scenario, is it? So, I don't know. I don't know, actually. Listen, I'm not going to be there anyway, so it doesn't really make any difference to me. But I would like to think that my last will and testament, I've got to do that, actually. I wonder if you put that in your will. I'm going to be scattered, or... because most people know what's going to happen to them at the end of life, don't they? They know you're either going to be cremated or you're going to be buried. I don't think I want to be buried. I don't like the idea of that. I really don't. The Victorians used to put a little bell on the top of the coffin, and with a bit of string inside. So if you actually weren't dead, you could ring the thing like mad. And then somebody would go, "What's that ringing?" "Tinnitus." "Okay, carry on dinging," and they kind of ignore you. But no, I think I'm going to be cremated. Because listen, if you have a grave, as long as you're in the area, you'll go and visit. The moment you move out of the area, are you going to make visits back to the cemetery all the time? You're not. Because if you believe in anything spiritual, you don't believe that the person is actually there. The physical remains were left there, but their spirit's gone elsewhere, hasn't it? Well, that's what I think. I mean, I might be wrong, for goodness sake. But I told you when I went to a DJ, Mike Allen's funeral, he was going to be cremated, but he was in a basket. They do these sort of living funeral kind of things. But he had stipulated in his will that at the end of the service, we all left the little chapel and they left him in there. Normally they take the coffin out or it goes down into the basement for the cremation. But he said he wanted, to be left in there. And then we all went out and then they shut the doors. So we left him in there, which I thought was an unusual one, actually. I don't know why. But it was a good house, as they say, full house. I'd like to think there was a good turnout. It was a lovely turnout the other day for Tom Parker for his funeral. I think that was nice, and I think that might have given his widow some crumb of comfort to think that you're not alone. You got the group there, and you got all the fans, and it doesn't matter because at that particular moment everybody comes together, and that's why this Boris. Where's this Boris thing going to go to? I really don't know. They're going to have this investigation, and we wait and see, because frankly at the moment it's tossing it backwards and forwards, isn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So now we know that Kevin the Milkman has got a weakness for gingers, and is quite a fan of Nicola Roberts. I love it. Big Brother could return to the screens. Oh God, I do hope not. I hope to God we don't have to put up with Rylan again. Can we have somebody else, please? Somebody else, and also the audience, they need certifying. The audience that they put in there when they do the after show thing after the programme, they all sit down and discuss. These people look like they need medical help. I've never seen so many weirdos in one room. I thought it was just Camden. But no, you find them all over the place. They've all got the dyed hair and the earrings and the piercings and, and it's a right old mixed age group. Steve, Hale and Pasted, a song called It's Utterly, Utterly Rotten to Be Ginger. Oh. See, I don't think nowadays you could get away with that. I think there would be laws that would say, you can't say that, that's discrimination against somebody who, excuse me, that's discrimination against somebody who's ginger. I mean, you don't have a choice. You don't sort of go, oh, the baby's going to be born and it's ginger. You know, and then they go, oh, we haven't got any other gingers in the family. It's like poor old Harry. He's ginger. Nobody else in the family is ginger. And then there were all these rumours. So who is his father? And this went around. This did the rounds for years and years and, oh, God, yeah, did it ever. Until somebody said, no, it's definitely who we thought it was. Moz and Sam say, taking our wonderful partner to St. Omar in northern France for her birthday, the weekend, listening to you all the way. No, you mustn't listen all the way. You can podcast. Please podcast, please. First we had the Fonz, then the Hoff, and now, says Jimmy in Fulham, the GC. Do you think Gemma is still the only person out there that refers to herself in the first person? Well, she's mad as a fruitcake. We all know that. My favourite bit was still when she fell down the hole on stage. She was giving out an award at the Teen Awards, and nobody had told her that the trap had opened, and she fell right into it. Ha, 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 ha. They showed it on the television the other day, great sort of celebrity so-called faux pas, and then they played it again, just to reinforce how funny it was. She went furious. Oh, no, I'm going to be doing this and doing that. And you think to yourself, you don't really have any talent, do you, dear? It's a lot of hot air. I watched the GC, the Diva thing, and that was just pitifully embarrassing. But there you go. I'm sure she's going to be very happy when she gets married. If indeed she gets married. We'll have to wait and see. And they put Arj on the television again the other day because he's lost weight. This is apparently some big deal if you come from Towie, you lose weight and they stick you up on the television and go, oh, you've lost weight. He had a gastric band fitted. He didn't lose weight at all. It was all done artificially. You know, the day that you might find him doing something might be sort of the miracle of all miracles. What these people need to do is find themselves a proper job. That's what they need to do. You know, the more they fanny around doing, oh, I'm doing this, I'm having my boobs done and all the rest of it, the longer, you know, we're being dragged out of this tedium. It's awful. 4:45.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to, oh, thank goodness it's the weekend. Thank goodness we can put our feet up. Thank goodness. Oh, is there another bank holiday? There is another bank holiday. Not just yet, but there will be another bank holiday. Can't remember which one it is actually now. We've had Easter. The kids have been off. There must be one coming up because my neighbours are going away and they always go to the same place. They go up to the Lake District. Wait a minute. Oh, did we get it? I was just trying to sort of check on the... Do you know, thank God for computers where you can find out these things. So what we're looking for is bank holidays in England and Wales and presumably Scotland and Ireland. I think. I don't know whether or not you can all be lumped into the same thing, but I'm pretty certain there is another one coming up. Would it be... wait a minute. Is it the August bank holiday? Oh, there you go. The next bank holiday, the 2nd of May. Really? Wow. So 2nd of May is a Monday, early May bank holiday. 2nd of June, spring bank holiday. 3rd of June, Platinum Jubilee bank holiday. 29th of August, summer bank holiday. 26th of December, Boxing Day. And 27th, Christmas Day. It's a substitute day, isn't it? So it could be the 25th, I suppose. And then in January, you've got the 2nd of January, which is New Year's Day. And then the 7th of April and so on. We seem to have so many of these things, don't we? But apparently your employer doesn't have to give you paid leave for some of these bank holidays. Because they always ask here, they're always very good and say, you know, do you want to work over Christmas or do you want to work over New Year? And I think normally the situation is, well, especially here, I think, if you work one, you get the other off. You know, you can't have them both off because, you know, you've got to sort of juggle staffing around and account for all sorts of bits and pieces. But it doesn't bother me. Even my driver this morning, John, he said, you always work Christmas. I said, absolutely. Why would I not? You know, and he said, you don't take holidays. I said, every day's a holiday. Every day's it's just that I'm not lying on a beach on a sun lounger. You know, which, believe you me, is something quite preferable. I think you can only lie on a beach on a sun lounger. You know, provided you've got one of those sort of bodies. You don't want people to feel sympathy for you. You know, if you've got your bucket and spade down by your side, I don't want people to drop money in it as they go past. I want them to be sort of thinking I'm some sort of beached whale or something like that. Steve, auburn, copper, fire red, absolutely gorgeous, combined with green or blue eyes. I love ginger hair, says Sheba. Auburn hair, green eyes, and beautiful bottle green dress combo. See, you're now getting carried away, aren't you? You're now off in the land of the pixies, I can tell. Yeah, you're getting overexcited about all these different colourings. In America, says Kevin, in Luton, I love the way they call it London Luton, the airport there, don't they? And people get off at Luton and they go, are we in London? They go, no, it's a coach trip, I'm afraid. It's quite a long way away. But anyway, and it says, I think in America, says Kevin in Luton, you could be cremated and ashes made into some sort of precious type of... Yes, they can do that. And they can put you in a rocket and send you up as a firework. You can have that done in America, yeah. And in America, they have, if your pet dies, you can have it freeze-dried, which means that after it's died, it's a bit like taxidermy, only this is freeze-dried, and it'll be in its favourite position. So if it was always sitting at your feet, then they can make it so it sits at your feet. I find that fairly creepy. Slightly creepy. I'm not too sure about that, actually. But they do it a lot. But no, you can be made into... jewellery, they can do that. I don't know how much it costs, because I've never died. And, Steve, I think they cremate more than one person at a time. Absolutely, Pat, they do not. Absolutely not. The crematoria are made for individual people. I've seen the sales pitch and everything else. No, the ovens are just designed for one person. You go in the coffin. They don't take you out of the coffin, and then they put you in there. It's all automated. The whole thing. All you've got to do is put somebody in the coffin, on the actual rollers. The oven door's open and then it goes in, the door's shut and a hatch comes down, and then they can see by looking through the window what stage it is, but no, only one in at a time. Marcia says, with all this plastic surgery business, no ashes, just a ball of plastic. Well, what about the only bit that doesn't burn, apparently, when you're cremated is your hips. People who've had or knee implants and things like that. That's the things that they have sort of problems with. But as I say, why worry about it? Not your problem. Not your problem. But no, if you want to know about cremation, you can go to YouTube and it will show you how it works. But, Niall says, I scattered my dad's ashes around a tree in Portugal. Then a stray dog walked up and peed all over him. They don't know, do they, dogs? They don't care. They really don't. Matthew says, that kicking of a hedgehog has made me feel quite upset. I don't know why people would do things like that. I mean, I really can't quite get to grips with that. Mind you, I can't understand why anybody would ever abuse animals anyway, and I've seen so many cases of people who just, I don't know what the punishment would be for them. Mel in Leeds. Leeds, why were we talking about Leeds yet? Oh, it's Student Town. Leeds is Student Town. I went to scatter my partner's ashes over a bridge near where he used to go fishing, and the wind blew them back at me. It looked like somebody had thrown a bag of flour. Just slightly different colour because it's sort of grey, isn't it? But that worries me, actually. Apparently, James Doohan, who played Scotty on the original Star Trek, had his ashes sent into space, says Bruce. Well, he'd have to be. He was on Star Trek. Is that aye, Captain? Is that... I used to like it. I like the original Star Treks. But I'm not really a fan of those sort of programmes. I used to like Space 1999. That was a very good one. Very popular. That was made by, I think, Jerry Anderson who did Thunderbirds. Space. You never seen Space 99? Well, it's back on the television at the moment. They've sort of got something. All sorts of people were in it. There they are. There's the cast. And it was sort of a combination of puppetry and real people. Real people. Tony Anholt was in it. Barbara Bain, one of my favourites. Martin Landau. Prentice Hancock. It was very good. They all had to wear these sort of tight-fitting suits and everything else. For some reason, if you went into space, you all had to look as though you were you'd off the Paris catwalk or something. It was very funny. Very funny. But still, it's back on the television again, and it was a TV series that ran from 75 to 77. 1975 to 1977. And it was good. You can get the box set now, should you be so inclined, If you don't want it, don't get it. It's as simple as that. But, so there you go. Now you know James Doohan, who played Scotty. Aye, Captain. I remember, actually, which one was it where they brought back the captain of the Enterprise? Who was the captain of Star Trek, the Enterprise? The first one, who was Captain Kirk, Captain James T. Kirk. Then they brought him back when they were doing it again. I remember seeing a Star Trek film. Oh, he's Admiral James T. Kirk. How old is he now? He's getting on a bit, isn't he? He's about 90-something, I think. And here we go. He was in The Man Trap, first original series. He's 91. He went to... yes, I remember him going to space. I interviewed him over the telephone. which was very good. So he was born on the 22nd of March. He's 91 years old, and he's got 3 children, and he's brought out albums as well. So he's the best known out of all of them, I suppose, isn't he, really? But they brought him back to pilot the Enterprise. They'd sort of done it all up again, and they'd reassembled the crew for him, and he was then in charge again, and they had it inside a giant aircraft hangar, and he sort of went on board, and it was quite nice. Because I asked that bloke who does space things on the television, I know it seems really ridiculous. I thought it was a fairly interesting question. I think he probably thought I was mad. Because I said to him, when you go into space, how far does it go? In other words, and he said, infinite. He said, it just, I said, but there must be an ending to it. And he said, no, he said, it just keeps going. I said, well, how far can we go? He said, well, technically, in terms, we can't go that far, but you can go out there. So it's constantly getting bigger, and it just keeps going. So I thought it was going to be like, there'd be a sign saying, 2 miles to the end, please park your vehicle here and arrange money for getting a hamburger or something. The restaurant at the end of the universe, which I thought would be very good. But it was a case of how far is it out there? And so that's why people argue that there is something in space. There might be something else out there. I think it's highly unlikely. And Kevin says, do you know if anybody can be buried at sea, or is it just in the films?
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
I don't know, actually. I don't know. I mean, I've seen people being buried at sea. I think in a war situation, I think people... Well, I don't know whether it's... I don't know. You can have your ashes scattered, but there again, you'd have to take them out on the boat, because they can't cremate somebody on the boat. And I don't know. That's an interesting question. We shall find out the answer, because I'd quite like to know. Not that I'd want to be buried at sea. I'm not too sure about whether or not that would be the sort of thing I'd want to go for. And Janet, who's in Bull Creek in Western Australia, says, I'm always behind on the podcast, but I heard you talk about young husbands and older wives yesterday. A friend who interviewed Joan back in the day tells the story that when asked about the age difference, her response was a shrug, and she said, well, if he dies, he dies. That reminds me of another joke, which I can't tell you all this morning. Steve, I've always loved the opening of Space 1999. Fantastic theme music, says Doug. Yeah, I'm trying to explain what it is to the producers, who are about 12 years old today. So they haven't seen anything that I've seen. Apparently, according to Google, anybody can be buried at sea. I think you have to check with people. I think you've got to be in a coffin that's sort of going to take you right down to the bottom. So it's going to have... it'll float. Well, you don't want to be bobbing around on the beautiful briny sea, do you? It'll make you very seasick. I don't like that. There is a place in the world where they leave the bodies out in the open air, and they can be pecked to death by seagulls or whatever it is. There's a place, I think it's either an Indian tradition or something like that, and they leave them out there, and the bodies sort of decompose by themselves. Oh, it's all far too morbid, isn't it? It's a Friday, for goodness sake. We're supposed to be talking about happy things. Like Mr. Johnson saying Rishi is safe in his job. I wouldn't work on that one too much. Mike Tyson battered a drunk fan who wouldn't stop talking to him. Megan Barton Hansen hits out at Instagram, who have shadow banned her. We'll have to find something else, actually. Oh, George Ezra donating this money for tree planting. We should all plant a tree, shouldn't we? I think that'd be quite nice. I like the idea of having lots and lots of trees out there. That would be a very good idea. And this handwritten Hawking letter to be sold for £100,000. Well, that is like a lot of money, but it's very, very rare.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC. This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. To have your company nice. It's Friday, April the 22nd. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC with you until 7 this morning, and then Nick Ferrari will be here. I can't remember, says Sidcup Julie, the space program, which included a family that landed in space. It was called Lost in Space. And it featured a Dr. Zachary Smith, I think, who was a rather fey character. And it had, I think it was Robbie the Robot, which was this giant robot, which obviously had somebody inside it. And it was a very good season. I liked it, actually. It had all sorts of people in it. And it was a family. I think there was mum and dad, and I think there were kids as well. But it was this robot. Warning, warning, used to go this giant robot. And it was, they were supposed to set off on a 5-year mission, but Dr. Zachary Smith managed to get him trapped aboard the spaceship, and he was a right pain in the rear end. It really is. But loads of people did the music for it. Angela Cartwright, I think, was in it. Now, Angela Cartwright, if memory serves, was in The Sound of Music. I'm pretty certain. Yes, she was. She was Brigitte in The Sound of Music. Amazing how I interviewed all the kids once from The Sound of Music. It was such a thrill, because they're sort of people that you've sort of grown up with. But it was interesting. There you go. I mean, you look at all the different films that were, and what everybody was in. Charmian Carr, Christopher Plummer, he didn't like The Sound of Music at all. He didn't like, and I think his voice was dubbed when he sang. Somebody else sang for him. And Nicholas Hammond was in it. Peggy Wood played the Mother Abbess. And if you climb every mountain... It was all very powerful stuff. Brigitte, Louisa, Liesel, and Julie Andrews, of course, was just fab. It's very good. As I say, it's a sort of film you can watch again and again. That's the sign of a good film, I think, nowadays, where you can sort of watch it and it doesn't matter because you keep discovering different things in it. Different things. And I always remember that when poor old Julie Andrews was doing the opening sequence for The Sound of Music, where she sort of runs up the hill and then she goes into the hills are alive, and they had a little pond and a little river. Well, the farmer who owned the field kept digging holes in the rubber, and so by the time they came to film, it was completely bone dry. So that sort that one out. And also the other problem she had, as she ran up the hill, the helicopter that was filming her, the power of the blades used to flatten her to the ground, so they had to do it. They had terrible weather, and they were all due to come back. They'd said, basically, we can't record anymore. There's nothing. The weather is atrocious, and they wanted to show Austria in its finest. And then finally, I think on the last day, all of a sudden the sun broke through and they went, now, get it, run up the hill, run. And so that's when they got the opening shots. Apparently, Ashley says there's a company that mix your ashes with concrete and use the ashes and concrete to make coral and fish reefs. Oh, I'm not sure I want that. Not sure. Bruce says James O'Brien likes Sir Patrick Stewart's Captain Picard, the best of all the Star Trek captains. Oh, right. And another one that says Forces TV shows Space 1999 for time to time. Forces TV are wonderful. They keep unearthing TV programs and sitcoms from ages ago. Quantum Mechanics and Fiction with Douglas Adams' fact-stroke-fiction hilariously true series. Thank you for the referee, says Jeffrey. And this is an interesting story because I'd not followed this one at all. This is Harry Maguire. He's the Red Devils skipper. He told pals last night he'd not be forced out of Man United after a cowardly fan made a bomb threat against him and his family. I mean, there's 2 pages on this in the papers today. The sick threat was issued on Wednesday, hours after United were beaten 4-0 by arch-rivals Liverpool at Anfield on Tuesday night. Specialist police officers quickly arrived at his property and made a thorough search. No device was found, but they returned with sniffer dogs. And they think the threat has been made by a United fan. They will find this person. I promise you, they will find them. They'll have made a mistake, and they will find... You can't make bomb threats. I mean, the police have been there and swept his house twice, but he said he won't be forced out. This person, anyway, he lives in Wilmslow, in Cheshire, which is where all the posh people live. And, well, they think they're all posh people. They live there. But anyway, if you make a threat against somebody and it's something like that, they're going to find you, whoever you are. Seriously. And they're going to send you to prison, with a bit of luck. Supermodel Kate Moss is too old and boring. Who says that? Her own daughter. Her own daughter says that. A few people around here. Lila opened up about life with her famous mother and admitted she's taken advantage of her enviable wardrobe collection. I suppose, you know, if your mum just sort of models for a living, it's a pretty boring, tedious thing to do, isn't it, really? And here's Mike Tyson battering a fellow passenger, annoying him on a US flight. The bloke kept talking in his ear. Tyson snapped when he continued and threw several punches that left the lad's head bloodied. A voice on a phone footage says, "My boy just got beat up by Mike Tyson." Well, you know, you're on an aeroplane. What do you do? What do you do? I mean, I don't know. Spy drones have located a tank graveyard 10 miles inside Russia, further underlining the scale of Vladimir Putin's battlefield losses. He's lost the plot completely, hasn't he? He really has now. I mean, it's going nowhere. Absolutely nowhere at all, apart from people losing their lives. And at the end of the day, you know, when he's charged with war crimes, which he undoubtedly will be. And Steve, lost in space was Richard Harris's father, says Danny, who's in a place called Kirkintilloch. I don't know where it is, but it sounds fab, doesn't it? I'm assuming the Highlands. I'm only guessing. Steve says, Kim, I love your Mother Abbess tremolo impression. She did do that. It was very, very much like that. Just climb every mountain. And they had her sort of silhouetted. It was all very lovely stuff. Ali Ross today says a very mixed bag on the opening weekend of Britain's Got Talent, where random acts included a man dressed as a crow, Dunoon's answer to Tony Hadley, and an illusionist called the Phantom, who attempted to short-circuit the series by becoming invisible. Yes, not looking so promising, is it? But he does say... what was the bit that he said, actually? He was talking about some particular celebrity, and I can't remember what it was, actually. Bombshell statement of the week, Channel 4's orgy show, Open House, the great sex experiment. Liam, Stacey lost her virginity to a chicken korma. I was watching Naked Attraction. I mean, I only watch it for research purposes, I want you to understand. And I did keep thinking that anything that Mary Whitehouse was talking about has actually come true. I mean, at what level have we sunk to where there are people appearing on television, taking all their clothes off and standing there so that somebody can look at their bits? I mean, it's like gynecology classes. It really is. It's just, God knows what. I mean, do parents let their kids watch these things? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think my parents would have allowed it on our television. Tipping point, unexpected morons in the bagging area. Ben Shepherd. Courtney, Kim and Chloe, the daughters of TV personality Kris Jenner, all have first names beginning with which letter? Andrew. Cockney. I know, you can't understand the dumbness of some of the people. The Chase is Bradley Walsh. What animal's tail is used to make a traditional British soup? Josh. Cats? Seriously? Ben Shepherd. Which novel by Raven Leilani won the 2021 Dylan Thomas Prize? Catherine. Charles Dickens. Ben Shepherd. What was the first name of the HMS Victory commander, Lord Nelson? Julia. Admiral? I mean, it's almost as daft as, you know, Hitler's first name. Heil. You know, I mean, you just can't believe. How do these people get on television programmes? Do they go through some test? And somebody says, listen, can we just try and prove to everybody how stupid you really are? Because some of these people, they just can't get it at all, and yet they manage to get on there, and you think to yourself that perhaps they bluff it. Perhaps they bluff these things. I can't think of any other word for doing it. Simon Cowell on why he's downsizing his work life. Well, I mean, come on. He's he wants to spend more time with Eric. He's 62. And he's shunning what he calls his unhealthy addiction to work. I don't think there's ever an unhealthy addiction to work. Homes Under the Hammer's Martin Roberts has told he was rushed to hospital with hours to live after experiencing chest pains. He revealed he needed emergency surgery to drain a massive amount of fluid, which was stopping his heart working. He tweeted a video from his hospital. He said, had they not got rid of it, then it's quite serious, like hours to live kind of stuff. So here I am, still around, thank goodness, thanks. The guardian angels, lots of other complicated things that have happened as a result, but we will work through them. So there you go. They just can't wait to tell the press, can they? I'm just gone into hospital, and this is what it is, and thank God for the angels. I'm assuming he means nurses, only guessing. What was the other one? Legoland. Oh, and a quantity surveyor. Blimey. You don't normally get stories about quantity surveyors because they're not the most attractive people, are they? This one was fired whilst off work with morning sickness, has now won a payout. Rachel Richardson had missed a client meeting for a pregnancy scan before 9 days off ill. She was said to have a strained relationship with colleagues at a nuclear engineering firm where she worked for 8 months. Bosses claimed they let her go because she'd not met her objectives, but a tribunal ruled the firm failed to show her dismissal was not due to her pregnancy. So she was only there for 8 months and she gets £185,000. £185,000. See, that's what people do nowadays. They've been doing this in America for ages. We've only just started doing things like that. And what's this one here? Wayne the Trolley Dolly. Wayne the Trolley Dolly. Oh, he's had a picture taken. Oh, with Ian Dale. Did you pay for that? Was that a paid picture? Look at that, looking very smart, Wayne. Very smart. I'm liking the suit. Watch looks quite nice as well. He said, wanted to send you a picture of the other night at Ian Dale's night at the Hippodrome. It was so good to chat with Corey about the original Groovy Gang days. Looking forward to the next live event too. Yes, I spoke to Corey yesterday, actually. I spoke to him yesterday. And because we keep in touch, actually, which is something nice, isn't it? Because we're all sort of chums in this business. Kevin says, one of your listeners phoned in and said there's a company that mixes your ashes with concrete. He said, I think they were called the Crays. Yes, something to do with, even if you hadn't been cremated, the Crays were more than happy to brick you up. But sadly, both dead now, aren't they, really? Steve says, have you seen Interstellar with Matthew McConaughey? No, I've never even heard of it. Is it a space thing? Is it? Oh, right, okay. So don't get the impression that I'm into space things. I'm not really. I'm not, I watched a few of them, but really haven't sort of bothered with them. Here's the milkman, David Herring, filmed at night on a security cam, booting the creature he thought was a rat. Although, to be honest with you, rats move fairly quickly. Hedgehogs move very, very slowly. Animal lover Ellen and her husband Trevor were horrified when they saw the film at their home in Long Melford in Suffolk. So she complained to the dairy, which is H. Byam and Son, and gave a statement to the RSPCA. Herring was actually charged with animal cruelty, which he admitted, and he was fined just under £3,000. He was told to pay £300 in costs. H. Byam and Sons Limited, the place who employs him, refused to comment. Can't imagine why. I wonder why that would be. 5:15. Let's get the LBC travel, shall we? This morning for you with Joanne Webb.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Nice to have your company. I'm going to check out that Matthew McConaughey film, which Steve has recommended. But as I say, I'm not normally into films like that. At the moment, I'm going through sort of weepy time and Christmas stuff and bits and pieces. What else we got? What else we got in the paper? Jane Torville, she took part in DNA Journey. And we like Jane. In fact, we like both of them, actually. I don't like the programme. I've had enough of them. They axed it because they couldn't find any celebrities, and they haven't actually changed. When Ant Middleton left SAS Who Dares Wins, he claimed the show had gone soft. So you might not want to watch this weekend's episode, which features one of the most brutal moments in the Channel 4 series history. They've got this Rudy Reyes, who was an actor. And to be honest with you, it's a bit weak. It is a bit weak, and I'm not particularly interested in some of the people who are on it at all. The Only Way is Essex will be getting a tropical twist for the next series. It'll be filmed in the Dominican Republic. The lucky cast will be flown out at the start of June for the programme's first overseas trip in more than 2 years, and no expense has been spared. Probably on the amount of makeup they use, I should imagine. It is the most over-made-up show I've ever seen in my entire life. A source said it's coming back with a bang. It's always been there with a bang. That's the trouble with it. They still seem to survive at the end. It's the most flash trip they've ever done. Well, none of them will have known what the Dominican Republic is. You could ask anybody in Tawi. I'm sorry, we're going to the Dominican Republic. Not a clue. They won't know. They don't know these sort of things. But as I say, you can't really improve on it because all it is now people arguing, and it's become a bit tedious. They should have axed most of the original cast. In fact, if not all of the original cast. They're too old now. To see poor old Chloe Sims or whatever. I mean, what is she, 90 now? 93? Whatever it is, they're way too old for it. They should be doing something different. She should have made something of herself. My star sign today says you can talk calmly and quietly about big issues instead of hiding them, and this takes you deeper into the passion zone. It so does. Isn't that unbelievable? It says here, you know when you are loved, you are the perfect partner. Well, whatever. I quite like that idea. Steve, I've woken up, says Claire. A little bit late, Claire, but there you go. How long can we get a letter from you or your parents? Heard you talking about Lost in Space. There's a great Netflix remake of it with Toby Stevens playing the father, John Robinson. Wow. And Janet from Bull Creek again. Heard on yesterday's podcast, so I looked up Adam Lambert. There's a very good YouTube of him with James Corden on the Late Night Live. James Corden was saying he should have been the front man for Queen, so they had a singing competition. Queen was there too with the backup. It was good fun, and James Corden's got a good voice. He has. But you should look up Adam Lambert singing with Cher in the audience. They're doing an AIDS benefit in the States, and he comes on and does I can't remember what the blooming song is. It's not Do You Believe... It might be Do You Believe in Love at First Sight? And he sings it so perfectly, it reduces Cher to tears. Because and she stands up and claps and the audience go wild. An amazing voice. Absolutely amazing voice. So you should check that one out as well, Janet. And then we shall be happy. And it was very good. I can't remember. It was in America. Have you found it? It's Adam Lambert singing. I don't know what this benefit is for. I think it's an AIDS benefit. I'm pretty certain. Steve, a few weeks ago, you mentioned a TV programme about a family-run business that has classic car auction called Bangers and Cash. So I thought I'd take a look. It's fantastic. Oh, it is. It's very good. Some of the cars I'd totally forgotten about, although the man who bought his wife a Christmas present of a Morris Marina was a little strange, says Kevin. There's another one in America with a bloke who's obviously very rich and he's got a big bushy moustache and he buys cars and then they take them round to these are sort of, cars that could be 200,000, 400,000, 800,000 pounds, and he remakes them and gets them, and he's very interesting. And he's obviously known by all the dealers over in America, and I can't remember what that one's called, but he's very good. But he's got this big bushy moustache. Looks a little bit like Dick Swarbridge, but very good. It was Believe. Oh, yeah. Do you believe in love? But he sings it slow. Because Cher did the speed of, do you believe in love and for night? I believe it when you can. And it's very good, but she loves it. She absolutely loves it. Mind you, a bit difficult to tell with her, actually, really, whether or not she loved something or not, because the face has been rearranged in so many different ways. And another one here. And buzzing for the weekend. I like the idea of buzzing for the weekend. Just hope it does. Actually, I don't mind if it rains. I've decided I couldn't really care less. If it rains, it rains. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Because I don't know. But it's deciding what to have to eat. I don't know what to have to eat. I get sort of interested, sort of notions, and I thought, I'll have that. And then I think, no, I don't want that really. So.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas. And fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
I didn't try the Costa bacon roll, no, because I had... What did I have? Because they've still closed this bus stop outside Twickenham Station, so whatever I get to eat at Twickenham... So I didn't yesterday. I stupidly got the bus from Richmond, full of little oiks. School children, I believe they call them. And, they're all over there. Nobody wearing masks. There was one girl, she was basically in my face. I'm sort of wedged up into the corner. I'm holding my bag and all the rest. I've got my mask on, my sunglasses, because I'm a celebrity. And she was there sort of... and I remember looking at her thinking, why don't you get out of my space? You know when somebody's right basically in it, and school children are so noisy. So it's a shame they aren't concentrating more at school, but, give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm sure they'll all achieve something. But the buses are packed with these people, and they're sort of hanging from the rafters, and they've got their school bags, and they've got all their other bits and pieces. Then they're on their phone, and then they see a school friend. Maria, come up here. And I'm thinking, oh, God, just let me get off the bus. Anything for a quiet life. So I don't know, because they've closed the bus stop outside Twickenham Station, and I don't know quite why they've done it. But it's very inconvenient for anybody who's disabled, because you've got to walk all the way down the hill to Waitrose before you can get the bus. Obviously, nobody's thought about that, which is not so good, is it? What else we got here? We've got Macron of France sparring with an amateur boxer. He would lose, of course. And the HRT betrayal forces women to buy on the black market. I've heard of this before, actually. I've heard of it. Plus, the annual Spring Garden Show at Loseley Park in Guildford. Are they the people who make ice cream? Loseley Park. I'm sure it's where they make ice cream. Pretty certain. But first time since it was forced to close by the pandemic. So, you know, we're seeing good news there. Zahawi says, smacking, my wife does it to our girl. I'm not going to get into the smacking debate because, you know, it sort of incites people. They're all going, oh, I don't know, we shouldn't be smacking, it's abuse, it's this and all the rest of it. I think, you know, whatever people choose to do, that's your business. You know, the moment you start discussing on it, if you don't want to smack somebody, don't smack them. If you do want to smack somebody, that's your business. But just remember, if they're of an age where, you know, they might be showing bruises and they go to school and somebody's going to ask what's going on there, you could find yourself in court. It's moved that far. Jamie Vardy and his wife Rebecca. I can't stand Rebecca Vardy. I've got no idea why I can't stand it. It's that smug face of sort of, you know, oh, look at me, I'm a wag and all this. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't even care. I'm not remotely bothered in this Wagatha court case. You know, as far as I'm concerned, they both need to grow up and get over themselves. It just drives me mad. You know, these people seem to think that there's somebody special. It's like anybody on a reality show. And you go, so who are you? I'm on a reality show. Well, what's your name? Well, you know who I am. I don't know who you are. I'm Arj. Oh, God, are you really? How boring. How terribly tedious. Buyers struggling for homes for sale, falling by a third. They have said, haven't they, that the bottom's going to drop out of the market in the homes thing. You know what'll happen? All the people who've got loads of money are just going to buy loads of property very cheaply all of a sudden. And then when, of course, it goes up in price, they're going to capitalise on it. You know, so you kind of lose on all of these things. Another one here, which is the Home Office anger over racist Rwanda plan. I'm not sure how this one's going to work at all. I don't see it working. Even if you look at it logically, it's just not going to work at all, I don't think. What was this other one? Small is deadly in scorpions. There was a girl on the television the other day and she was talking about, oh, I'd love a spider. Oh, no, she hates spiders. She was in hospital. It's one of these A&E programs. And she said, I don't like spiders. And the nurse, paediatric nurse, said, well, I don't like spiders either. She said, but I wouldn't mind a pet scorpion. And you think, what, you don't want a spider and yet you'll have a pet scorpion? And she went, oh, just a little one. You think, they're just as deadly. They're just as deadly. I mean, I wouldn't put anything like that on my hand. And yet you see people, to conquer their fear, they say, you know, just put it on your hand. No. Why don't you just pop this snake around your neck? No. I'm sorry, we can't do anything like that. Far too dangerous. Hottest places to buy in the UK. And what is it tonight on the lottery? 103 million or something? Sorry, is what? 107, is it? Whatever it is, it's a lot of money. That would change your life, wouldn't it? Just think how many lollipops you could buy, Elliot. You could buy a lot of lollipops for 107 million. And it's the War of the Wazzocks. Front page of the Daily Star. This is Big Baby Farage accuses Piers of betraying Trump. Big Baby Piers accuses Farage of chat stitch-up. And Big Baby Trump accuses Piers of fake news. I can't do the impression. Nick Abbott does a very good impression of Donald Trump. Adrian Chiles has installed an urinal in his flat and reckons it's one of the best things he's ever done. He's recreated the pub loo look by having the trough fitted below a stained glass window. Who would ever have an urinal fitted? He says, I'm a great enthusiast for urinals in the home. How bizarre. It's not normal, is it, really? Kerry Katona is hoping to have more surgery. Well, go and do it, dear, but stop droning on about it. Nobody cares. Because she's admitted big boobs have ruined her life. Really? That's what you're blaming it on, big boobs. In which case, I've got a great excuse for you won't have heard before. And she says, as you all know, no, we don't all know, dear. You just assume people all know. And I want these things out. I want to join the itty-bitty titty club. I mean, seriously, I don't know. What is the matter with these people? They become addicted, don't they? It's an addiction. And then they have to tell you all about it. There was a Sainsbury's in Woodford Green, Steve, Broadway in the 70s, where I remember the cheese being cut by hand and wrapped in paper. Well, it was. They used to put paper underneath it. They put the cheese on, they turned the handle and it sliced it, and then they folded it over and they weighed it and it told you how much it costs. It's all plastic now. You know, you have to sort of unzip it, then they say you can redo it up again. It's all very confusing. I had some smoked salmon this morning before I came out to work, and you've got to, it's very nice, but you have to peel the plastic back. So I just get a pair of scissors and just cut it off because it's beginning to get on my nerves. But I do like it, actually. I'm convincing myself it's good for me. But I don't know how much is good for you. And I must have a banana today. I've not had a banana for ages. I like a banana. But they've got to be semi-green. They've got to be hard. I'm not having anything squidgy. Not anything, you know, when you peel back and you think, no, I'm not, sorry, that is not going in my mouth. I'm going to get the green ones, which are a little bit harder. Look at that time, honestly, 5:30 already. Let's get the news headlines with Simon Conway.
This is LBC.
Experience. It comes in handy when planning to go on an all-inclusive cruise. It's knowing that all-inclusive can mean too inclusive. Having to get your wallet out every 10 minutes. Included. Endless queues. Included. Being crammed into a dining room. Included. Well, here's an alternative all-inclusive experience on a Saga boutique cruise. Specialty dining included. Gratuities included. Your own balcony included. Dining en masse definitely not included.
2023 season now on sale. Search Saga Boutique Cruises. Saga. Experience is everything. Over 50s only.
From Gold Bank London, the safe and sound way to buy gold. Part 2. Not all gold is the same.
Every gold bar or coin is unique. So it takes a gold expert to help you have faith in what you're buying. At Gold Bank, we have the knowledge and know-how to make your gold buying experience a rewarding one.
Gold Bank London, kept safe
for your future
and sound
with solid guidance.
Visit goldbank.co.uk.
Good evening, late-night revellers. This is the last bus home. Calling is still ringing and tired dancing feet via warm fries or a cheeky cheeseburger. Our final destination, as always, is home. Plenty of McDonald's restaurants are open late tonight. See mcdonalds.com for opening times.
Put a smile on someone's face with Zing Flowers. A little gesture that makes a big difference. Zingflowers.com. Amazing every time.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Do you know, honestly, some of the stories you read in the paper, I'm not sure whether people sit round in a huddle in the pub and then go, oh, let's run with that story. Nobody will take any notice of it. And this one is Michael Jackson. He's been accused now of hating the animals he kept in his Neverland Zoo. I mean, it's the most ridiculous story. The King of Pop boasted he loved his tigers, elephants and chimps, such as Bubbles, as much as he loved children. But in a new TV documentary, they claim that Jacko ignored vet bills at the California ranch while squandering millions on shopping sprees. Carol Davis, the former director of the U.S. Companion Animal Protection Society, blasts his treatment of the creatures on Searching for Michael Jackson's Zoo. She said it's wrong to own exotic wild pets. They don't belong in Oh, she's one of those people. She's one of those people. She doesn't... It's not the case if he doesn't love his pets. It's because they don't belong in cages or in captivity. But then London Zoo here in London has a very good animal breeding programme so that we don't lose animals. And many of the animals that they've got in, and in most... I admit that there are people who mistreat animals in zoos and in parks and things like that. But I think Michael Jackson was so much a child, I think he liked them for their aesthetic value. I don't think, as Carol Davis, former director, of course it's got to be a former director, hasn't it? She said it's wrong to own exotic wild pets. Well, there are millions. Go to Dubai, you'll see people driving cars with cheetahs on the back seat. Seriously, this becomes a status symbol. People want to have these things. Go to Las Vegas and tell me how many animal acts there are over there. Siegfried and Roy were famous for their animal acts. In Texas, there are more tigers. Yeah, more tigers than all the wild of the world. More in Texas because people want to own them. How many times who was that tiger bloke? I can't remember what his name was. Tiger King, that one. And I remember looking at them, and then there are places that breed them for hunting in South Africa, surprisingly. So maybe we shouldn't send I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here or Big Brother over. They do. They breed them on these parks so that people can go out there, stupid people, and shoot them. And it drives me mad. Steve, you just said, do you know who I am? Says Ashley. It reminded me of Ronnie Pickering. Who are you? Ronnie Pickering. Who's Ronnie Pickering? I am. What a buffoon. What a buffoon. It was so funny. Yesterday, Ashley says I bought a watering can from Screwfix. 15 quid. Ugh. I was looking at a watering can the other day because I've lost the rose that goes on the top of it. So I thought I'll buy myself another watering can. And the cheapest I found was $9.99. So your £15 one, Ashley, is a bit too expensive for me. I can only afford $9.99. I've already got 2 watering cans, but it's the rose I want. And you can't buy the roses separate. Well, not as far as I know. If you can buy them separately, perhaps I shall order one, I think. Shane says, I took your advice. I've just come back from Woolworths. I bought salmon. I'll have that particular. It's so good for you. Sliced salmon. Sliced salmon. Oh, you can. Look, Wilko, medium plastic rose for watering can. Ah. It's the size, though, isn't it? What size is it? You see, I don't know what size my attachment is going to be on it. Oh, you can get they're all over the place. There's another one, £3.49. I might have to go to Wilko. And there's a Wilko, I think, in Hounslow. I could go there today. That's an adventure for me, isn't it? I love getting out and doing these trips. £1. That's a bargain. That is a bargain, £1. Because that's what I need, and then I can transfer it from watering can to watering can. Because I'm going to put some of the little plants in. And I think that's going to make me feel a little bit better about everything. I just want to see them start growing. I want to give them a good start in life. You know, they've got a good parent. And I shall look after it properly. But I do not believe that Michael Jackson hated his pets. I don't think this woman, Carol Davis, has got any indication that he pet. She's probably never even been there. Never even been there. So, I don't believe things like that. It's just somebody capitalising on somebody's death from years ago. Everybody knew about the animals he kept. He certainly wasn't short of money, and he didn't waste millions. He bought what he wanted. But you'll find wild animals everywhere. Snakes. You find, as I say, Vegas was overrun with animal acts. You know, you'll find the great universal European circuses, they've all got animal acts. Martin Lacey breeds his own tigers and lions and everything else. And, it's one of the best animal acts, if you could say, I like animal acts, that, is around. And they love him. At one point, he sticks his head in the lion's mouth. Frightens the life out of me. That car show was Chasing Classic Cars, says Alfie. Can you just put that up for me and show me Chasing Classic Cars, just so I'll know if it's the bloke. It is. It's this bloke. There he is. This is a guy called Wayne Carini, I think. He's really entertaining, but he obviously loves his cars, and he'll take these things in, and they go round the world. Some of the auctioneers on some of these big American things, they're British. They're from the Great Antiques Hunt and all the rest of it. I've seen them on there. And these cars, sometimes they go over £1 million because he restores them. Sometimes he changes the colour of them, but they're as perfect as they're going to get. And he goes to all these car shows. America is mad for them. We get bangers and cash. Not quite in the same league, but it's still a great programme because you look at it and you think these people are passionate. And I know it's set up north, and I know it's it's very easy down south to go, oh, it's up north and all this kind of stuff. But I think it's brilliant. I love the family. I love the show. It was like Return to the Chateau with Dick and Angel. And, that's just captivating. Absolutely captivating. And the kids, as I said the other day, they're growing up now. They're almost unrecognisable. They just they get to an age and they start shooting up. And somebody said, it's spoiling them because they're living in a multi-million-pound chateau. They paid less than £250,000 for this chateau. He's done all the work himself with a little bit of help from other people. They've done everything. They had pigeons all over the place. They've got rid of it. They've replaced the windows. It's now a much sought-after wedding venue. And it's all due to their hard work. All due to their hard work. So the kids aren't spoilt at all. They know exactly what's going on because they've always lived there. It's like Harry, miserable little so-and-so. He's the one who just didn't appreciate everything. Born into a life of, don't have to do very much. Just pop a uniform on, love. Did you have to iron it? No, of course. Somebody else does it for you. Steve, I'm so glad I listened to you last year regarding hanging baskets and Tomorite. Producer loves it when I mention Tomorite. He's so excited. He's thinking of getting some himself. As the price of my local garden centre has gone up dramatically, I'm not sure it's available on Amazon. I'm paying for 1.5 litres, about £3 something. So I've ordered 6 bottles of it. It does vary. So there's one here. This is get it May the 5th, £4.95, or another one. Get it tomorrow for £11.99. It's roughly the same stuff, 1.3 litres. But they do offer deals on it. And the reason I like it is because it's got a lot of potassium in it. And potassium makes things bigger. And so what you have to do is you just fill up your watering can, go a good dollop of Tomerite in it. In fact, I pour it in as I'm turning the tap on the water butt to fill it up. And then it mixes it all for you and just water. And I promise you, you will be amazed at the growth. Amazed. It's very good. I mean, there are other brands on the market, and I've tried all of them over the years. I've tried the, Miracle Grow. The only one I haven't tried is Richard Jackson's, but that's probably on my shopping list, I should imagine, because he has one called Plant Power. And again, people send in pictures where everything, a small basket goes to, whoa, socking great big basket. And it's well worth it, because what you want, you're looking for size and coverage. And once you've got that, happiness all round. I think it's as simple as that. Here we go. What have we got here? When the going gets tough, celebs go. The lack of public loos. They don't. I've not seen public loos out for ages. You just don't find them now, because what you expect to do, and ours were closed down. Cool, ages and ages ago. I think we had about 3 within the Twickenham area, and they closed them down because obviously somebody's got to be out there. It's a full-time job. Opening them up, closing them down and all the rest of it. And then, after you've closed them down at, say, 4:30, 5 o'clock, where are people supposed to go to a loo? Side of a wall. That's what people do nowadays. Especially in the early hours of the morning. You don't find people wandering around the high street going, wonder where the toilet is. Because there aren't any. There aren't any. So you always get people who sort of, will wee up the side of walls. It is an offence, punishable by a fine. Because it's just it's just wrong, but people do it. In fact, they've had to put up a sign on one of our shops here. Would you mind not urinating here? Young people are in this shop. It's that bad. It's terrible. Mind you, on one of our Thai massage parlours, they've had to put a notice on the door saying it's not one of those massage parlours. Try anything like that, we'll call the police. So, you have to go elsewhere for that sort of thing. I think people see massage. A friend of mine used to do, his flatmate used to do massage, sports massage. And people thought it was some, little sort of thing. And he had to keep, when people phoned up, he said, you do know that this is a sports massage. It's for people who've got, sore tendons and all the rest of it. And they went, oh, right, okay, thank you, bye. Put the phone down. You think, goodness sake, honestly, it's getting worse. Because I was going to open up the Steve Allen massage parlour. And I thought to myself, I could sort of dress in a kimono or something like that, make myself look fairly exotic. And I thought maybe not, actually. I've got better things to do. Like going. So now I know I can go to Wilko and get that head that goes on the top of the watering cans. That's changed my life today. That'll be very, very good. An ice cream firm is looking to scoop up any workers with half a brain. Apparently, staff shortages have forced Pembrokeshire Ice Cream Company in Tenby to load a tongue-in-cheek Facebook advert. The boss, Herbie, says 2 hands are preferred and the will to turn up as we're so short. P.S. Take the job, we beg. I'd love to be an ice cream man, wouldn't you? Take the van out, park up, going, yeah, flake, chocolate sauce, crushed nuts, yeah, all right, all those sort of things. I'd love it. Yes. Really? What? Oh, he gives. Do you know there is money to be made in ice creams? There really is. I mean, if you had one and it was down in London and you had a licence, there's lots of illegal ones, of course, you can make a small fortune selling ice cream, because on a hot day, what do people want? Ice cream. Ice cream. And they do want the thing that looks like a seashell. You open it up and you squirt the ice cream inside of it. And all sorts of lollies, cherry lollies. But, I mean, do you know how much they're charging for a cherry ice lolly? £2.50 by the museums. Because I said to a friend of mine, we were out the other day, and I said, oh, I'd love a nice lolly. He said, they're £2.50. He said, you're not having a nice lolly. I said, I've got £2.50. He said, you're not having it. So I didn't have it. Went home in a very bad mood. £2.50, though, for a cherry ice lolly. It must cost like tuppence to make. It's only a stick, going into a bit of frozen water with some colouring in it. But as I say, that's how much money you can make. And as for the actual squeezy stuff that comes out of the machine, you just buy a box of it, pour it into the machine, and it churns it up, and it looks like I could get the hang of that. We did it on the cruise ship. You could do your own frozen yoghurt, and that was really popular. The kids used to love doing it because you pushed a button and then turned the ice thing around inside it. Very nice. 5:45. Let's get you to work quickly and safely. The LBC Travels with Joanne Webb.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Typical, isn't it? The paper's full today of nearly 1 in 10 of us saying that the monthly outgoings are at least £500 higher than a year ago. Amazing, isn't it? People who are retired have typically seen their living costs increase by an average of £163 a month. 1 in 7 are struggling to pay for heating, while 10% are finding it difficult to buy food. It's unbelievable, isn't it? And they've said it's going to get worse. I wish I could offer you a crumb of comfort. I mean, I've got the heating off because I've discovered I can actually cope because my place is really warm. It doesn't get cold, and and if you do get cold, you climb into bed, and you pull the duvet over yourself, and you're warm as toast. Warm as toast, never bothers me. Gary says, do you remember Freddie Barrett Faith Davis? Yes, I do remember him, actually. No, you won't remember him around here. They don't remember things like that at all. But, yes, on Amazon America, Tomerite is sold as vermiculite. Yeah. I tried to order something from Amazon America once because I discovered it, and they wouldn't send it to here. And yet they seem to send it from everywhere else in the blooming world. I can't understand why. You know, Vietnam, and different sort of places. And I have ordered stuff from America, not through Amazon, but on other things as well, because this shopping by post is addictive. It's absolutely addictive. You sit there at the computer and you go, I mean, I do it on the train going home, and I go on to Amazon and I think, I'll look for something. So I find something, and then it goes, people who bought this also bought this. So before you know where you are, you've ordered it, because it's just the click of a switch. That's all you have to do. You just sort of touch the thing, and I bought it. And they go, arrives today or arrives tomorrow or something like that. I mean, I've ordered some new face masks, but I didn't want I'm using one at the moment, which is, the blue ones that they use. I wanted a material, a linen one, because I find them a bit more comfortable. And I bought a pack of those, and I think I've got 10 for 15 quid or something, but they're all washable. And so I bought those, and then I bought something. And before I know where I am, and it said to me, in fact, my phone tells me, or perhaps it's the banking app, how much I spent on Amazon the previous month. That's depressing. Last month you spent £320 on Amazon. You think, did I? On what? I spend less than that on food. I'm going out there looking at food now, but it's definitely all going up. Definitely going up. Steve, if your watering can rose is too big for your can, put tape on the watering can, and if the rose is too tight, run the rose under hot water to soften the end of it, says Paul. I've done that before. And so you can and I also put a bit of glue around it, because I'm not going to be taking it off and interchanging it. I just want to have a watering can that sort of, as opposed to dumping tons of water on there, sort of sprays it out like the roses do, which are very good. But I do recommend a water butt. I've got a big one, which I cut a down pipe off the building, cut it halfway up, and the water flows off because otherwise you're wasting all this water. When it rains, coming off I can fill the water butt in one downpour, and then I've got the water to last. And I've got one of those expanding hoses as well. It goes from sort of 6 inches up to about 1,500 feet or something. But they're actually very good. Fat Cat Nestle executives, used to be Nestles, now it's Nestle, are giving 2 fingers to snack fans. They're threatening to increase the price of Kit Kats yet again. The chocolate giant, worth $140 billion, is blaming the soaring cost of ingredients and transport for raising the break time snack by more than 10%. I like all the 10%, more expensive. But they do lots of different ones. They do an orange Kit Kat. They do a white chocolate Kit Kat. I've had Christmas pudding Kit Kat, peppermint Kit Kat. They do loads of them. So last year, Nestle's products and profits surged nearly 40%. Thanks to the partial sale. Do you know that Nestle, makes chocolate bars? They had a 40% stake in L'Oreal. It's unbelievable. All these different companies are all interlinked. People buy all sorts of things nowadays. And they like pet food. Yeah, it's odd, isn't it? I suppose they just go anywhere where they can do it. Look at that. Kit Kat fruit parfait. Woo! I think this is only available in Japan. They've got Japanese chili powder, sweet bean jelly, red bean soup, soy sauce, brandy and orange. That sounds a bit cool, doesn't it? Brandy and orange. And there's a whole box of them you can get, which has got all the different ones in. The Japanese Kit Kats, it's on eBay, $17.99, gets you about, 12 different flavours. not sure I could cope with things like that. Because I'm not really a chocolate person, but I like the idea of sort of having different flavours on things. Especially, I mean, I quite like the Christmas pudding one they brought out a few years ago. But can you imagine? I mean, if you were addicted to chocolate, it must be a nightmare for you with things going up. Seriously. Here we go. Lovely Heather, my Norwich nurse, says thank you to you, little Julie and her Facebook spikers, for all the lovely birthday wishes. I had a fabulous day. I had the day off, and the sun shone, which made it even better. Got lots of wonderful gifts, including several bottles of Tomarite. Yeah! See, I knew we were having an effect on the market. But in between that and Prosecco, Heather, we're doing all right. I do like my Prosecco. I bought a big gold bottle the other day. Marks and Spencer's do a big gold bottle, which I think is about a litre and a half or something, for 20 quid. And it's nice, but you try pouring that into a cup. The thing, I mean, apart from that, you've got to hang on to the top of it, because when you undo the wire on the top, unless you're clinging onto the top, there's a very good chance you could have a geyser going on in the kitchen or wherever else you do it. Steve, did you see on Insta that your friend Andy Peters had pulled pork, was it bao buns for dinner last night? Have you tried them yet, says Brian? No. And I didn't see on Instagram. I don't have Instagram. But Andy would have been listening to the programme the other day when we were talking about it and thinking, that sounds nice, because he eats healthy. So there's got to be something healthy to them, because if ever you've seen Andy in the flesh, as it were, there's not an ounce of fat on him. He's very super duper fit. So the pulled pork bao bun, he obviously thought, that sounds a bit nice. That sounds a bit nice. We should go and try that. So, but I haven't tried it yet. I will get round to these things. I'm just a bit slow, I'm afraid, in the uptake. Today it's going to be Wilko. And somebody said there was one in Kingston. Where is the one in Kingston? I didn't know there was one in Kingston. I know where the one is in Hounslow, but Wilko in Kingston. Oh, I know where it is. Oh, sorry, I got so excited then. I upset myself. Woo! It's where, if you stand outside it and look to the... Do you know Kingston? No, of course not. And you look up, there's a bar, but above it, it says in big letters about, yo big, Kingston Empire. And that was the famous Kingston Empire, which then they turned it into a bar. And it's not an all-bar one, but it's something like that, like a Wetherspoons type place. But they've left the big sign up saying Kingston Empire. A little bit of a reminder of the good old days, You could go out and get a good bit of family entertainment for sixpence, which is nice. Apparently sunflower oil supplies are days from running out because it comes from the Ukraine. So that's why. Supermarket bosses, Waitrose, Morrison's and Iceland are rationing the cooking staple, much of which is produced in Ukraine, but even that will only be lasting for a few days before the shelves are empty. I saw some people staggering back over the road the other day because all the Chinese takeaways, in fact, all of the Chinese restaurants and all the other restaurants, they all use cooking oil, all of them, and so they're using sunflower oil, and you can't get it. There must be other places it comes. It can't be just Ukraine, can it? There must be other places that supply this. But that's not good. And there's a man in the paper today. You'll love looking at the picture. He's in the Daily Star. He's called Sylvain Helene. And he's 37. He's a tattoo obsessive. His entire body is tattooed. He has been dubbed the world's most terrifying teacher because of his extreme inkings. He's also got his scalp done, his legs, his eyes, his tongue. He's taught in London and Paris. He's been told he can no longer work with kids under 6. Apparently one boy had a nightmare after seeing me, he says. His parents complained to my hierarchy. He is covered in tattoos. Every inch, and I mean every inch, of his body is covered in tattoos. And to be honest with you, I don't think you can have tattoos like this. All over his face, his entire face is covered in tattoos. I don't mind somebody having it on their body, but if you're teaching little children, I don't think that's right. What do I know? What was the other story that I quite like? There's a picture of, Charlie Simpson. He's back with his first solo effort in 6 years, but he hasn't forgotten about Busted, because he was in Busted years ago, and then he sort of dropped out. Do you know that the 20th anniversary is coming up for Busted? And what their first hit single was, That's What I Go to School For, which I thought was great. 20 years. 20 years. Where has the time gone, ladies and gentlemen? And Steve, says Andy Peters, I love a bow bun. So many ways to fill them. Look at that. Thank you, Andy. I knew you'd be out there. I knew you'd be listening. But he does. He's one of these lucky people. I don't think he's ever been fat in his life. I don't think he's ever, which is really annoying, because most of us seem to fluctuate, mainly in the wrong direction. So you have to tell us, Andy, where you get them from? Are you getting them from the supermarkets? Are they frozen? Are they filled? Or do you buy the bun? And I don't know whether or not you toast it and put butter on it. You eat it as it is. So it's like you steam it. Well, just steam. So you've now got to go and buy a steamer. Where'd you get that from? You use a pan and a collet. It's an awful lot of effort for a bow bun, isn't it? Oh, goodness sake, honestly. Couldn't you just sort of cut it in half, stick it in the toaster, and then butter it, and then put some cheese in there or something like that? Or is it not meant for that? Is it only meant for pulled pork? Oh, right. Well, I went to Costco the other day, and what do? They do a platter. And what it is shredded duck, the pancakes, 2 packets of pancakes, the hoisin, and the greenery that goes with it. And it was £9 for all of it. I mean, it would feed, I would think, good 3 people. I made it last just for me. And, I thought, come on, why not? And so in the end, I just dispensed with the pancakes and the hoisin sauce, because the hoisin sauce is very sugary. And I just had the shredded duck. It was quite nice. I might go and get some more today. Or I've got to go to Costa to go and get the bacon roll. I don't know how this is going to fit in between, sort of stressful on the buses with all these blooming kids. I'm not sure I can cope with it. I'm not sure my blood pressure's up to it. Although it wasn't too bad this morning, actually. It's actually gone down, which is very, very nice. Oh, look, news at 6. Back with you in 3.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to Whoopee. It's the weekend. Welcome to Whoopee. It's the weekend. And why not? Let's enjoy the most of it. The papers are full of all the sort of things you can imagine. MPs backing the lies inquiry on the days of humiliation for the Prime Minister. And, of course, he's not here, so, they're still going ahead with everything. Mark says, when I came up to London the other week, Steve, for a show, I went to the Wetherspoons in Leicester Square. So cheap. Large rosé and a lager, £9.50. Yeah, I've got no idea how much that would cost anyway. Is that about right? I don't know. Where is the Wetherspoons here? Have we got one? I mean, we seem to have everything else in Leicester Square. Well, we're here, so that's all that matters, really. By the cinema, is it? Oh, OK. So £9.50 for a large rosé and a lager. Not bad. Kim says a Mivvy or a Fab was my wee fix, Steve. My mum used to make her own ice lollies, courtesy of the Tupperware woman. Yeah, they used to sell a thing, didn't they? It was like a little plastic thing that you sort of put the liquid in and then you stuck a spoon in, which sort of, not a spoon, a lolly stick, and then stuck them in the freezer. And that was quite nice. Laura the Trolley Dolly in Narnia says our heating and electric system played up, forcing us to engage an electrician. We struck gold with a gentleman called John, who not only worked with us honestly and integrity, but he also wears Aventus. Oh, goes without saying. Pure class, like your show. Oh, that's nice. Steve, have you tried the company called the Pished Fish? The Pished Fish. Their smoked salmon is infused, says Mark, who's a Sainsbury's trucker. No, but it sounds quite... I do know about it, actually, because I've encountered the company before. And they do all sorts of things. They've got smoked salmon and something. I like oak smoked salmon. I don't like too strong. There's a strong salmon, but they do one with beetroot, fennel and Pernod. You see, I don't think you should really mess around with fish and start putting Pernod on it. Vodka and blueberries. I mean, it's a nice idea, but I'm afraid I'm a bit... I mean, honey and bourbon. Actually, that might work. Honey and bourbon sounds okay. I've changed my mind now. They also do whiskey and maple. Oh, to hell with it. Let's buy the entire stock. Let's just buy... Because I think you can eat salmon at any time, any smoked salmon. I'd quite like to see the factory of how they make these things. You know, when they say oak smoked, and I've seen them hanging them all up. It's like kippers. You see, I've never eaten kippers in my life, and I've got this image in my mind of them doing it. And they do them in these old sheds and things like that, where they put all these bits of wood in there, which are soaked in whiskey and stuff. They use old beer barrels and whiskey barrels and stuff, and then they burn them, and that infuses into the fish. I do. I feel a bit sorry for salmon, actually, because, I'm kind of sort of, raising the market, I think. Richie says, have you had any problems with Creed Aventus? No, I haven't had any How would you get problems with it? In fact, I only bought two new bottles the other week. Which expandable hose did you buy? I bought the X hose. The X hose, and I've joined two together. They don't last for as long as we think. They, sometimes they do, because they're expanding and contracting all the time. But I just find it easy because I've got to get 150 foot. So I bought two 70s and I bought them on Amazon. Oh, right. Sam bought a hose that was marked down because it was water damaged. I tell you what I've learned, though, unless you use these X hoses where you can get it all into a flower pot, the other ones you use, trying to get them back on the reels is the biggest pain that you've ever had in your life. And, I just want an X one, which was much better. Vicky from near Norwich. Obviously, Vicky not too sure where she lives. She just knows that somewhere over there it's Norwich. And said, I've forgotten, is it Bow Buns? Bao buns are lovely. Tesco do frozen hoisin duck ones, cooked from frozen in the microwave. You put them in a little paper bag so they steam. Easy peasy. Wow. And Steve, Tattoo Man sounds horrendous. Like Elaine Davidson from Edinburgh, who holds the Guinness World Record for most piercings in a lifetime. Oh, you got any piercings, boys? No? Got any piercings? You got a nose piercing. Sam's got a nose piercing. That's the only one you've got. Okay. And Elliot's got any tattoos, Elliot? No? Sam's got tattoos as well now. Here we go. We're going down the avenue of no return, I'm afraid. We've got tattoos and we've got a piercing. Where are the tattoos? On your back. Why do people have tattoos put on their back? Explain this to me. The only time you're ever going to see them is when you look in the mirror. Shouldn't you have them on your chest and then you can look down and see them? Will that not be? Or am I getting the wrong end of the stick here? There's some reason why they're on the back. I haven't got any tattoo. My brother's got a little tiny tattoo. I haven't got any at all. But we don't know anything about Elaine Davidson from Edinburgh, so we're going to get a picture of her up just so we can have a look, because she's got the most piercings. I used to have a friend years ago. I say a friend because I knew him from another business. He was covered in... Oh, my Lord above. Oh, my goodness me. Is that her? You'll have to look for it for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. I couldn't even begin to comment on that. She has got every inch of her pierced. That's a wee bit scary, actually. She's a Brazilian-Scottish former nurse. She's got, she's got 462 piercings, nearly 200 in her face. That's an addiction, isn't it? That is really an addiction. Blimey, that really is an addiction. I've never even heard of that before. But they say she's famous because, you imagine a nurse turning up at your bedside and she looks like that. You certainly couldn't put her in school. But the most piercings in a lifetime. So 192 in her face alone. Is that safe? I don't know how you wash your face or do anything else like that. She's got her tongue, her nose, her ears. In fact, really, most of her face you can't see. You can't see it at all. She's also a clairvoyant and a fortune teller. Yes, if I was a fortune teller, I'd be telling her what I thought. That's amazing, isn't it? That's an awful... Put it away, if you're frightened easily, do not look for stuff like that. People living in Britain over 1,000 years, until Victorian days, were riddled with worms, apparently. Have you heard of tapeworm? I've heard of it, but I wasn't really sure what it was until I saw a picture of one that had been taken out of somebody's body. And I remember thinking, where'd you get these from? I didn't like the sound of that at all. Scientists say intestinal worm eggs found in skeletons at burial sites show parasites plagued Britain, because apparently the condition has been a common problem for people living in Britain. Well, I've never even heard of that before. I didn't know, but now you know. Now you know. And here we go, Charlie Mullins. Used to own Pimlico Plumbers, and he sold it, and so the Daily Star decided to give him a column, and he talks about I couldn't believe the cheek of the publicity-shy chap this week when he told the NBC Today show in America he dropped in to see the Queen to make sure she had the right people around her, Because you remember this one, don't you? Seriously, he says, the bloke who abandoned his family and country for America now wants us to believe that he had his elderly grandmother's best interests at heart. Well, writes Charlie, that doesn't wash with me, and I don't think with many others either. In the same interview, he admitted he expected California to remain his home for the time being, which I'd suggest is a good idea, since I'd wager his latest comments haven't done his public image any favour this side of the Atlantic. Throw in his lawsuit against the government over his police protection in the UK, and the no-show for his grandfather, the Duke of Edinburgh's memorial service last month, it's hard to see him returning home anytime soon. We don't want him. We really don't want him. Fancy not turning up for your grandfather's memorial. I think that is absolutely the most awful thing that could ever happen. I really do. Sir David Attenborough has been named a champion of the Earth. Do you know, I dreamt about him last night. It's an odd one, isn't it? I don't know why I was dreaming about it. Perhaps I'd heard something on the radio or the television and it stuck in my brain, because I think that's how it works. Perhaps it was on the TV, and perhaps I remembered it or something. But anyway, the 95-year-old broadcaster was given the award by the UN's Environment Programme bosses. It's in recognition of the Green Planet legend's commitment to sharing stories about the natural world and climate change. Inga Anderson from the UN says, if we stand a chance of averting climate and biodiversity breakdowns, it's because millions of us fell in love with the planet that he captured on film. So David said, we know what the problems are. All we lack is unified action. Oh, it'll go forever, this. The story will run forever and ever and ever. We won't ever get it sorted out. You know, the people who are doing their sort of biodiversity and gluing themselves to the road and all the rest of it, they're in fact just making it worse. They're not making it any better. Gemma Collins has taken delivery of a lorry load of plants. Well, of course, they'll all be dead, won't they, before the weekend? You can tell she won't know how to plant anything. It's not in her. She's revealed she's revamping the garden of her mansion in Essex with herbs and yummy greens as part of a health kick. She's obviously never been in a supermarket. Must be hilarious. Excited about her new organic lifestyle. She's only planting things. She hasn't got an organic lifestyle. She's keen to lose weight after confessing to eating too many burgers. You see, I told you. You know, you lose the weight, you put it all back on again. It's, you know, admitted eating too many burgers. And you think, seriously, planting a load of old vegetables in your garden, dear, is going to help you? I don't think so. She spent 150 quid on a slender drip. What in God's name is a slender drip? You don't think she's still having these slimming injections where you get an injection? I've never heard of a slender drip and it's 150 quid. It sounds dodgy to me. It sounds like one of these things that you really shouldn't be having. There you go. She gets this. There you go. It's a slender drip to lose weight. What did I tell you? It's got nothing at all. And they say it's designed to help your body break down adipose tissue faster while boosting... Oh, a load of old cobblers, isn't it? I mean, really is rubbish. Don't ever touch these things. They're not meant for you at all. If you're going to lose weight, little and often and a bit of exercise, love, that might help you. She said, this is going to get me from being sluggish to being slender. No, it won't. OK, simple as that. I can tell you that for a fact. Absolutely not a cat in Hades chance. It just won't happen. Anton Deck in all the papers. I'll tell you why. They've got the secret series of I'm a Celebrity. The secret series. The secret series is, how do they manage to stay looking so young all the time when they're heading into their 50s? Yeah, I think they're definitely heading, I'm sure they're heading into their 50s. Whatever it is, they look pretty good on it. But there again, they've always looked like that. How old are they? I'm sure I'm pretty certain, actually. They've given up putting their ages on, but I'm pretty certain they are 46 years old. There you go, heading into the 50s. 46. Amazing, isn't it? Must be something in their genes. I wonder what that could be. Let's get the news headline, shall we? With Simon Conway.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. I seem to have the answer for the bus stop closure outside Twickenham Station, because it's such a pain. If you don't walk very well, you've got to go over the brow of the hill. But they weren't stopping there the other day, strangely enough. Although one, just as I started walking down, they stopped at the bus stop, which said, this bus stop is closed. It's apparently due to a slight carriageway incursion at the start of the bus cage. There's a temporary bus stop just over the brow of the hill going towards Waitrose. That's due to Richmond Council urban realm work, basically to make the area look pretty. Oh, certainly a pain for me, having to walk, which is not so good. Somebody suggested the poor nurse with all the piercings on her face perhaps cleans her face with WD-40. Seems to make perfect sense, doesn't it, really? Stevie, Yeah, maybe the nurse with the piercings washing her face with WD-40. Paul says, my wife's last wish was for Ashes to be launched in firework rockets. So it's all planned for this October, 3 years after her death. It's on her 60th birthday date and 5 days before her death, been delayed due to the pandemic as I planned a small display for the fireworks and timed it in with chosen music. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I do like firework displays done to music because they're really, really nice. And so that's quite good, Paul, who's in Sudbury in Suffolk. I love fireworks, but of course you've got to be so careful nowadays because people have got animals and animals don't like fireworks and all that kind of stuff, which is, it makes it a bit more difficult. But you can still buy them. I've still got some rockets that I bought last year. Yeah, I gave a load to my godson because they've got loads of places down there. But even they've got to be careful because they've got horses. They've got about 4 horses in the paddock. And, you know, you don't want to spook horses, do you, with fireworks going off all over the place? Goodness sake. So, the new I'm a Celebrity series, set to be filmed in South Africa. Apparently, I'm told it's likely to be Kruger National Park. Another possibility is the northern Limpopo province, which I always think sounded quite funny. I just never thought it actually existed, the Limpopo province, which is where the Russian show is set. Oh, there's a Russian version of I'm a Celebrity. Oh, well. ITV's executive, Dame Carolyn McCall, has made it clear the show will not be in Wales. Thank God for that. What's the point of having something when you put it in Wales? It wasn't even that exciting there. She said the show is meant to be in Australia. But it will be either shown in November if plans for filming the live series in Australia fall through. The only problem is finding celebrities. They really have run out ages and ages. Listen, if Britain's Got Talent is having to find people who've been winners on other countries' talent shows, what's the point? What is the point? The whole idea is it's supposed to be something new, but we all know how it's put together. I understand that. I wouldn't. Absolutely not. Oh, no, not for all the tea in China. I'm a celeb. No, thank you very much indeed. Oh, no. The very idea of somebody said, all right, you've got to eat that. No, I'm sorry, you're all going to starve because I'm not eating any of this. The idea of lying there and they pour, oh, no, definitely not. I can't imagine how desperate you'd have to be to do so. Very, very, very desperate to do so. They're going to lie and they're going to pour snakes all over you. No, can you imagine? Some of the snakes don't know the form. And they decide they're going to sort of, strangle you or bite you or something. Oh, my goodness me, no. I'd probably have an allergic reaction immediately. So they're trying to work out a way to stage I'm a Celeb without a live audience voting for Bush Tucker trials. Yeah, because all you've got to do is find a celebrity you don't like and you just vote for them all the time. And that's what makes it entertaining. But some people who I don't want to eat some of the things that they serve up. I can't think. I just think it's awful. And also, some of them only get about 15,000 quid, which I know, you go, oh, 15,000 quid's good, Steve. But when you think what they've had to go through, the humiliation, and then even worse, to be booted off, the public decide that you're not even interesting enough. I wouldn't do the Bush Tucker trials. I wouldn't. No amount of money. They could offer $1 million, and I wouldn't do it. I'm seriously. A, I'm not that desperate, and B, I wouldn't. Oh no. Some of the disgusting thing, they lift the platters off and they go, and this is a bull's willy or something. And you think, I'm not eating it. I don't care what you say. And then they go, you've got to dive into this pool, recover a star. No, I'd be fumbling around in the dark. If something touched me, I would be screaming the place down. There's no chance of that ever happening. So rest assured, we're not going to be embarrassing ourselves. I mean, I'd want to see Ant and Dec doing it. I want to see them being held down and forced to eat bull's willies and things like that. And they think they could pre-record it and then try and keep it secret. Well, they won't keep it secret. The reason they won't is they'll want publicity for it, so they'll leak little bits out. That's how it works. The first outing shown drew an audience of 8.4, but last year it shrank by 3 million. The final attracted 7.1 million viewers, 5 million fewer than the previous year. So it's hemorrhaging audience. And they've got nothing interesting to offer us on television programmes. It's either quizzes, which are, all over the place. And to be honest with you, all you do is they both sit there and then you've got Gogglebox. Or you've got some of the most weird families you've ever seen before, who the language is atrocious for some of them. It really is very bad. I would never have sworn in front of my parents. Never. And they've got other people there swearing. And I don't know who's the most popular one. I think it's that old lady and the gay guy in the caravan. they seem to be the most popular ones because they just seem to laugh at things, and she comes up with something. She was a landlady in a pub, and he was just a customer. And then a few weeks ago, he met his boyfriend, who he's been with for God knows how long. And who else do we like? I can't remember who else we liked, actually. Oh, we quite like the elderly couple in the house. I can't remember what they're called. What they're called? It's not Giles. Giles and Mary. Giles and Mary. I quite like them, actually, although she's quite rude to him sometimes. I've told you, Giles, don't say that. She's a little bit prim and but they've been together for donkey's years. Then you've got the brother and sister. Yes. Barry Chuckle's grandkids, isn't it, or something like that? They're a bit bizarre because he's actually now a father. He has a daughter, I think, or something. How he found out. What these people do for livings, I don't know, because they don't get paid very much for doing it. And then they do the celebrity version, and that's a bit tedious, isn't it? Where you look at people thinking you wouldn't be working otherwise, would you? And Jackie says, after recovering from a slipped disc, I know just how important it is with walking distances, especially between bus and train stops. Oh, it absolutely is. My heart dropped when I saw the sign over the bus stop going, bus stop, out of commission. I thought, oh, Godfathers. So that's why I got the bus from Richmond, and that was an even worse journey. Every time he pulls in, they ram these kids onto these buses. I was practically pushed into the corner. If been a fire, God help you all. Very bad. Very, very bad. What else we got? Her Majesty celebrating, and Prince will go to the ball. She's 96. We just love Her Majesty. We just love her. And then she was laughing. When she was 86, she was laughing with Charles, when he said, Your Majesty, Mummy. And we all went, oh, it's so cute. Because I don't think she's ever been called Mummy before. But they've got lots of people who are going to be delivering a glittering tribute, including, for some peculiar reason, Tom Cruise. I wonder why. Has he got some link to the royal family? Dame Helen Mirren, yes, I can understand that, but the event will take place in front of a live audience of 4,000, with royals attending each night, but not Her Majesty. I don't think she's up for anything like that at all. What else do we have? Education Secretary, I've just mentioned that one, Nadeem Zahawi, coming up against a ban on parents smacking their kids, called it nannying. The top Tory said his strong view is that we've got to trust parents on this. Well, you can't. You can't trust parents. Are you mad? Have you seen reports in the newspapers? You can't trust parents. I mean, there's some people. I was watching a programme on YouTube the other day. No, it was this morning. And it was a woman at one of the airports in Spain, and she'd been waiting in the wrong queue. So she thought she had a right to go to the front of another queue, which was where she should have been. And a couple said, no, you need to go to this queue here. And she kicked off big time. You've language like you've never heard. And then when the woman came over who was working on the desk, she said, listen, we will not have language like this. Moderate your language. And then she then tried to turn it around and pretend it was the other couple who seemed perfectly respectable queuing at the front of the desk. She was a foul-mouthed old bag. I'd have had her off the plane immediately. I'd have gone, and tell you what, you're not flying with us, okay? Go fly with somebody else. They did it in another, strange enough, it was another Spanish airport. And this particular guy was kicking off, and he was affecting everybody in the queue. And so the woman who was looking after the desk came over and said, can you come over here and so we can have a little chat? He went, no, I don't want to talk to you. What do I want to talk to you for? I just want to get on the plane, get out of this country. Oh, no, he was leaving from here. That's right, to go on holiday. And in the end, she said, listen, I want you to come over here and just have a little chat with me. Okay, he said, I'm not doing it. So she called the police, and the police said, so to the lady, what do you want to do? And she said, he's not flying. So he then kicks off, and the police escort him out of the airport. And I thought, you're even more stupid than you looked. You argue with people as you're about to get on an aeroplane. You could endanger people's lives. Why would they let you on the plane? So they didn't. I was cheering. I was cheering in front of my computer. Woo, 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 woo. I'm very excited about the whole thing. What else we got? How did anything ever get built before the transistor radio was invented? Do you remember transistor radios? You could get I've got an LBC radio. Yeah, LBC brought out a promotional little tiny radio, little tiny thing with the LBC logo on it. Really good. And I've got that. They've also released, the police have, pictures of Amir Khan's stolen watch. Like you'll be seeing that ever again. The producer said, oh, perhaps somebody will pawn it. I said, they won't pawn it. These things have got numbers. You take a £72,000 watch into somewhere and they go, I'd like to pawn it. And they go, it's a £72,000 watch. And by the way, the number in it is on a wanted list because these things appear on these sort of things. But Detective Constable Ben Grick of the Met says it's a one-off, custom-made design and will be easily recognised if it's offered. They won't offer it for sale. They'll be wearing the blooming thing. Why would you offer it for sale? Ridiculous. 6:30. The news headlines on LBC with Simon Conway.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Friday, April the 22nd, and hopefully a weekend to enjoy. Chris Tarrant's got a new book out. It's called It's Not a Proper Job, which actually kind of sums up anybody who works in radio, because when you say to somebody, you know, they say, oh, what do you do for a living? And you say, I work on the radio. And it seems such a lame answer to give somebody. And they go, oh, right. What's your name? And you go, Steve Allen. And they go, never heard of you. You sort of kind of give up. But it's right. It isn't a proper job. You couldn't ever describe this as a 9-to-5 job. I mean, for the newsroom, it would be completely different. But if you're a presenter, you feel a bit guilty telling people how many hours a day you work, and they sort of go, oh, so what time's your show? And you go 4. Oh, right, till 7. What, PM? No, 7 a.m. 7 a.m. They said, oh, what, just 3 hours? And you go, yeah, but it's fairly intense. You don't have to, you don't just wander in. I mean, there is some preparation. I know it doesn't sound like it, but I mean, there is some preparation. But Chris, strangely enough, the one thing he doesn't talk about in his book is his ex-wife. He doesn't mention her at all in the book, but he does talk about rolling about in custard with Sheena Easton. As I suppose you would do. They'd be asking, I mean, heavens above, if we all told the truth about our jobs, I mean, honestly, the police would be down here in about 5 minutes, I should imagine. And Annie Lennox. And he thought to himself at the time, he said, I get paid for this. Because you can't believe to roll around in custard with Sheena Easton. She was over here when she did, they brought her back to do 42nd Street, of course, one of my favourite shows, and I loved it. And she came in, and she was quite charming. Because she won a show years ago, Sheena Easton. I think it was called something like The Big Show. And I know there was an Esther Ransom link into it. And she won it. And that's all I can remember. Big breaking news last Saturday, though, as Simon Cowell revealed his favourite song of all time is Never Enough. This is Britain's Got Talent. And a singer on there who's already working professionally as a singer. She's singing the song from is it called The Best Showman or The Biggest Showman? Greatest Showman. And all these people. I mean, Anton Deck was still acting like the nation is Britain Got Talent crazy, because that's what they pay them for. Never Enough is the song she sings. And Simon sort of failed to understand that. Also, the British kids like the Scooter Boys. I mean, these are all sort of acts. I mean, can't they find anybody? It must be very difficult. I mean, you're not going to find somebody who's only just been given some balls and they've learned how to juggle, because you don't get that. So you've got somebody who, I mean, I've got circus DVDs where you've got kids of 15, 16 who can juggle like 10 balls, which I think is, phenomenal. I can't do 3. I used to try with these Satsumas, and you'd spend most of your time picking them up off the floor again because it was just hopeless. And then somebody bought me my own set of balls. And I became very excited about the whole thing. And again, I was still equally, because you have to do it outside. You can't do it inside because you're going to break something. And there's obviously no more talent left in Britain. Like the X Factor. We've seen all the singers. They've been on everything. They won all the prizes. And I don't think he's got Psycho records anymore. And at one time, Simon, especially at Christmas, Simon used to dominate the charts. You could see all these groups in there and solo singers, and they would bring out their albums, and they'd be very happy about it. They'd sell a few thousand copies of the album. That'd be it. And we've not heard from Susan Boyle for ages. What's your name, love? Susan Boyle. And that was it. And then she was sort of, in the world of Pixies for most of the time. She's got a small fortune. She lives in the same council house, and she's had it extended. But, I mean, when they were pushing her about, they took her to America, they took her all over the place. And then all of a sudden she's obviously thinking, maybe I don't want to sing. And so she doesn't do it. She just does it, I think, privately now. I think she goes to church and does whatever she wants to do. Because I think it must be quite exhausting if you're doing that, But to find these people, Amanda Holden was the only decent bit of the programme because she's wearing these revealing outfits. You can't beat a bit of Amanda's older hello. That's what people like, isn't it? Because people complained. First time the poor soul put these outfits on people go, this is disgusting. And you think, wait a minute, you haven't complained about Naked Attraction and they've got nothing on. And especially when you see them at the end of Naked Attraction, they sort of walk off after they've been rejected, and then they turn round, and then they spin round, and then they're wearing their day clothes. Have you ever seen such a badly dressed lot of people? I mean, if their best thing is they're, going to take clothes off, I don't think so. It's not my sort of programme. I mean, I watch it, but purely in the interests of journalism. I don't watch it for any other reason. The largest blue diamond. I can now tell you how many carats it is. It's 15.10 carats, cut from a rough stone, discovered in the Cullinan mine last year. It was bought by De Beers for 30 million. Can you imagine the person who finds it? Can you imagine you find this beautiful diamond? It goes on sale at Sotheby's Hong Kong on Wednesday. Blue diamonds are among the rarest of the coloured gems. Their hue is usually caused by the presence of the rare element boron. Tobias Cormint, managing director of the online jeweller 77 Diamonds, says it's an object of extraordinary rarity. Cullinan is the source of the largest rough diamond, found in 1905. The crown jewels have 2 gems. Apparently, when they actually split the stone, the bloke doing it passed out, because it was it's like you can't afford to make a mistake when you're cutting a diamond, and he did it. But this one looks beautiful. Listen, if they say it's going to fetch 36 million, it could go to 50 million. If 2 people battle it out and they want it, it's very rare, it's very beautiful. But, I mean, you can't wear it anywhere. Where do you wear it? I mean, I couldn't come into work with a diamond like that on my finger. They'd be chopping your fingers off outside. I think we could lend it to Amir Khan and his wife, because they're very good at losing things, aren't they? Oh, look, I'm just wearing this beautiful $36 million ring. Having told people he thought his watch was worth 100,000. I'm taken by growing fruit. I keep seeing these apple trees. We used to call them years ago ballerina. Now they call them column fruit trees. And they do apple, cherry and pear. And they £7.48 each. They say pick plumptious fruit all year round. And I'm thinking, it looks lovely, but is this a doctored picture? I don't believe that it'll just grow this well. Because I like the idea of picking... I mean, the only thing I can grow decently are tomatoes. I told you the other day, they are the easiest things to grow. If you go to the garden centre, you can get... Sorry? Tomatoes, growing tomatoes. I don't... Green fingers. I've been trying to get the colour off for ages. I don't know what it is. It's horrible. Probably mildew or something like that, or moss. But no, you can grow tomatoes so easily. They really... Get a grow bag and a little frame. Just put string up against the wall. They'll grow up it, and you will have bountiful crops of luscious... And you just pop out in the morning, just pop another one in your mouth, and enjoy it. And they do all sorts of tomatoes now. Anything else, I think, is pushing it a little bit. Or if you need more advice, ask Gemma Collins. She'll be an expert by the end of this week, I should imagine. She'll be telling everybody how you can grow just about everything. More stories in the papers about Britons. Do you know we're getting more headaches? Getting more headaches. Now, I'm lucky. I don't get headaches. I might give people headaches, but I don't get headaches myself. It's odd, isn't it, really? That some people go, oh, I get dreadful. What's the really bad headaches that people get? Migraines. So I've never had anything like that. Ever. Even when I've had a few drinks, and on the odd occasion I have had a few drinks, and I've still never suffered from headaches. And I've seen people, work away, oh, my head, I'm never going to drink again. You think, yeah, you will. Of course you will. That's how bad we are. We're very much like that, aren't we? Really. But no, I don't get that at all. I get no headaches at all. But we're getting them as a nation. Presumably, people have got a lot more to worry about. And I'm presuming that must lead to a headache. But I do always carry some sort of paracetamol or something like that, just in case. Just in case. Other stories which are doing the rounds, apart from the inconvenient truth about Harry and the Queen, I think he just makes up stories. I think he's always lived in a fantasy land. But, of course, when he's only telling the Americans, they'll buy any old rubbish. Let's face it, they bought into Paul Burrell. They might as well buy anything else. Boris Johnson warns that Partygate investigations cannot go on and on and on. Well, they might have to. They might have to find out the answers. And also, few of us bothered to make an effort with our appearance when working from home. So, in other words, people stopped washing their hair. People stopped, basically tidying up. They're going, who cares? Listen, I'm at home. It's not like being in the office, is it? But it's really embarrassing, apparently. Last year, women around the world were wearing makeup on average 28% less than in 2019. Isn't that amazing? Obviously not all the ones I bump into. Everybody seems to be wearing loads and loads of makeup. In fact, especially in places like Towie, where they seem to have only just heard of the Boots counter, where they just shove as much on as you could possibly see. And women facing a cost of living squeeze are being offered budget bras and knickers. This is in Marks and Spencer's. Britain's biggest underwear retailer will sell items at lower prices under its in-house boutique range. You imagine you go to the counter and you bought something and they go, oh, the boutique range, the cheap range. You know, it's like if ever I see something, you know, in a supermarket and it's got, you know, discounted price, I avoid it like the plague. Because I don't want to buy anything like that. I don't want people to think I can't afford to eat. And also budget underwear. Budget underwear, that has got to be the worst thing ever. You go there and you could see the shop assistant looking, going, poor soul, the boutique range. You know, it just says it all, doesn't it, really? It's like, what was the other one that they did in a supermarket? The essentials range. And they sort of cut out a lot of packaging and stuff like that. The new line will start at £5 for a pair of knickers. I love that. We've been paying £5 for a pair of pants for ages. Ages. £14 for a bra and versus £8 and £18 for the main boutique collection. Because women's underwear is far more decorative than men's. Men's is just a bit sort of functional. Just keep it in one place. So much easier. Let's get the news headline, shall we? On LBC this morning, Simon Conway.
Steve Allen on LBC.
The more you read about this underwear story, the more bizarre it becomes, because apparently I didn't realise that Marks and Spencer were the biggest sellers of underwear. And apparently the best seller to date has been the tattoo-embellished balcony bra. They've sold 16,000, and the Joy Lace full cup achieved 15,000. So they're obviously very successful, but the boys were telling me that they're into bamboo underwear. You see, that's what I'm working with. Bamboo. And have you ever heard of such a thing in your entire life? I said, no, I've heard of bamboo pillars. And they went, no, they're not really bamboo. Yes, I quite understand that. That would just be ridiculous. You know, you'd look ridiculous as you walk towards somebody wearing bamboo underwear. So what it is, they strip it down and then they weave a material. Apparently it's very soft and it's very lovely. Not for me. Not for me at all. But can you imagine telling people bamboo underwear? They must think you're mad. I bet it's so expensive. I bet it's really expensive. It's not as cheap, is it? Oh, right. Well, I'm not wearing it. I don't care. I shall continue wearing my M&S ones, which is quite nice. When to eat yoghurts. Apparently half of yoghurt pot, this is what I couldn't understand, half of yoghurt pots are thrown away unopened in 7 out of 10 cases because they were not used in time. 42,000 tonnes of the snack, worth about £100 million, are currently thrown out. The Co-op's Nick Corbould said the acidity of yoghurt acts as a natural defence. So you have to use so you sniff a yoghurt, so you open it. I would have thought, actually, the fact that the product had expanded. I've had smoothies before now. If you don't keep them in the fridge and all the rest of it, and they go, all of a sudden the thing can explode. Because it's the different cultures. So pots will have a best before date, with shoppers encouraged to use the sniff test. But that works for everything. Fish, meat, all sorts of things now. But yoghurts, I can't imagine why we would throw away 42,000 tonnes of yoghurts every year. How do they know this? How do they know? Steve, all my life... Oh, wait a minute, just lost my mouse. I've had very fine hair, says Steve. Got COVID in February and my hair has gone very thick. Everybody says, I like your hair. Have you had a perm? No. COVID, I say. I look like Bart Simpson. That's very odd. I'm not saying that's a great look, but, you know. Steve, I love that Al McCogan record, Pocket Transistor. Very quirky, says Mark in Bletchley. I'm listening to Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass at the moment. I went out in the car specifically yesterday to play my CD, and today I'm going to go out and I'm going to play the Carpenters. Because I'm just like that. I can do whatever I want. I've just bought a boiling water tap. Oh, we've got them here. We have them here, Jeremy, in all our kitchens. And I think that on the television they're selling one called Cooker or something. And what it is, they come and install it, and you pay 99 quid, but it's £500 for the installation, and it comes with gas bottles. And you can either have ice cold water, filtered, fizzy water, and boiling hot water. So you don't need to. I mean, kettles are becoming obsolete. Top gadget in our kitchen. No more waiting for a noisy kettle. I know, I've got a hot water machine. which you fill up with water and then you just push the button, it delivers boiling hot water, so you don't have to wait for the kettle to boil. It does it instantly. And that's always been a bit of a gossip, because who wants to stand there in the kitchen, like twiddling your thumbs, waiting for the kettle to boil? But I've seen these we've got them in every single kitchen in this building, and we've got about, I forget how many kitchens we've got, actually. 16 kitchens, I think, something like that. And they've all got these taps, which is brilliant. So in the middle of summer, you can have ice-cold water, which is filtered, and then you can get the hot water, so you can have an instant cup of tea. Otherwise, we'd never see any of our APs. They disappear for ages. Summer holiday fears, BA axing hundreds more flights. And this is not so good. I don't think they've got the staff. I really don't think they've got the staff. Routes affected, including London to Berlin, Dublin, Geneva, Paris, Stockholm, Athens and Prague. The flagship carrier axed another 200-plus flights over yesterday, and on Wednesday, affecting an estimated 20,000 passengers. It's not good, is it, really? The future of BA boss Sean Doyle was thrown into doubt yesterday after the airline's owners talked about sacking him because of a string of blunders. But it's this shortage of staff that they've got, isn't it? When they're offering, I think, £1,000 to people to defect from other airlines so they could get their own airlines up, in which case that would then affect the other airlines. Not so great. The Rwanda protest staff are told stop moaning and get on with the job. I don't see how that's going to work at all. I really don't. Santander slammed the door on customers at 3 p.m. From July the 18th. July the 18th? Almost all the bank's 450 high street branches will shut their doors at 3 p.m. during the week. 90 minutes. Why? Is that because they've got so much work to do? Saturday opening hours will also be cut. 316 branches will move to half a day. They've got... I always thought, the trouble is nobody uses banks anymore, do they? That's the problem. That's why so many of these branches are closing. I told you we've lost the Royal Bank of Scotland in Richmond. We've just lost the NatWest in Twickenham. That'll be closing very, very shortly. And everybody uses apps. I can do everything on my app. Unless you're borrowing money or something like that, you don't need to worry about it, do you? How many people go into a branch and do something? I've seen a couple of people in the NatWest in Twickenham going in there because they're elderly and they don't understand how to transfer money, and the lady explains it very, very patiently. But the majority of people don't really care about that. They just sit at home and do it. Your money goes in, you transfer it into different accounts, and then you spend it. If you want money, if you want cash, the only reason for going into the bank is if you want more cash than your daily allowance. So everybody's got an allowance on their card. It's either 200 quid or 400 quid. If you want £1,000, you've got to go into the branch and then do it. But there are branches around. It's just that they seem to be getting few and far between, I'm afraid. Not the best. Steve, tell your boys to look out for the actual materials in bamboo, socks, etc. Lots claim to be bamboo, but contain plastic. Well, I don't think we can really ask them to remove their pants and just check at this. Oh, well, if you must, you must. I don't know. I've got no idea. I only just know there's pillows. There you go. And Anne-Marie says, I've got a bamboo quilt cover. Very soft. Yeah, the boys were saying they're very soft in the pant department. Very soft. Where'd you buy them from? I've never even seen these things on sale. They're online? Oh, right. And they really are bamboo, are they? Oh, right. Because I saw them the other day. There was a bloke on the television called How Do They Do That? And he was making paper in Japan, but specialist paper. You pay a fortune, and it's made out of bamboo. He strips the bamboo. Oh, there we go. So this is 95% viscous from bamboo, 5% elastane, whatever that is. And how much are they? $14.99 for 2 pairs. Very expensive. Very expensive, but I suppose it's because we're worth it. That's why we wear them. And it sounds nice, but it's not tempting me, I'm afraid. I don't care what they're wearing. Catherine says, Steve, I put our kettle on the Arga. Love the whistling sound. I bought a whistling kettle for my godchildren's parents. I ordered it on Amazon and it got delivered because they're in the middle of nowhere. And they've got an Arga. And they've got another cooker as well. And they put the whistling kettle on there because I love the sound of a whistling kettle. I love it. So brings back, says Catherine, happy childhood memories. And Barry says, I'm sat in my bamboo pants driving my van to Bristol. Do you get the feeling we've started a trend? Clive Jones also wears bamboo. Yeah, but he's probably wearing proper bamboo, I should imagine. I've just got this feeling. I think we've taken this conversation in a completely different direction to the one I thought we were going to go at the end of the programme. Imagine, the last thing we remembered Steve Allen saying was, who's got bamboo pants? You know, I mean, it's not the kind of thing you hear all the time, is it, really? I hope not, anyway. A popular Russian TV game show host has slammed the war in Ukraine. This is Alexander Gurevich, who posted a comment to his fans declaring this war must be stopped. Stop. For me, it's impossible. Oh, God, probably the last we'll ever hear of him. You don't do things like that. And you know, David Hamilton says with just 2 of our top 40 hits sung by groups, he mourns because he said how today's one-man bands killed the rock group. They don't have rock groups in the charts anymore. Just 2 of the top 40 hits are sung by groups. The rest are single people. That's obviously the way forward. Perhaps groups don't sort of get around too much. I forgot to mention birthdays. One is Lewis Smith and the other is Carol Drinkwater, the actress. So happy birthday to them. Morning, welcome to Monday, welcome to April the 25th, welcome to It's Another Day Nearer Christmas. Isn't that good? Honestly, don't turn your nose up. Don't turn your nose up. Listen, I promise you, by the time we get to December, you're going to be longing for Christmas. It's going to be such a miserable part of the year. The bills are going to go through the roof, and we're going to be going, can we have some good news, Steve? Can we have something that makes us feel a little bit better about life? I can't even offer you a crumb of comfort on the weather. It's going to be as cold as Sweden. And, you know, Sweden, don't get me wrong, I love Sweden, Norway and all those sort of places. But when it gets cold there, by God, does it get blooming cold. You know, we don't know about it. This morning, no, when was it I went out? Saturday, I just had a shirt on. It wasn't until I got outside I thought, freezing cold. But I planted my little plants out and they survive. Luckily, I'm not that fussed about it. If they don't survive, and most of them will, then I just take them out and replace them with something that is there. So apart from that, what have we got for you on this morning's little programme? Well, just about everything that is going on. The French elections. Heinz salad cream and HP sauce are getting the royal makeover, presumably for the Queen's Jubilee. Perhaps they'll sort of rebrand it as something else. I do like salad cream. You could put it with so many things. Salad cream and crisps in a sandwich is very popular, with students because they haven't got any money. And pensioners, they say, will face the cost of living year from hell. It's not going to be promising, is it? I mean, I can't see any way out of this. That's why, as I say, when we get to Christmas or we get to December, we're going to be going, oh, we're determined to have a good time. Determined. Because they say 52% of households will be unable to pay their bills in 2 months. I mean, that to me is a staggering figure. What was the other one? Oh, Britain's Got Talent. Amanda Holden says she was holding back the tears. I watched it for the first time ever. And apart from the fact there was some ridiculous man breaking coconuts for a world record, how that was Britain's Got Talent, I've got no idea. Just seemed a dreadful waste of coconuts. And he was looking to do 125, he did 60. And it just seemed a totally pointless part of the show. You know, people who are doing the Guinness Book of Records should not be on Britain's Got Talent. I mean, what are they going to do? Stick him on the Royal Variety Performance? He's going to break... And he was doing it with one hand. He could break a coconut with one hand, which I thought was quite something. What a dreadful waste. All the interior, all the, you know, the coconut water, that goes all over the place. And he only did 60. Failure. Total failure. It was an old man of 60-something. And they had the person on from the Guinness World of Records. And I remember thinking, it's a little bit sort of... This isn't Britain's Got Talent. They had some lovely kids on. Who did something, who broke everybody's hearts because they were so pleased to be there. I don't know who they were. I just came on halfway through and everybody was standing up and clapping them and all the rest of it. And they were so overawed with the response that they got. I thought that was the best bit of bloody television I'd seen in ages. It was so nice to see kids who probably wouldn't normally get the opportunity to do something like that. And they had their little dance routine and little bits and pieces, and that was very good. And they had to... All in all, actually, I thought the show was good. I thought it was good. Apart from the man smashing the coconuts, I wasn't particularly bothered about that. I just thought that was an unnecessary, you know, subterfuge to sort of take you away from the fact they didn't have enough acts to go on it. But the rest of it I thought was good. Amanda looked fantastic. And Alicia looked great. And David looked good. And Simon just looked as though he hadn't bothered having a shave again. You feel like taking him to one side and go, listen, you've had the Botox. Now make yourself look attractive. You know, he could wear some really nice clothes. He just chooses not to. I suppose it's what you're most comfortable. The producer's the same. He wears stuff. It's not necessarily fashionable. You know, it probably was when he first bought it years and years ago. But I mean, nowadays it's not really fashionable. But he's one of those people who doesn't bother about fashion. He likes to get by on his personality. So here we are at stalemate, as you can well imagine. Doesn't matter. A pain in the grass. The insurance plan for mowers. You know, the mowers you sit on, they were thinking of putting those on household insurance and motor insurance. I mean, what? Anyway, it appears to have been defeated. Sharon Osbourne can't understand why Ozzy used to cheat on her with ugly women. And he didn't understand why, and he had to apologise to her, because I thought their marriage was rock solid. I thought their marriage was absolutely rock solid, and it turns out that it wasn't, because Ozzy was cheating left, right and centre. And then the women came out and started telling the stories and all the rest of it. And that's why she said, you know, why are all these ugly women, you know, going with him? And you think, because he's Ozzy Osbourne. If you're famous, you attract all sorts of people. You know, some are good looking, not many, and some of them are sort of deeply, deeply unattractive. But that's, you know, that's what it is. I mean, you've heard of groupies, surely. Every rock band and every group in existence must have had groupies at some time. In fact, some of them became famous as people who would sleep with anybody. And in America, I mean, there was a list of people, and they go, oh, that's so-and-so, she's following this group and all the rest of it. The groupies wrote books about how many rock stars they bedded. It wasn't difficult. If you're a rock star who's off their face on whatever it is, you're not really that particularly bothered. You come off stage, you're high as a kite, and you just go for it. But these groupies became very, very, very famous. From the early days of the Rolling Stones and all these other groups before them, they were attracting groupies, and they were people who basically were available. They used to get invited to all the parties. You know, they would sometimes be able to get you drugs and stuff like that. And believe it or not, I mean, it seems ridiculous nowadays, that I don't think there'd be anybody out of the 60s, more the 60s and the 50s, who was doing drugs. It was the way that people got through. It was, I mean, I can remember, God blimey, all sorts of people. And you think to yourself, why do you want to go down that route? I never understood it. Mainly because I didn't really sort of get into the drug thing at all until I discovered doctors, and then you could just get it on prescription, put it in your little Dosset boxes, and that was it. But no, people were doing all sorts of things. And when a friend of mine went to a nightclub once, he said I was the only person not on ecstasy. He said all the rest of them, he said, off with the fairies, love everybody, you're beautiful, you're really great, I really like you, I really love you, hello, I want to be your friend, and all that kind of stuff. He said it was really quite unnerving. Quite unnerving. So that's it. But no, if you want, you can read about the groupies. You'll probably find books on Amazon for sale. Groupies who have sold their stories over the years because they became as famous as the groups, which is very interesting. Sarah, I'll just call her Sarah. She pulled back the skin on the banana. She sort of peeled it down. And what does she find? 2 bananas. 99p in Tesco. Now, I'm not saying that when you pull the skin back, you're always going to get 2 bananas, but she did, and 2 fully formed bananas. I mean, what are the chances? Apparently about 50 million to 1, and only 99p. So she basically got an extra banana for free. That's like, you know, when you crack open an egg and you get sort of double yolks and stuff like that, or, you know, something, and you say, wow, look at this I've got here. Oh, looks like a man-eating spider. And that sort of emerged from all these things. And I'm but 2 bananas. And it's got a picture of her holding it with the skin pulled back, and the 2 bananas quite visible. Quite visible. I thought that's something to tell your children, isn't it? The day we bought bananas from Tesco's. Only 99p. It's very reasonable, actually. But I'll tell you what, I've got addicted to at the moment. Totally addicted. Asparagus. Not just any asparagus. Most of it comes from Peru. But at the moment, and for a very short season, British asparagus. Now, believe you me, you can taste the difference between British asparagus and Peruvian asparagus. And at the moment, it's a very short season. I'm not sure if you can smell the difference. I can't, but I can certainly taste it. And what I did the other day, I had some asparagus, two bunches of asparagus. I cut them up and just put them in a boiling hot pan full of nothing, just and just put them on there until they were finished. Then I drizzled is such a good word. I drizzled some Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise over there and had that for my breakfast on Saturday morning. Blooming delicious. I thought I was a bit of a gourmet. Bit of a gourmet chef. But no, get the British asparagus. Limited season. Short season. People were phoning up when I was in Paul Cooper's shop the other day. A lady phoned up. Bacon-wrapped asparagus. Oh, God, no, that totally defeats the object of eating asparagus. No, you should eat just normal. Makes it much easier. I mean, any of this other stuff, that's a bit sad. And there you go. My friend Ian says there was that lady who slept with loads of rock stars and she made plaster casts of their bits. And she died the other week. Yeah, I mean, Pete, they're famous in America. I think more so than in this country. More so in America because there's more big groups touring in America. You know. Bill says, come to Southall, you'll get 5 bananas for £1. Oh, listen, if I was in Southall, I'd be expecting a bit more than 5 bananas for £1. I reckon you could probably get at least 10. Steve, I don't think they should do, says James, dangerous water stunts. I felt a bit uncomfortable. I can't say anything about it. This was a man who did the Houdini water torture. It's been around for ages. They either do it in a tank or they do it in a milk churn where he gets out of it and he can hold his breath for a certain amount of time. And to heighten the tension, what they do is they say he can hold his breath for 2 minutes. And so they put him in there. He's in upside down and he's got what's he got? A paper clip to undo the locks on his wrist, and then he's got to turn himself round and then get back out of the thing. Of course, he does it in about 2.5 minutes. So it heightens the ecstasy. What they used to do years ago was they used to put a curtain around it in case it all went wrong to heighten the effect. But it was can't say anything about it because it's Houdini. You know, and that's what he did, his water torture. And in fact, the original milk churn that Houdini had is in the Magic Circle. And it's not very big. He managed to compress himself into it. And then the water flows over the top to heighten the illusion. And very good it was too. But people are there going, oh, I don't know, should we get him out? Should we get him out? They used to do it on stage in Vegas. And then they go, it's 3 minutes. But I know of people, I don't personally know them, but I've seen them, the people who dive down to the bottom of the ocean, they can hold their breath for like 12 minutes. They take a big gasp of air and they go down and they literally lower they're the free divers. And I used to think that's really good. I wouldn't want to do it. I did it in the bath, you know, where you'd lean your head backwards to wash your hair because we only had the plastic jug. And you do that and you could hold your breath underwater. But I wouldn't do it now, not at my time of life. Dear God in heaven. It's like a death wish, isn't it, really? But it could have gone wrong, but I promise you it wouldn't. It wouldn't have done. There's a man here, the current freediving world record champion, the deepest man on Earth, and he went to 702 feet. 702 feet at one breath. Yeah. When they used to do all the underwater films in Hollywood years ago where Esther Williams was swimming, they had a couple of divers who were off the camera shot and they had the air, so if she needed air they'd rush over and put the thing in, and then she'd carry on swimming and making it look as though she'd held her breath all this time. It was a bit of a swizz, but no, it's the idea is it's meant to make you feel uncomfortable, but if they thought there was any danger of that man doing it on Britain's Got Talent losing his life, they wouldn't have done it. Take my word for it, I promise you. It's all heightened and you went for it.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
Steve, I agree, says John, about the British asparagus, but why are they so much more expensive than those from South America? Short season. It's a very, very short season for British asparagus, and that's why it's quite expensive. But it's worth getting. I mean, I bought loads of it yesterday. Loads of it. Costco don't do the British asparagus, I don't think. They were doing it from somewhere else. But the British is definitely more tasty. You just cut the end off, and then you can either chop it into bits or you can grill it. And it's delicious. Absolutely. I don't know whether it's any good for you. I can't quite work out whether or not something like that is actually good for you. There's a mum in the paper today who's married her cat to stop landlords forcing her to get rid of the cat. So she's married. I mean, a more stupid story you'd be hard pushed to find, actually. You can't marry a cat. OK, I don't care what you say, you can't. And so the landlord. So in other words, she's not allowed to have a cat. It would be in her lease. And she thinks she's being really clever by circumventing the lease and saying, oh, I've married the cat. You can't get rid of it. And the answer is, yes, you can. OK, traditionally, British asparagus season runs from St George's Day on the 23rd of April through to summer solstice on the 21st. That's just 8.5 weeks. It's like rhubarb. You can get forced rhubarb, which is grown in sheds. under candlelight. They put candles in there and everything else, and you get forced rhubarb, and it costs about 3 times the price of it. But if you really love your rhubarb, and I really love my rhubarb, you know, it's a case of, but I can't have it because it's just full of sugar. You know, we used to grow it at home, and my mother would chop it up and she'd cook it, and then she'd freeze it as well. And then when I used to go round there, she'd give me 4 or 5 tins, these baking tins full of frozen rhubarb. It was delicious. And then you just thaw it out, pour condensed milk over the top of it, or cream, and it was like yummy, yum, yum, yum. It was delicious. But at the moment, it's the asparagus. Go for it. I mean, if you've, I mean, put it this way, you can buy a bunch of asparagus and make quite a nice little meal out of it. You could do it with some sweet corn, with some mushrooms, which are fairly inexpensive at the moment. I think that's okay. Just like to be helpful, you know, if we're thinking about sort of creating some meals together, might as well do it now. Cashless car parks are ageist, because the amount of times you go into a car park now and they don't take cash, it's on the app. So you have to download the app. Well, a lot of pensioners can't use apps. They don't know how to use them. You know, I mean, some pensioners are very good, you know, and they know how to do things. And some pensioners haven't got the faintest idea, and I include myself in that. Somebody says, why don't you download the app? And I go, listen, I don't want any more blooming apps on my telephone. I really don't. I'm sick to death of it. But it's a bit of a shame, really, that we're sort of heading into the cashless era. And I like cash. You know, the only app you need is the Global Player app. And that means wherever you go in the country or the world, you can flick onto it and you can hear this programme. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, to be honest with you, it's a gift. Absolute gift. The amount of people who go abroad and they go, do you know, Steve, our holiday was nearly ruined until we got the Global Player app. And then all of a sudden, there was a light on the horizon, and that light shone brightly, and that light said LBC. And you can get it for free. You don't have to pay for it. All you do is you just go to the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, and then download it. And that's all. I've got it on my telephone, and I work here. Seriously, it's a brilliant idea. Brilliant. Asparagus is meant to be cancer fighting like broccoli. See, I like broccoli as well. Somebody says fry asparagus and a bit of butter. I don't see. That would be a bit too much for me, because butter's a little bit fattening. And somebody says it makes your wee smell. You see, I don't think that's a bad thing. Do you think that's a bad thing? No, it's not. It doesn't make any difference, does it? I'm on tablets at the moment. These new tablets, which are being hailed as the saving grace. I appear to have lost weight, I think. I mean, not vast amounts of weight, but I've certainly lost. The amount of people who've said to me over the last 3 days, my good, you've lost weight, haven't you? And I've gone, do you think so? You know, you like to be a bit casual about the whole thing. But frying asparagus, just put it in a non-stick frying pan. And then it will crisp itself off, and it cooks really quickly. It's lovely. It really is lovely. Olive oil has been banned for damaging non-stick pans because it burns too quickly. So I don't use oil. I do everything dry cooking because I've got non-stick pans, and it works brilliantly, absolutely brilliantly. Boris will lead the Tories into the next general election, says Oliver Dowden. I've no doubt of that at all. And the memorial to the late Sir John Gielgud has been unveiled. He died years ago. Now they've got round to doing the year 2000. I mean, 22 years later, we're going to put a statue up in Westminster Abbey, which is very nice. Music has the power to lift the nation. It's true, it does. Music makes you feel really good about yourself. Really, really good. And the Rovers return, and most of these soap pubs have done a deal to sell alcohol-free beer for the first time. So they're going to, I mean, and presumably there'll be a blaring advert on the actual programme. You will see it on the bar. It'll be placed prominently in front of a couple having a conversation. You just know how it's going to be, don't you? Robbie Williams' wife set to return to Loose Women, because they're always looking for sort of different people to put on there. Some of them work. Some of them don't work. Sean Connery's Picasso. Yes, he had a Picasso. It's going to sell for about £15 million, which is not bad, is it? It seems cheap for a Picasso. Especially in these days of, you know, people with multi-million-pound pictures all over the place. There was a Japanese guy on the television a while ago. They did a thing on the National Gallery, and people who were buying pictures. No, it was an auction house. It was Sotheby's or some one of those. And he would think nothing of spending $100 million on. And he had Picassos in his dressing room when he hung all his clothes and everything else. He got them all over the place. All over the place. Because some people, it's like Jeffrey Archer collects pictures and has got a huge gallery at his flat on the Thames, just by Lambeth Bridge. And he always said, buy what you like, not what you think is worth money. So if you like a piece of art, buy it. If you're buying for, financial gain, it doesn't kind of work the same, does it really? And only 10 days to see your doctor. 10 days to see the doctor. Which is probably just about right, actually, isn't it? I think. Unless it's, if it's something urgent, you can get seen quicker. But if you're just going for general, then, then you have to wait probably about 10 days. I generally get in fairly quickly for my doctor. I generally get summoned. I get the app on the phone going, turn up tomorrow, which is okay. And a poster of the horror movie Dracula from 1931 has just sold in America just under £200,000. Very rare. Only 5 exist. And that's what makes it valuable. Like the bloke who bought, was it the Penny Red? And there were only 2 in existence. He owned the first one, so he bought the second one, then destroyed it. So it meant the first one was even more valuable because it was the only one left in the world. That's what people do who actually collect things. Trump has popped up again with his funny little hair. Honestly, it really is. It's like sort of somebody candy floss that somebody shoved on it, isn't it? And he has called for the Queen to strip Harry and Meghan of their royal titles. Oh, I agree. The hypocrite pair should really be stripped of their titles. I see no reason for them to do anything at all. And he also is predicting that Harry is the most whipped man he's ever seen. Now, I don't even understand what that means. Does that mean he's under the thumb? Of course he is. He does everything he's told to do because he thinks he knows best. But because Meghan's got him by the what's-its, he can't do anything. Trump thinks that they will split up. And he said Harry will come crawling back to this country. The trouble is, though, we don't really want him. We'd rather not have him. He wasn't really a useful member of the royal family. And he says, I wonder if Harry's going to go back on his hands and knees to London and say, please. That's the way it goes. It'll end, and it'll end bad. Harry's been led down a path by Meghan. Of course she is. She's a very average little actress. Very average. And knew everything she was doing. And because he's a bit of a lonely kind of person, he doesn't have many friends. And they certainly don't have many friends in California, if you believe everything that the press pump out, because there is a huge machine that pumps it out. And it's a case that they might have to move from California to New York to find friends for Harry to play with, because he's got nobody to talk to. Nobody on the estate where they live wants to hang around with them, because people don't do that. If you go to a gated estate, I know this because Dale lived on a gated estate, and they're all very nice. I bet the whole of Florida is full of gated estates. And you can't just wander in there and go and knock on somebody's front door. You can't do that because there's gates there. And also, most people don't use their houses all the time, whereas Harry and Meghan haven't got anywhere else to go to. They've only got that house. They might have all the money in the world, but their loneliness is apparent to everybody. He's still wearing medals. God knows why. Been stripped of his titles, has nothing to do with the royal family, couldn't even be bothered to turn up to his grandfather's memorial, which is just about as shameless as it gets, really. And did it so secretly, flew into the country, didn't even worry about the security, which I thought was his big deal. What else we got? Oh, the warmth will end. Well, because we have had some warm days, haven't we? I mean, there's been a couple of days where I've sort of undone an extra button on the shirt, just make it more appealing. I think if people want to look as you walk down the street with your chest puffed out, it's good. But they say an icy blast. Madrid only reached 16 centigrade the other day, whereas we got 20 centigrade, 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Most areas remaining dry, but there will be a bit of rain, which doesn't matter really. But fresh waves of Arctic air mean a good chance, even across southern Britain, of temperatures falling close to freezing. Blow. It's a pain, isn't it, really? Also, Tyson Fury partied at a country pub hours after his knockout win. Oh, it's all a bit mamby-pamby, isn't it, really? Oh, you hit me in the face, you hit me in the face, you hit me in the face. 100 million, thank you very much indeed. And off we go again. There's something the matter with him. He's not the full ticket, bless him. But they all turned up. He's bought, what has he done here? Nothing really, just a load of his supporters, but they all look a bit Neanderthal. When you see people, you think to yourself, I don't think you'll be having a conversation about Brexit with any of these people. They've got the money, and Molly Meg Hague was there because she's going out with Tommy Fury, who apparently is one of the, I don't know who he is, no idea. And mums-to-be are 5 times more likely to end up in hospital if they get COVID than non-pregnant women of childbearing age. I just bought some new masks. which are very nice. 60. I bought, what did I buy? 10 of them. 16 quid. But they're all washable, which is okay. I've also got a box of the throwaway stuff. And here he is, the well-known hypocrite going straight to hell. Yes, it's Putin, who actually turned up in a Moscow cathedral the other day. You hypocrite, pal. You little hypocrite. God doesn't want people like you. You're a murderer. Yeah, especially thinking the other day about the mother and the baby that died. You know, the father just goes away to go and get some provisions, comes back, and murdering Putin has the audacity to turn up and give praise to Jesus. He really hates you. He really hates you. Still to come, do your foam work? You know, when you have a bath, you can get foam. And we used to have matey when we were little, and it didn't matter whether the bubbles got in your nose or your eyes or anything like that. It didn't sting, whereas anything else, like, I can't see. It was awful. And the mum who's married her cat, Deborah Hodge, 49, tied the knot in a park ceremony, presided over by a legally ordained pal. You're mad as a fruit bat, aren't you, really, love? There's no way. You know, she says, I don't believe in organised religion. However, I do have faith. And I take this woman, Tabby, my wife, so to stop her being evicted, because she's not allowed to have cats at home. You know, it's as simple as that. You can't do that. And gangs are attacking sports shop staff in raids for designer trainers. JD Sports have been hit 191 times in the past year, often because they go in there. I thought that if you went in there, they don't have the shoes on display. There's one on display. They have to get the other one. So what are they running away with? Probably sort of, you know, shoes that don't fit. But don't worry, they'll be caught and they'll go to prison and they'll scream like little girls' blouses. They really are.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. So this mother, Deborah Hodge, she's been shifted from pillar to post and she won't be separated from the cat. But unfortunately, she's made a big mistake because if you're a landlord, you have rules. And the rules would be, in her particular case, no cats. It's as simple as that. You know, no cats. I mean, some people have it and it's flexible. She obviously doesn't. So she's decided to marry the cat, which, of course, is the most stupid thing you've ever heard of. You can't marry a cat. I don't care what you say. And so she's going to be out, I should imagine. But she wants future landlords to know she and India will not be repeated. So she got married in a civil ceremony. You can't marry a cat, love. Grow up. Get over yourself. OK? My kids weren't there. They think mummy's lost the plot. They're not wrong, are they? They're not wrong. I should imagine the landlord can't wait to get rid of you. Because if you don't have a cat, you know, that's the rules. You've signed a document, a legal document, when you take over a flat and it says, no, you know, it's ridiculous. But she says, I don't believe in organised religion. It's got nothing to do with religion, dear. It's a cat. You can't marry a cat. OK, just thought we'd just explain that to you. And Steve, two of your favourite people in the same room on Saturday night. Gemma Collins, good God, she's not still around, is she? Was at Matt Goss's gig at the London Palladium. Matt Goss? What on earth was he doing at the London Palladium? Poor Matt was still wearing the funny hat. Well, he has to. It's the hair, isn't it, really? Nick Abbott took one of your nardicots home, said it was tasteless. Well, he can't have done because they've all gone by the time he gets in, Robert. They go in the middle of the afternoon, so that's a lie for a start. And said it was tasteless. Again, more lies. You mustn't lie, Robert. Makes you look stupid. If you tell lies about things, there were no nardicots left. If they were, they weren't mine. Because nobody's got nardicots apart from me. Nobody else has them. They have little satsumas. Jack said, I was reading the news on the disastrous visit to the Caribbean by the Earl of Wessex, which got me amazed at how good-looking Edward was in his young adult life. And it got me wondering why all the current royals are cursed with a strong receding hairline, and I've cracked it. The Queen's father, George, has an amazing hairline, which is thinning, but still acceptable in his later years. Philip's father, however, Prince Andrew of Greece, has terrible hairline, and his father, you've got to get a life. You've got to get a life about this. His father, George of Greece, is even worse. So William, Andrew, Edward, and eventually Harry can all blame Philip for the lack of strong follicles. Well, I mean, William lost his ages ago, keeps it cut short. Harry's is just, it's just sparse. It really is. Andrew is sort of losing it, but there again, he always lost it. And Edward, again, thin, very thin. And you thought he was good looking in his younger days. He's got different standards, I suppose. It's investigative journalism on worrying about people's hairline, you know. It just makes you worry about these things. But listen, if it's going to go, it's going to go. You know, they all had hair when they were younger, and Edward was sort of, Edward and Andrew have been cast in The Crown, and so they've got picked. They don't look anything like them, the people of them. And there's a picture of Edward on his bicycle and stuff like that. Out of all the people in the royal family, his was the marriage we never thought would last, and his is the marriage that's lasted. There was always talk about Prince Edward and, you know, he wouldn't get married and all the rest of it. And then blow me down, he gets married. And she used to work here. She used to work for LBC. Oh, yes. I've got pictures of me and her together. She, of course, won't remember them. I shall bring them out when I bring the book out. And, but nobody ever thought that he was going to be the one who would keep his marriage together. Charles was looking for an heir and a spare because he was in line for the throne. Andrew, nobody really cared about anyway because he was always a bit of a dipstick. And he's turned out to be deeply unpleasant at the same time. And, William seems to be doing okay. But apparently, according to a new book out, he has flaming rows. Which, to be honest with you, I love all this tittle-tattle about the royal family. There's a new cookbook out, which gets the blessing of the royal family on what Her Majesty likes to eat. And it's all this sort of food. But listen, she's never cooked anything in her life. She's never stopped at red traffic lights. They don't have to. They don't stop at red traffic lights. No, they don't. I used to work at New Scotland Yard, and up in the travel room was where they used to organise all the movements of the royal family. So if it was the Queen, it was a purple movement, and then there'd be a blue movement, a yellow movement, a red movement, and that would signify where they were going. And so ahead of the Queen going out in the car to wherever it would happen to be, there would be outriders on motorcycles stopping the traffic at traffic lights, so she sails straight through. They don't have to sit there. You don't think she sits there at a red traffic light, do you? No. And that's what they organise at New Scotland Yard. It was great. We used to watch the guy doing it, and they knew exactly how many minutes it would take from Buckingham Palace or from Windsor to a destination because they'd done it a million times before. And there was a whole protection side of it. And because we were at New Scotland Yard doing the travel, it was great fun. I used to play with the cameras. Because in New Scotland Yard, when it was there, in the traffic control, right at the top, is where all the invalid officers went. So if they'd been injured in a road accident or something like that, they would stick them up in traffic. And there'd be about 30 of us in the room, 30 or 40. And the cameras you could play with in front of my transmitting desk. And there'd be a joystick. And you'd have the security cameras or the traffic cameras. And you could say for Piccadilly Circus, there'll be like 15 cameras on Piccadilly Circus. And you can move them around and home in. You could literally take photographs of people in their cars. Fantastic. I used to love it. That was one of my favourite things to do, actually. And you do that shift from, what time did we do it from? I think 4 till 10, to make sure people got home. Then you go back to the studios in Gough Square and you then carry on reading the news. Really good fun. And in fact, I used to be able to park for free there, provided you put, there would be a thing that you could put on your dashboard that would tell the traffic warden you were working over the road at New Scotland Yard. So I never got a ticket in all the years I worked there. Yeah. Not now. Not now. It's completely different. A small celebration of 9 moments in underwear history. The Victoria's Secret lot, they're just models who want to take their clothes off. They're just cheap page 3 girls, that's all it is. It's nothing special. Mrs. Robinson and The Graduate, Madonna's conical bra, Bridget Jones's big pants. I actually quite like the idea of big pants. I think big pants are fun, And Marilyn Monroe in the 7-Year Itch. I mean, that was inspired, wasn't it, really? That really was, with that grating, and then it blows the dress up. I mean, I thought that was amazing. Also, I think it was Eva Herzegova did the Hello Boys. Do you ever sing that one in the advert? Yeah, she was modelling her underwear. David Beckham, golden balls. I mean, God knows what he had shoved down the front of their socks, by the look of it. Socks, because I have to tell you that nobody looks like that in their pants. You really don't. And perhaps it was a... A double. I don't think so. Yeah, Dave had this lucrative job and to smoulder in nothing but his underwear. But as I say, people don't look like this. They really don't. If you see your man in a pair of pants, believe you me, David Beckham's got a box on underneath there, I'm telling you. Absolutely for a fact. What else we got? A newly identified species of creepy crawlies has been named after pop star Taylor Swift. Oh, I don't like creepy crawlies. I really don't like creepy crawlies. I'm not very good at things like that. And a farmer is driving his tractor the length of Britain at a traffic jam spawning 12 miles an hour. He hopes to cover 70 miles a day in this super major, which he restored in the winter. And he'll be raising money for Devon Air Ambulance, which is lovely, but he's going to really upset people. And I did love the Richard Madeley interview. It's on YouTube with somebody from the people who superglue themselves to pavements. I mean, she was dim or what. She had a very nasty side to her, very nasty side, and didn't really care the fact they were, she kept saying, "You're asking me the wrong questions." She was very irritating, very irritating. And as he said, done herself no favours whatsoever. Basically set the cause back God knows how long. Here's the picture of the double banana. I think that's you know that when you picked it up, wouldn't you, if it's going to be a double? Because it's going to be twice the size. Footy fans could soon be boozing in the stands again under the biggest shake-up of the game in years. Oh, I don't think that's a good idea. They shouldn't let footy fans booze. They should be allowed milkshakes and fizzy pop or something like that, but definitely nothing else. And an illegal ivory trader has had more than £60,000 worth of his profits seized. Because you're not allowed to have ivory. It's illegal. And the memorial stone for John Gielgud unveiled in Westminster Abbey. It's in the South Transept. And it's also there Laurence Olivier, Dame Peggy Ashcroft and Dame Sybil Thorndike. Sir John starred in more than 60 films. You're best known, I suppose, as Dudley Moore's valet in Arthur. He died aged 96 in May 2000. He used to have a lovely house, which he had with his boyfriend. And I forget who, but somebody famous bought it, I'm pretty certain. Oh, and be careful as well. Killer Asian hornets are heading for Britain again. Have you seen the size of them? Oh, God, they're big. Big. 3 of those could drag you in. They did a thing a short while ago. They were showing somewhere in Romania, and it was a caterpillar. You know that caterpillars morph into butterflies. This particular caterpillar is going through the undergrowth, and it has enemies. Who would the enemy be? Ants. And you see it crawling along, and then 2 ants come across it, and they pick it up with their pincers. Quite very strong ants, compared to their size. Took it back to the nest. The idea being to feed the nest. But this particular caterpillar is very clever because it mimics the smell of ants and the sound, so they think it's one of them. They think it's one of them. They don't think it's edible or anything like that. And so they feed it. They feed it thinking it's one of them. And eventually it turns into the chrysalis. And then eventually it turns into a beautiful butterfly. And then it gets the heck out of the nest as fast as possible. Fast as its little legs will carry him. And it flies away, but it only lives 5 weeks. Because that's what it does, but that will give it enough time to procreate. So it's very good. But it was interesting that it mimics the sound of the ants and the smells and everything else. Isn't that clever? So I tell you that now. And what was the other one? Oh, the paper straws apparently are a choking hazard. I used to love a straw. Did you love a straw? When you'd have a fizzy drink or orange squash, you'd have a straw. You'd always have a big box of straws in the kitchen. Apparently, they can come apart and get stuck in the throat. Oh, I'm not sure about that. I bought some cotton buds the other day, and they're made out of paper. As opposed to plastic, they used to be the stick. Now they're paper sticks. Yeah, absolutely fine. I love cotton buds. Oh, goodness me, I can't tell you. Many a happy year spent with cotton buds.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, Monday morning. I trust you are well. It's April the 25th, 30 days in this month, and then believe it or not, then we're into May. And that'll be very exciting. Steve, Tony Blair bought Gielgud's house. Yeah, I thought he did. I didn't want to say Blair in case I'd got it wrong. But, yeah, I should have asked him, actually. He went to a party, Cliff's party. Cliff had a party. They always have Cliff's party every year, which is very nice. And they have it catered for. and it was really good. Everybody famous is there, but it's nice because when Tony Blair turned up a couple of years ago, there were police outside, plain clothes, and all, with the talking brooches, Z Victor One, and all that kind of stuff. It was really good, and he was very normal and everything else. I should have asked him about Gielgud's house, but he was monopolised by who was monopolising? Gloria Hunniford. That's right, I remember actually. But it was great. They were all there, the good and the great, and me. Hotel and restaurant bosses try to lure chefs from India and South Africa. They don't have enough here, and that's why restaurants are closing, which is not so good. And a blind man turned away from a cafe because his guide dog was too fluffy. I mean, what's it supposed to be? It's a fluffy dog. And so the cafe owner, I'll tell you which one it is actually, bunch of idiots. It's a case, no, you're not coming in. He's not a guide. He's a guide dog. Hello, I'm blind. This is a guide dog. Hate it. When people sort of awful sort of people who have a disability. I think that's absolutely dreadful. And Steve, I'm having an asparagus event this morning with my friends. I love it. It's only because it's only a short season. I feel reinvigorated. I feel that I've had asparagus, so I can take on the world. Two stewards on a research ship are going to become the first same-sex couple to marry in the British Antarctic Territory. They're going to tie the knot today. The ceremony will be conducted by the captain of RRS, Sir David Attenborough, and they're the first people. They've had coordinates of the wedding location engraved onto our rings. Make of that what you will. And their decision to marry was made after Stephen joined the crew. There we go. They've been together for 30 years, 20 years. He said, now, it's going to be the perfect place to tie the knot. Fantastic. The ceremony will be attended by the ship's 30 crew, followed by a reception with 100 research station staff. 100? What are they doing out there? It's snowing. That's it. Amazing, isn't it? Prices. Desperate savings being made. Families' cost of living hell. 37% of you are buying fewer clothes because the prices are increasing. 30% have cut back on car journeys to save on fuel. I put some petrol in the other day. Yeah. I put £80 worth of petrol in, and it filled it up. It was about just under half. So obviously to fill it up is about 160 quid, I should imagine, but I never get to that stage. 13% have borrowed money from friends and family. No. Is the answer. Okay, Elliot? Don't even look like that. 41% are forced to stay home more due to costs. But that, I don't see any problem with that. I think that's great. I love staying at home. It's absolutely lovely. I mean, I was up really early the other day planting at about 3 a.m. And I was planting all my little bits out and all the rest of it. And I thought it was fantastic. And I love being up at that time. It's just the trouble is nobody else is up at that time. It's just me. 34% are cutting back on takeaways to save money, and 18% are eating less healthy food to make ends meet. Oh. But I love the way that people say that, and yet you can go to vegetable shops, fruit and veg shops like Paul Cooper's or all the other ones, and vegetables are cheap. You can do some really good savings on vegetables. You can make things. You can buy apples. A friend of mine goes to the market near where he lives, and he said you can pick up at the end of the day apples, especially on a Friday or Saturday, because they don't want to keep them till the Monday. So they get rid of stuff quickly. So you can pick up bagfuls of apples, which you can either liquidize or slice them up, make them into a pie. Stewed apple, delicious. Not difficult to do these things. And soup. He makes loads of soup. Steve, regarding the double banana story, a 4-in-1 banana is also possible, although rare. 4-in-1. I mean, that would be peeling something, wouldn't it? That would be absolutely amazing. Mary says, drive out of town to a hill with the right sort of soil early in the morning. It pops up overnight. Pick it and listen to skylarks. Take it home. Scoff it in companionable silence with hollandaise sauce. Jar. It's a bit like springtime. So Mary's saying, happy morning here in Oxford. It's very good for you. Very good for you. We like it. And you can have it with anything. I thought about having it with smoked salmon. I'm going to get some more smoked salmon today, because that's always my go-to quick meal if I want to eat something that's a bit sort of healthy. But I don't know what else to do with salmon, because it's already sliced. And I just eat it off the actual cardboard that it comes with. I get a fork and I scrape it and I just shove it in. I don't care, actually. I'm not proud about these things, but it's £10 for three packs of it, so I can make that last 2 days. Sometimes I've had 2 of them, and it's really nice, actually. But I suppose I'm supposed to put lemon juice on, but I can't really be that bothered. Viewers will see Amanda Holden getting emotional in a Britain's Got Talent audition as a young girl dances to a track from the show, Judge's own album. And so, I mean, I thought it looked good the other day, actually. Very good. And this is Amanda's reaction to this youngster performing to her version of Over the Rainbow. Which, this was what Amanda made, the album, back in 2020. And so she danced to my version of Somewhere Over the Rainbow. There are all sorts of people who recorded Over the Rainbow, including, of course, Judy Garland, who was most famous for it. The war in the Ukraine, Vlad's fatal toll. He doesn't give a stuff, does he? That's what's so disgusting about him. And you will be burning forever in hell. It's as simple as how you've even got the nerve to go anywhere near any Easter services and try and pretend that you've got religion is almost the most hypocritical thing. You know, and you look at Ukraine and you look at Mariupol, pictures were taken by a drone. Gone. Literally not razed to the ground, just annihilated. You know, and the vigorous defence by the Ukrainians of their country has resulted in the deaths of nearly 22,000 Russian fighters. I'm sure their mothers must be delighted as their sons come back in body bags. All to do with people letting Putin get his own way. For what? For nothing at all. For nothing at all. Madeleine McCann's suspect, Christian Bruckner, has mocked the case against him and once again protested his innocence. You know, ever since they threw his name up at the umpteenth time, he apparently has got 4 people who will now say, he wasn't there. He wasn't there. He has alibis. He's being held in a prison dubbed the Alcatraz of the North in Germany. And he insists his accusers have no evidence. He said, I did nothing. Well, almost nothing. They had not one proof I was involved with the McCann case. Well, they're desperate, aren't they, to try and get something going. Thank you, Puppet. Sure. Look at this, honestly. Even in the right side. Unbelievable. All these different mugs we've got in here. It's a fantastic place, isn't it, for mugs? Yeah. I like mugs. I like them. Always my favourite things. Nice cup of tea, because you need that in the morning. What was that song? I like a nice cup of tea in the morning. I like a nice cup of tea with my tea. And about this time of night, what goes down a treat? You're right. It's a nice cup of tea. We used to do songs about tea in this. They used to get into the charts. You know, songs about cups of tea. And I wouldn't mind, but we didn't even invent the blooming stuff. It was China, wasn't it, that invented it? And they sort of came up with tea. But I cannot do tea leaves. Whoever invented the tea bag, thank the Lord for him, because he's saved many a thing in our house. You know, bits of oh, God, tea leaves. Don't ever talk to me about blooming tea leaves. Eric Chappell has died. He was the man who created Rising Damp and Home to Roost. He was 88. He had several novels rejected before becoming a playwright and a scriptwriter. He got a BAFTA for Rising Damp. And I loved Leonard Rossiter, and I loved all the people on Rising Damp. I thought it was great. Thought it was very good indeed. And here he is in his white jacket and cap, Britain's oldest cricket umpire. This is Keith Dibbs, 86. But the trouble is I've discovered that 86 is nothing. It's absolutely nothing now. People who are interested in sport and stuff like that, and people who have been doing a job, you know, they say, oh, this milkman's 92, and not you, Kev, and other people as well. And they sort of, you look at, some people seem to live forever. They just seem to, and you go, so-and-so's, I mean, look at the Queen, 96. 96. I mean, I can't even imagine what it must be like to be 96. I know what it's like at 68, but I wonder what it's like at 96. Hope everything's still working. That'd be a bit of an embarrassment, wouldn't it, really? And what have we got here? This is, Paddy McGuinness and his wife Christine are celebrating 11 years of marriage. I think she's more into the publicity than he is. She's sort of milked it over the years. But apparently, how do they make their marriage work? She says separate skyboxes and separate bathrooms. Well, the Queen, separate bedrooms. Separate bedrooms. That's the only way to make, you know, a relationship work. Because apparently women are worse snorers than men. Women snore, and some people snore more than others. I mean, I don't think I snore. I don't think so. But I don't know. Nobody's ever commented on it, you know. not afterwards. The UK's first full-size driverless buses will take to the road this week. Oh, my God. Operated by Stagecoach. 5 single-deckers that will travel between the Ferry Toll Park and Ride in Fife in the Edinburgh Park. They will carry more than 36 passengers each, or more than 10,000 a week on a 14-mile route. What, there's no driver? Is that how these things work? There is no driver. You get in, the doors will close, and this bus is trundling off on its route. I don't like the sound of this at all. I find that very worrying. I wouldn't want to go in anything that didn't have a proper driver or somebody to open and close the doors for you. I mean, just supposing it goes wrong. So, they might discover that some kid with a magnet has managed to affect it or something. Oh, I don't like that. Shan't be happening in my life, I tell you. If somebody said to me, would you like to get in one of the... No, thank you. No, I'd rather walk. Steve, apparently you have to be careful not to eat too much fresh salmon, says Bev, because it contains high levels of mercury. I don't know if it's the same with smoked salmon. I've no idea. No idea. And Albert says Harry's banging on about not having his security when he comes over, yet he goes to live in America that has more guns and Looney Tunes you could shake a stick at. Yes. How many times do you read? That's where that Bob Geldof song came from. The kid who mowed down kids in his school, and they said, what do you do it for? And he said, I don't like Mondays. So Bob Geldof wrote the song, I don't like Mondays, because that was it. And Harry thinks he's safer over there. Good for Harry. Listen, we've washed our hands of him. Makes no difference. Him and Meghan can see out their days, whatever. Smoked salmon and scrambled eggs served on toast, says Rob, who's in Cleethorpes. How lovely. Cleethorpes, I wonder what that's like. Freezing cold. Freezing cold. It's like they were talking about Rishi Sunak's put in a swimming pool. £250,000, but it's going to cost $13,000 a year to heat it. And the locals are up in arms. Can't imagine why, interfering with the baggages. It's got to do with them, how he pays for his thing. Admittedly, him and the wife have got hundreds of millions of pounds between them, so $13,000 a year is a mere bagatelle. But at the same time, I ain't getting in a cold swimming pool. Heated, or I'm not getting in. Simple as that.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
This is LBC. It's Monday, April the 25th. And it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. With you till 7 when Nick Ferrari will be along. And as I say, looking at Mad Vlad the other day, frail and wobbly at midnight mass. What he was doing there, I can't imagine. I should imagine the church. I mean, the church cannot even welcome this man in. He's a war crimes monger. And the church welcome him there, and you're thinking to yourself, perhaps the Russian Orthodox Church has gone right down the Swanee. Canned food sales are set to soar, because people are now sort of saying, well, if we can't get fresh food all the time, let's get canned food. And, I always think, I don't know what you're supposed to buy. If you've got a store cupboard and you've got canned food in it, I would think the sort of things that you'd want to put in a store cupboard would be beans, tomatoes, chopped tomatoes, things like that, soups, anything really, which can keep for a long time. And so I might go out today and get some more cans of things. I've always got cans of beans because they're so adaptable. You can put, except smoked salmon, you can't really put smoked salmon and a tin of baked beans, can you, together? It doesn't kind of work. Oh, I don't know, it might do. But no, buy everything. I buy sauces, I buy rice I keep in. I always got rice in. I go and buy it because they've always got some special offer going on with Iceland or something like that. So I like to have a quick wander in. They go sort of 2 for £2 or something. And you think, well, that's actually good. I can buy that. Vegetables I'm not so good with. Perhaps I should buy potatoes. They're actually quite cheap at the moment. And there's some nice potatoes out there which people like. But definitely canned food, tinned food. Trouble is, it's just so blooming heavy to take home. People say, you stack, and you buy all this stuff, you push it around in a trolley, and then you suddenly realize you've got to carry it home. So you've got to put it into the carrier bags, and then you go, oh dear. It's too much effort as far as I'm concerned. Never mind the Oscars, Will Smith is in trouble with Chris Rock's mum. There was a picture, actually, of Will Smith posing, big smile on his face. I'm thinking, well, your career's gone down the toilet, I'm afraid. Not going very well at all. Prince George's potential classmates had no idea the future king was amongst them. It's not like he goes around and goes, I'm Prince George. It doesn't work like that. He's just sort of put into the class. And they're all little children, so they don't really know. Even if he said he was the future king, because I think he's 5th in line to the throne. You know, that's not going to mean anything to children. They don't know what that means. Just means, you know, there's fifth in line and this is his daddy. And every time daddy and mummy turn up, people want to take pictures of them. And they want pictures of George. But they've been brought up fine. Brought up fine. I mean, I'm sure that most sort of 5-year-olds tell people they're going to be king. That was the sort of thing, isn't it? Well, I always thought it was anyway. Nobody'd ever believe you. Somebody used to tell the story of Idina Menzel, and her little kids were at school, and one of the kids was bragging that his mother was in some new soap opera, and I think Idina Menzel's son said, "My mum sings Frozen," and all they went, "Wow!" They thought that was really crazy. Still a good show if you've not seen. A, we've got Frozen in town at the moment, and B, we've got Wicked. Have you seen Wicked? It's fab, isn't it? It is fab. It is just absolutely. I remember the first time I saw it, and she's there, you know, da 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 da, and then whoa, and all of a sudden she rises above the stage, and you think, oh, it doesn't get any better. I want to go and see that Back to the Future thing. Apparently, the special effects are supposed to be amazing, but it's finding the time, isn't it? Life of Pi as well. I wasn't sure about Life of Pi. I went past the theatre where it was on this morning, and I saw the film. I didn't kind of get the film, but apparently the special effects are supposed to be amazing, and that's what we're sort of paying for nowadays. So perhaps I might have to go and see that as well. So many things to go and do. Things to do, and there's more people sleeping outside at the moment than I've seen in quite a few months in London. Along the Strand, you know, doorways, you know. Also, the Harry Potter play has great special effects. I'm not really a Harry Potter fan. It's okay. I mean, I don't mind him. I think they're absolutely fine. It's just that I wouldn't be that much of a fan that I would want to go and see. Is it the Cursed something? Cursed Child, yeah. It just doesn't really appeal to me. But if you're a Harry Potter fan, you're going to go crackers for things like that. I used to go and see, with my friend Jordan, we used to go and see 42nd Street because I just bloody loved it. Because it was like a Busby Berkeley film from years ago where all these kids were doing the big tap numbers and everything else, and it was just fantastic. It was just fantastic, and so I liked that, actually. Steve says, Jonathan, smoked salmon, asparagus with poached egg on sourdough toast. Best bet. That sounds quite nice. Connie says, over the weekend I listened to the songs of this year's Eurovision Song Contest. The Bulgarian song sounds like Lordi. Well, I remember when Lordi entered the Eurovision Song Contest and nobody quite knew what in God's name was going on there. And they were like a prog rock band, but these fabulous costumes, and it was hard rock hallelujah. And I found them doing it live as well. And they were just as good. And so when they did it, I mean, there was no way that they couldn't win. It was just when these wings came out from the back of the lead singer, I thought they were amazing. My friend Nathan Morley over in Cyprus, he was a big fan of Lordi. And they won because there was so much effort put into it. I mean, some of the pathetic examples were. The one this year looks like Stig the Dump. I don't know what the song is. But I think actually... they've said Ukraine could do very well. And if they do, we're going to be holding it here, aren't we? We are going to be holding it here. Mainly because they've got nowhere to hold the blooming thing. Because Putin, straight to hell, is not sort of allowed any halls. Janet says, have you given a mention about Tom Kluski of the Irish group The Bachelors, who died last week? Did Tom Kluski die? Check me out, please. I'll tell you why. Because that was the first record I bought. The very first record I bought was The Bachelors, The Sound of Silence, and I met The Bachelors at a Water Rats dinner. They were there, and I was always a big fan. I wouldn't save you for the world. Oh, I love them. I thought they were great. So Tom Kluski, you think he might be alive? Declan's still alive. Is Tom Kluski? Have a quick check. Don't want to wish somebody ill. We did that once to somebody. I did it on air. Somebody had told me there was a show closing. I'd heard it under the strictest confidence that this show, they were posting. What they do is they post notices backstage at a show to say, unfortunately, because of X, Y, and Z, the show is going to close. And there was one particular show in London. And it was, Tom Kluski. Is it not a Tom Klasky? No. You got it wrong, Janet. Got it wrong. I don't know who you're thinking of. Are you thinking of Declan? Yeah. When did Declan still... There were 3 of them. Right. And are they all still with us? Tom died. John Stokes died in 84. Oh, John Stokes is alive now. He's just come back miraculously from the dead. It's like Lazarus. Honestly, it's amazing how quickly we could... Anyway, so I said on air that this show was going to close. And one of the cast phoned me up and said, "Where did you hear this from?" And I went, "It's been posted." And of course, by the time he'd finished on the telephone, they'd posted it. I was just a little bit previous. So, mystery solved. Con Klasky died 8th of April. So it was... Try and get it right, Janet. Don't find mysterious people who don't even exist. Honestly. The Jersey Royals are out now, says Brit. Yes, they are. Again, short supply. Get them while they're there. So British asparagus and some nice Jersey Royals. Ooh, lovely. Mary says, "My father-in-law seriously irritated his neighbours by putting in a garden pool and a hideous solar array to heat it. They moaned right up till the last week when it was open to the children on Easter holiday with nice weather." Sunak, go social. And Roger says, "I fear the days of buying an old banger for a couple of £100 are gone forever. A cheap car now starts at £1,000. My first car was £100. £100. And my parents lent me the money. And I bought it, and it was a Ford Popular. Grey, because I think they only came in grey, and it was lovely. It was I loved it as a little car to have. Couldn't afford anything else. My parents put the insurance on their car, and so that was it. A little Ford Popular. There we go. That blue one there looked like that, only in grey. And do you know what was unusual about it? The windscreen wipers were on pressure. So the slower you went, the faster they went. The faster you went, the slower they went. So if you were going down the motorway and it tipped it down, you might as well give up and just pull into the side of the road. Only had 3 gears and reverse. First, second, third and reverse, and that was it. My car now has got... Well, it doesn't have anything, actually. It's either got drive, super drive, or oh my God, which always works very well. And the good news is, says Samuel in Leighton Buzzard, only 244 days until Christmas. Count those days. Have you got your advent calendars? Get them. You need to start pulling open the boxes and all the rest of it. He says, "I hope you're doing the Christmas Day show again." I don't know what day of the week it is. Christmas Day. We're going to find out. Somebody will tell me. And then I could tell you whether I'll be doing it or not. I probably will. I generally do. It's a Sunday, is it? Oh, lovely. Suits me fine. So I generally do the Christmas Day and New Year's Day as well. I tend to do those because they work in quite nicely for me, because I can work till 10 in the morning and then drive down to either brother and family or godchildren and family, and it's all very lovely. So I end up with my 2 Christmas lunches, but before that I'll have been out to Joe Allen's, or I'll have been to Little Italy and had another 2 lunches as well. It's my only sort of weakness. I don't have any weaknesses for food. Last year, says Samuel, me and my mother had to abandon plans to stay with the family due to COVID, and your show was an antidote. Well, there you go. We like to be an antidote. It's nice to have your company this morning, because as I say, I think I don't want to sort of be the prophet of doom, but as everybody has said, bills are going to come in this year and you're going to go, what? Because I think people are not prepared for what this is going to be like. And all the experts have said exactly the same thing. They're going to be worse than we imagine. And so plan for it. I mean, if they've said that basically 52% of people are going to have trouble paying their bills because they're all going to... And you know what it's like? Just when you think you've got everything square and you think, oh, I've got some money coming in, I've got this and that, there'll be another blooming bill that comes in, which kind of kicks you sideways. It's all right if you live at home, and you can expect your parents to sort of turn the washing machine on without too much trouble. But, if you live by yourself, or you're in rented accommodation, it's going to be expensive. It really is. Especially if you've relied on takeaways. Let's get a takeaway. You see all these adverts on the television, get this delivered, that delivered. And then all of a sudden you go, well, actually, we can't really afford to do that. We're going to have to sort of make something. Perhaps we'll go back to cooking. That'd be nice.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Janet's trying to wheedle out of it and says, I thought they said Tom Kluski. No, Con. Much easier. And Walsh says, I've been listening to your old podcast since you haven't been on. When was that? I thought I was the only person who was on all the time, except in the days of not being very well. Shane says, I wonder why we're in Eurovision. We're nowhere near Europe. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a case of, Eurovision became very political, very, very political, and that's when it ruined it. Mind you, we never liked at all the German entry. They never liked the British entry. And so we've been playing the game for ages and ages. Ireland had to stop winning because it was costing the country a small fortune. In fact, the last time I think Ireland did it, there was a farmer who paid for it. And so we had all these huge trucks trundling down little tiny roads to get to the venue. And he actually paid for it. And one here. Can you guess who this 18-year-old is? Says Stephen Leeds. Perhaps you've met her. I don't know. Have I met this person? I've no idea. Difficult to tell, actually. So she's 18. That's all we know. Can you click on the other thing, or is that it? It just shows. Oh, it just shows the picture. No idea. No idea. Yes, you have to tell us who it is. Perhaps even met her. Could be the producer. Difficult to tell, really. Could be not. And also, it's a picture in black and white, so that should be an indicator of somebody who is not of the generation. Because not everybody has black and white pictures now, do they? All our pictures years ago of all the presenters, Walker Prince used to do them, and they were done in black and white, and because we look better looking. I think I've got a few of mine in colour, which I thought was okay. But no, I've got no idea who that is. But I'm sure the moment you tell me, I'll go, oh right, because everybody looks different in pictures. Everybody looks different in pictures, which actually is okay. Steve, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, that's a joke. We had a cursory visit to us in Sussex, and they scarpered off to America. They should be struck off with the title, says Duncan. Well, that's what old Trump was saying. He should have they should have their because they're milking it for all it's worth. She brought out some little book, and then sort of called herself a duchess. Nowhere near a duchess. Nowhere near. And Shane says, how's the West going to get that evil Putin? Well, I'm still smarting over the fact that the Russian Orthodox Church would even have the audacity to allow him in there, a man who has murdered thousands and thousands of people. What sort of church have they got over there? Quite ghastly. Connie says, oh no, it's not Connie. Steve, unfortunately, if Putin truly repents his sin on his deathbed, he's forgiven and goes to heaven. Unfortunately not, Paul. He's going straight to hell. You cannot be exonerated for things like that. I mean, the Russian Orthodox Church must be sort of kowtowing to him in ways that we can't even imagine. Jill says, it's my 81st birthday today. I feel so lucky to have reached this age. Bloody miracle, dear. Miracle. I mean, 81's not bad. But I was recently in hospital with sepsis and heart failure. I've been listening to you since your first week at LBC. Good God, honestly. How you've survived, God alone knows. Even I worry about things like that. And you used to have to be careful not to eat too much fresh salmon because of this mercury. I've never heard of this mercury thing. I mean, I'm sure if somebody says, there was mercury in it, I don't know, because most of it is farmed salmon, isn't it? Most of it is farmed salmon nowadays. And so they actually throw pellets. I've seen them throwing pellets into these huge bits of the sea, which is cordoned off, and they go absolutely mad. Apparently both wild and farmed Atlantic salmon have much lower mercury levels than most other fish species. Farmed salmon has on average 0.05 micrograms of mercury per gram. So I don't think it's anything to worry about. I just like it when it's sliced thin. And then you could sort of stick it in a roll or something like that. Amir says, why are middle managers frothing at the mouth to see people return to the office? Oh, have you heard this latest one? Come back to the office, or we're going to dock your pay, or in fact you might not even have a job at all. I don't know. I've got my godson doesn't he works from home, but he has a contract to work from home because he's in fraud. Well, he doesn't do fraud. Makes him sound like a career criminal. No, he actually works from home for one of the big banks, and he susses out fraud and stuff like that. And so, because they've got loads of room, he can work from home quite well. He was having to travel into town every day. So go into town, come back out of town. He said you spend a fortune on lunch. He said working from home is ideal because he can concentrate. There's no distractions and things like that. But I know what you're talking about, Amir, definitely. Jonathan says, cash in some of your private pension to pay your energy bills and you could find your benefits stopped. Be careful because just having £3,500 in your bank and cashing in more than 3,000 takes you out of universal credit. Oh, right. I don't even know what you're talking about. So it doesn't really help, actually. I've got no idea. I don't get any benefits. I wish. Sorry? Oh, paying bills. Yeah. Well, I've managed to pay all my bills, you know, on my wages. That's what I do, actually. I remember only once did I ever try and get benefits, and that was about 45, 50 years ago. And I walked into one of these offices where you sort of register, and I looked round and I thought, maybe not. And so I came back out again. I never claimed benefits in my entire life. Mind you, I didn't have a job for ages and ages, but I was being supported by the girls I lived with. They were sort of looking after me. Because in those days, you could live fairly cheaply. What we ate, I've got no idea. Packet of chips used to seem to do us from the fish and chip shop. Packet of chips. I don't remember drinking alcohol. I don't remember doing any of those sort of things. We had a television, black and white, and there were three of us living in a flat in Harleston. And it was fine, but we never seemed to. I don't know how we survived actually on no money at all. I think I was working twice a week, 20 quid a time, 40. Mind you, I wasn't paying tax. Because I thought to myself, I'm not really earning enough money to pay tax. And so like loads of DJs at the time, we all got paid cash in hand. You finished doing the thing, you went to the cash office, you signed a bit of paper and they gave you £20. I thought I'd arrived. I thought, I'm a millionaire. And then every time we got a letter, because they used to try and find you from the tax office, you just put it under the carpet, left it. And then they caught up. Now, bearing in mind, I was earning about 40 quid a week. And a letter came and I thought, just for fun, I'll open it. So I opened it and it was a tax bill for £3,500. What they'd done is they'd estimated what they thought I'd been earning, 3,500 quid. And I remember thinking, what do you do? Because most people, if you get yourself into trouble with the bank or the tax office or something like that, you have to find people. And luckily I had somebody who knew somebody who could sort out. And they said, listen, they'll deal with it and they'll tell you what you owe. So bear in mind, I got the £3,500 tax bill. What did the accountant get it down to? The accountant got it down to, worth every weight in gold, as far as I'm concerned, 99 quid, payable in 3 instalments, £33 each. It's as simple as that. And I vowed after that time never, ever to get into trouble with the tax. It just wasn't worth it. So I've always been completely transparent, provided I'm sitting inside a piece of gauze or something like that. But no, you have to. It's because otherwise, if they start coming after you, it's dreadful. Jonathan says, I don't mind mercury in my food. It makes me taller in the hot weather. Just awful, isn't it? You're barred. And Ken says, the Russian Orthodox Church are supporting Putin in his attack on the Ukraine. Well, they'd have to. Otherwise, he'd have them razed to the ground because he murders people, priests or otherwise. They don't really care, do they, over there in Russia? Bit of a shame, really. But as I say, they'll all get their comeuppance. They really will. I want to know what the Heinz salad cream and HP sauce getting royal makeovers means. Does that mean that... because I thought the Queen had Heinz salad cream anyway. So they're getting rebranded just for the Jubilee. HM sauce and Salad Queen. How camp? Salad Queen. Oh, yeah, Salad Queen. And HM sauce. Well, that's quite sweet. She should be quite thrilled, actually. Don't you think so? I've got Marmite called Steve Allen. You could... I know, it's ridiculous. You could send off, and they did it in the rainbow flag, and it's proper Marmite. It's just that they print off the label with your name on it, and then they stick it on the jars. So I bought 4. And a Salad Queen, definitely. I'm going for that. I don't like, that's HP sauce, isn't it, then? I don't like HP sauce. I like Salad Queen. I think that's the best one ever. How fantastic. Doesn't get any better, does it? What else we got? Trump says a question there. Women go wild for sex tablets, apparently. I suppose it's like the female equivalent of Viagra. I can only assume that's what it is. And I'm going to find this cafe who turned away a blind man because his guide dog was too fluffy. I didn't think it was possible to actually have a dog that's too fluffy. But apparently this one is. Big Brother should return to the screen. I do hope not. It was rubbish last time around. God, blimey. Talk about weirdos. Talks are reportedly ongoing to bring the show to a major channel after it was taken off air. Oh, right. So somebody's got to agree to taking it. So I can't think of anything worse. When they first did Big Brother, it was new. They didn't know about the hidden cameras behind the mirrors, behind everything else. So you got natural. Then they learnt to play the game. And by God, did we dredge the cemetery for some people. Ghastly. Marcus Bentley has dubbed the rumoured return of the saviour of reality TV. Oh, I do hope not. I do hope not. According to latest reports, show executives are in talks over plans to air a number of series of Big Brother on ITV2. Could start in autumn 2023. Why? It was dire first time round, and that's why they axed it, which was an awful lot better. A fan has spent 25,000 quid making David Hasselhoff's car from Knight Rider TV show. He bought the Pontiac Firebird, similar to one, and spruced it all up. Because if you go and see... no, it's Batman's car, isn't it, that they've got at Universal? And they've got about 6 different types. We were shown them. We went on a private visit, and they showed us what it was like. Some of the cars were cut in half. Some had no windscreen, so they could point the cameras through things. Very clever, actually. Very clever. Steve, it's Jessica Tandy, an Oscar winner in 1990, when she was 80 years old. She, of course, had been acting for a long time before receiving the accolade, and after 18 years, she appeared on stage opposite Laurence Olivier. Jessica Tandy. I loved her. Good God, honestly, amazing. Isn't that? She doesn't look at all like Jessica Tandy. I remember her when she was much older. Much older. Good Lord above. Wow, wow, wow. 18 years old. The ageing process.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Come on, wakey, rise. I tend to forget, actually. Everybody else is lying there going, oh, another 5 minutes. Just 5 more. How many times did you do that when you were at school? My dad used to bring a cup of tea into the bedroom. And he goes, Stephen, cup of tea. And I go, thanks. The moment he walked out of the bedroom, I was off again. I'd completely gone to sleep. So by the time you eventually woke up, the poor cup of tea was ice cold, practically with a skin on the top of it. Talking of tea leaves, says John, I have 2 tea balls. They're 2 little metal balls with holes in that open up and you put loose tea leaves in them. Then you put them in the pot on little chains. I've seen them. So no floating loose leaves. Bit of a rigmarole, to be honest with. I thought anything. When you used to go and get tea in Patisserie Valerie, they would always serve loose leaf tea, and you got the tea strainer. And of course, the first thing you'd forget is to put the tea strainer over the blooming cup, as opposed to just pouring it in there. But I've seen these little balls. They do say it's the worst way to make a cup of tea. The worst way. I don't know why they would say that, because it's only, but it's just fiddly and also messy, because you've eventually got to clean it out, which is not so good. Mary says, regarding bills, I would advise getting an ISA for each potentially damaged major joint. I have them for hips and knees. It's bad enough being taxed on the pension. It's comforting not to pay tax on decrepitude. That's such a good word, isn't it? Alsaster Joe says, I finally took the plunge and purchased an air fryer at the weekend. Best thing since triple cooked chips. If only. And here's the blind man turned away from a cafe because his guide dog was too large and fluffy. Stephen Vallance, who suffers with learning difficulties and is registered blind, and his mum Anne both say they're disgusted and shocked. A spokesman at, wait for it, Star Cafe in Sidcup, South East London, said, I've known them, Anne and Stephen, for years. The guide dog is too large and fluffy. She thinks because there's a guide dog, they can go anywhere they want and sit anywhere they like, but it doesn't work that way. Charity guide dogs slam the cafe's actions. What a disgusting place. Star Cafe in Sidcup. It's too large and fluffy. Well, I tell you what, too large and fluffy to have customers in there. What an awful thing to do. Registered blind and suffers with learning difficulties. And they don't want a guide dog in there. Boo you! Dreadful people, honestly. How ghastly. Ozzy Osbourne wants to build a rehab wing at his mansion because he's battling Parkinson's, diagnosed 2 years ago, and the plans for the extension have left fans fearing a deterioration in his condition. So he lives in a multi-million-pound Grade 2 listed home in Buckinghamshire, and they want to put down loads of stopping places, a health and welfare exercise studio, discreet grab rails and aids, and soft non-slip surfaces, plus a self-contained flat for a nurse or carer. So there you go. I mean, whether or not you're allowed to do that with a Grade 2 listed property, I've got no idea. But if that's what he wants to build, you can build something like that. Much easier. Sharon Osbourne can't understand why husband Ozzy used to cheat on her with unattractive women because he had an affair with his hairdresser. And Sharon says, I quote, she was well aware he was sleeping with dirty old groupies. Funny, isn't it? We don't really know what these are in this country. In America, they know. Oh, my God, what's he wearing? Lewis Hamilton, who's turned up with a multicoloured outfit. Is there some joke going on with Lewis Hamilton that when you see him wearing an outfit, you think to yourself, has somebody paid you money to look this ridiculous? You know, no amount of money. Here he is. He's wearing, well, it looks like it's sort of an item covered in paint. And he turned up at a Grand Prix. Is it because you're insecure and you feel you want to be noticed, or do you really, really want to be known as the worst-dressed man in living memory? I've never seen anything like it. All of his outfits, I mean, look at them. He really can't dress himself to save money, can he? But this latest one, look. I mean, have you seen anything like it? I mean, to be honest with you, he should be banned from going outside, upsetting people, dogs and animals and guide dogs and things. There's not the... Yes, he got kicked out of Wimbledon. Yes, wearing the wrong things. I mean, do you think somebody says to him, listen, you need to wear this is called fashion, and everybody else is going, it's the Emperor's new clothes. Classic example, isn't it, of sort of wearing something that A, doesn't suit you, and B, you look like a right numpty in. Poor soul, honestly. Never mind. I mean, some of it looks quite sensible. Most of it, he got kicked out for wearing that shirt. He was not smart enough. I think so too. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Dreadful, really. I wouldn't let him in the royal box either. Mind you, they let some right old nobodies in there, don't they? Michael Jackson's Zoo is coming up again. And this is Neverland, and then they were sort of talking about all sorts of things about, you know, he didn't care for his animals. And I thought, yes, he did. This is, you know, people just come up with these things. And I'm a Celeb host, Anton Decker, set to welcome back Medic Bob to the show after a 2-year absence. Remember when Gillian McKeith did her drama queen bits? Oh, look at her, honestly. Poor old soul, honestly. However, the duo might want him to take him to task about his views on the bravery facing bugs and snakes. I wouldn't go to it. I wouldn't do anything at all. So he's not been there for 2 weeks, but he's the one looking after the star's health and safety. Gillian McKeith was just a drama queen, I'm afraid. Really is. And his real name is Bob McCarran. He said the German stars are much tougher. Seems to be part of German culture. So, but it's finding all the numpties to put on this programme, because they can't find any celebrities. So they'll have to find somebody from sort of Love Island or Love Island Returns or, you know, Death of Love Island or Love Island Blown Up or something like that, just to make it marginally more interesting. He reckons, this is Medic Bob, it's more dangerous there than down under. This is the Kruger National Park. Well, you don't know what's out there, do you? In the Kruger National Park. He said there are hippos, monkeys, baboons and snakes. The variety of wild animals is much greater, therefore it's much more dangerous. Can you imagine? Have you seen hippos? I think they are classed as the most dangerous animals in the world. Hippopotamuses, monkeys, I mean, ghastly, baboons and snakes. I mean, that would be enough to turn you off completely, I think. I wouldn't want to be going anywhere like that. Thank you very much indeed. The Great British Sewing Bee is back with us. So comedian Sarah Pascoe thought the only thing she had to do on it was to host the show, but she's sorting out the TV judge Patrick Grant's love life. I've got no idea who he is. He's a fashion designer joined by Esme Young. He's single and has a mass of admirers. Looking at him, you realise why. It's as simple as that. It's on a sewing programme. I mean, goodness sake, there was a constant stream of 21s to 80s or even 90s. The whole spectrum of humanity want to kiss Patrick. Don't think so. Not very nice, is it? I don't want to start. I'm sorry, it's not a dating programme. They're doing it for sort of sewing. Oh, it looks quite good, doesn't it? Cotton T-shirts, 20 quid for 6. Sizes up to 4XL. That'll be sorted out for the darts players, most of whom are at least 10XL. Enormous, aren't they? Absolutely enormous. Did you know mayonnaise has raw eggs in it, says John? I'm sorry, what planet are you from? You don't know that... Have you just wandered in from sort of the moon or something like that, and you had no idea that mayonnaise had raw eggs in it? Good Lord, what do you think? Cooked? Perhaps put them in fried? God in heaven, how do these people vote? How do they know how to vote? I like the idea of having an air fryer. I think that's a good idea. And Matt is getting up early. He said, Steve seems to be giving a running commentary on absolutely everything. Well, we have to. I've got a competition out there. Not much, admittedly, but, a little bit of competition where it's sort of, you have to cover as many things as you can, mainly because there's so many interesting stories in the papers. Also, soaring inflation will create a year from hell. This is the Daily Express, just what you need, isn't it? A nice cheery story, which is a bit sad, really. Plus, Rees-Mogg calls for cost-cutting cull of quangos. I get the feeling he's got no idea what's going on in the world. He's almost as dippy as Priti Patel. I mean, Priti is now blasting the BBC for xenophobia in Rwanda reports. Have you ever listened to yourself, Priti? I mean, I don't want to be rude, love, but most of your ideas are cloud cuckoo land. This Rwanda thing is going to backfire spectacularly in your face. It really is. It's just not workable in any way, shape or form. It really is ridiculous. Lots of people handing over all these food banks and food boxes and things like that to take out to Ukraine, and well done for everybody there. A football regulator with sweeping powers to fine clubs and give fans a voice in the running of the national game will be announced by the government. Because I remember years ago, there used to be the sports minister, and we interviewed him, and his name was Tony Banks. And I remember saying to Tony Banks, how much power have you got? He said, nothing. Not anything at all. The football clubs are a law unto themselves. Law unto themselves. He says you can't get them to do anything. So I quite like the idea of having a football regulator. Start clamping down on them. It's getting completely out of hand. And I know nothing about football. I couldn't care less either way. But I think the bad news is letting them drink in the stands. I mean, it's like me coming into work going, I can't get through a programme unless I've done half a bottle of Prosecco. You know, you imagine what sort of programme that would be. Probably like this one, I should imagine. Probably very similar. Very similar. I'm not any different when I've had a few drinks. Steve, 2 weeks to this hour, I'll be waiting at Bristol Airport for a flight to Spain, says Adam. In your dreams. No chance. No chance. They've cancelled them all. Didn't British Airways cancel everything the other day? They didn't have the staff to man the planes. I mean, to be honest with you, I think they should have a self-service buffet up there, and you just all get up and serve yourself. And then when the plane lands, you open the doors and there must be somebody who's able to do it. Have a self-service plane. Take away all the seats and just put, handrails in and sort of hanging onto the strap in the ceiling. Why not? Apparently, Ryanair put forward this idea. And I thought, you can make it cheaper, couldn't you? Which is much nicer. So Bristol Airport, I didn't know Bristol had an airport. What takes off from there? Biplanes, Lancasters, Spitfires, and anything of any decency. So how many people are in the Spitfire? 2. Lovely. Well, it'll take you forever to get the whole family over there. He says, thank you for helping me get through these early mornings. It's no charge or anything at all. Who needs low-life hassle in hospitals? Do you know, I wish people had stopped banging on about hospitals. They're doing the best that they can with sometimes limited resources. I mean, seriously limited resources, mainly because some of the patients in the hospitals are so revolting. And I speak as somebody who knows, because I was in hospital, and to see the people treating nurses the way they do. I mean, everyone a court case as far as I was concerned. What else we got? The HRT czar will tackle the shortfall, which is good. A new health czar. We seem to be appointing loads and loads of people. And to have a health czar, I suppose, is something. I've got hiccups now, honestly, it's ridiculous. On a Monday. Who has hiccups on a Monday? Nobody. Absolutely ridiculous.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Monday, traditionally the day of the week, unless you're going on holiday, where you go, oh, I don't want to go to work today. It's too cold. It's miserable. But I'd be glad when the schools are off on holiday again. I love it. The moment the schools go on holiday, I love it because there's nobody there at all. Although you still get parents taking kids to school in their 4x4s or whatever else. If they didn't, if there was a law that came in that, you didn't have 4x4s on the road with one little child at the front. I see other kids waiting at the bus stops and sort of getting buses like normal. And yet there's other ones who sort of, get dropped off at school by their parents. And you think, you're not even had a chance to wake up. It's the case you go up in the morning, put the clothes on, take a piece of toast, sit in the back of the car. Mum drops you to school. So you're not even awake by the time you get to school. Whereas I think you're not going to learn that way, are you? If you want to learn, then you travel on the tube or you travel on the buses and everything else. And I still think we have separate buses for kids around our way. I'm pretty certain they have the school buses. So the kids can go on our buses, but we can't go on the school bus. Talking of that, they had a programme on the television the other day, and it was about the Falkland Islands. Well, you could have knocked me sideways. You know what it was to do with? Child sex abuse on the Falkland Islands. 11 people known to the police over there are convicted child sex offenders. And they wanted to brush it all under the carpet. They did a huge documentary on it. Some of the people were actually prosecuted, but they're still living there. And they didn't want to talk about it. There was like a shtum went up, we're not granting you access to this and that. It was quite a thing. And apparently they then managed to speak to a governor of the island or something like that who said, yes, we're well aware of it. It's been going on for years. It's as simple as that. And I thought to myself, blimey. I mean, I sat there entranced by this programme of these people who had got away with it for years. One of them was a police inspector who was completely exonerated at the end, but only because he elected to go for trial by judge, not trial by jury. It was all a bit bizarre, but it was apparently quite a thing. And in the end, this man who was making the documentary, they accused him of all sorts of things. He was saying, listen, I'm just making a documentary. You weren't honest with us. You're trying to destroy us and all this kind of stuff. And he wasn't. If nothing else, he was. And then the prison, which is housing these people who'd abused children, was set up where? Right next door to a primary school. And so in the end, somebody said, excuse me, do you not think that there's something a bit ironic about this? So they had to build a huge wall to separate these prisoners from a primary school. Couldn't make it up, could you? Oh, building homes with double garages. Blimey, how many times have you seen that? You don't see those very often. Do you know that if you have a garage on the side of your house, if you go to a new estate and they build one, do you know it's not necessary to put your car in? Because most garages, I think Esther Ranson must have done it years ago, and they went onto a housing estate because this woman had said, look at this, here's my garage, I drive into it, how do I get out? I have to climb out through the back window of the car because there's no room to open the doors. So most people have the garage turned into an extra room for the kids or something like that. But no, having a garage doesn't mean that you can put a car in it. Now they're saying cities of the future should not be filled with two-car homes. So sustainability expert Stephanie O'Gorman, who said construction of houses with double garages drove her bonkers. Yeah, but people want to try and keep their vehicles safe. I thought that's what you had them. I sometimes see them, but they are now saying two-car families are a thing of the past. Are you serious? What planet are you from? If you've got sort of 4 people in a house, there's a very good chance there's going to be 4 cars. There's going to be mum, dad, and the kids. I mean, in the case of my godchildren, there's 1, 2, 3, 5 cars. 5 cars. Admittedly, they have got room to park 5 cars, but now they're actually saying that they also have discussed a return to, wait for this, renting colour televisions and sharing power tools. I've never, ever wanted to share a power tool. I've never had that overwhelming urge. Although I was the person that people went to and they said, oh, have you got the latest hammer drill or something like that? I would always have things like that. But imagine going back to renting colour televisions. What a stupid thing that'd be. You know, because I discovered that, because we all had to rent them, the reason being they were about 1,500 quid each, and they were too expensive, so people rented them for 20 quid a month, and then for an extra £6.99 you could get a video recorder in at the same time. And so that's how people did it. But the trouble is, if they did a special offer in Radio Rentals or Rediffusion or wherever it was, they didn't tell you about that special offer. You had to go back in and basically trade your old one back in for exactly the same model, but it came at a cheaper price. Because they weren't telling you. It's like John Lewis, how very wise, doing away with their never knowingly undersold, which used to get on my goat every blooming year, because they were knowingly undersold. It was as simple as that. You went in there, if Elliot was going in to buy a television, and I bought a television, same telly, and I found it cheaper locally, then they would sort of check it out and they would give me the difference. All well and good. Elliot goes in to buy the television. They don't tell him that you can buy it cheaper elsewhere. He pays the normal price. So luckily they did away with that, which is much, much, much better. Retailers hoping to cash in on the return to normality after 2 years of social restrictions. They're now championing libido-enhancing products. Oh, I don't think we want this kind of thing, do we? Libido-enhanced, oh, blimey. Apparently Holland and Barrett are offering natural libido-boosting remedies for $24.99. Harrods are selling a libido enhancer IV drip. An IV drip? For 240 quid, as well as caramel-flavoured syringes of liquid designed to heighten sex drive. Well, we don't want that kind of thing going on, for goodness sake. Apparently Selfridges offer health capsules to help hair and libido for 30 quid. Oh, by the way, the Harrods thing with these caramel-flavoured syringes, £1,100. Do you know, to be, I'd rather not have sex. I'd rather not bother. I mean, just think how many cups of cocoa you could get in Starbucks for that. You know, snake oil. Is that really snake oil? I've heard of snake oil. I don't know what it does, actually. It's not another libido-enhancing thing, is it? Oh, dear me, honestly. Oh, it's false head. Oh, right. Oh, it's the placebo effect. Oh, right. I used to think the same with Tiger Balm ointment. You know, if it was broken or damaged, you rubbed a bit of Tiger Balm in it, and I used to love the smell of it. It was an embrocation. Mind you, I like calamine lotion as well, but you can't drink much of that, can you? So I used to love the smell of calamine lotion. When we used to come off the beach, we'd be covered in calamine lotion. We used to look peculiar, but we liked it. Our life, mind your own business. What are you going to do with you lot? I don't care. Here we go. Singer Sophie's plea. Sophie Ellis-Bextor has issued a plea to find a friend's missing 14-year-old daughter. She vanished from her Twickenham home last Thursday. Her name's Clementine Reardon, and she's likely to be around the Twickenham area. Celebrities including Stephen Mangan, James Purefoy have also shared appeals. So she's disappeared, and they don't know where she is, which is a shame. She's only 14 years old. They think she might be an actor. They think wearing a white T-shirt with blue Nike tracksuit bottoms that may have changed her clothes. And their spokesman for the Met said a number of appeals for information have been issued for Clementine's desperately worried family and by police on social media, but as yet her whereabouts remain unknown. They think likely she could be around. She's not going to be walking about on the streets of Twickenham, is she? She's going to be a bit noticeable. So I think she might have probably moved areas, but we don't know why. So missing in Twickenham, and you'll find a picture of her in all of the papers today. What else have we got? We've got 4 minutes to 6. Cooking oil rationing. A lot of the supermarkets are rationing cooking oil because if you're, most families nowadays, I mean, there are Asian families, Indian families, Thai families, Sri Lankan, blah, blah, all of whom would buy 5-gallon drums of oil because you get through an awful lot of oil. I mean, I don't use very much oil at all. I just get a little bottle of it because I don't do that much cooking. But now they say price fears grow for beer, chicken, pasta and sausages. What of those would I miss? Well, chicken, because I thought chicken was fairly cheap. But about beer, I couldn't care less. They could put it up to £1 million a bottle, and I wouldn't change my life. And sausages I can live without. So basically, it's only the chicken thing. But everything's going to change, isn't it? Everything's going to change. They're putting in a pipeline 55 miles long to bring aviation fuel to Heathrow. It's going to go from Southampton, because apparently it already exists, but they're replacing it. It's been buried underground. Exxon Mobil, which owns Esso, says it will take 100 fuel tankers off the roads every day. So they just pump it in and it will take it straight to Heathrow Airport. What a brilliant idea. In Farnborough, Hampshire, the Friends of Queen Elizabeth Park claim the project threatens trees standing alongside the route, including their much-loved fairy tree. So there you go. I'd never thought about that. I suppose it's like under the ocean, isn't it, where they put all the telephone cables, they just sink them, and they sort of stay there. That dreadful story from Ukraine about Yuri, who went to buy groceries at the nearby shop. He returned to find 2 Russian cruise missiles had slammed into his apartment block, and his wife, baby daughter and mother-in-law, were dead in the rubble. And that's about as heartbreaking as it gets. When he came back, he could see exactly what had gone on. And this apartment block was destroyed in the missile attack. As I say, Putin, blood on your hands, straight to hell. It's as simple as that. I mean, there's just nothing going on. But here, strangely enough, a time to repent. Putin at Mass in Moscow yesterday with Patriarch Kirill. I mean, I think the church have got blood on their hands as well if they're sanctioning this. It's absolutely disgraceful. Ministers say Germany and France must do more to help arm Ukraine. And Russia ignores the ceasefire as the troops try to take the tunnel's hideout. What a dreadfully sad situation to be in. Absolutely awful. Plus, Sir Michael Palin led celebrities hailing the mail force. 90,000 food boxes have been packed and sent over there, which is just, it's a drop in the ocean. They don't have a city to go back to, which is a shame. Steve, Ash from Margate says, you sound in fine voice this morning. I'm a bit late to the party. Heard you mention loose leaf tea. I vaguely recall something from the 1980s, and that was instant tea, like instant coffee. It was freeze-dried, yes. Lord knows how they made it, and heck knows if they still make it. Freeze-dried, I think you can still buy freeze-dried tea. You can probably get most things. And Beverly says, we moved into our new house last August. I can't get the car in the garage. Nightmare. Just a storage room. I know. But apparently you pay extra for having a garage. Seems a bit mad, doesn't it, really? Still to come, kangaroo steak and kidney pie, green fish curry and whiskey-laced bread and butter pudding. Who would be eating that? Her Majesty the Queen. There's a new cookbook reveals 70 dishes served to the royals.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
So there's a new book out, a cookbook, 70 dishes served to the royals, including kangaroo steak and kidney pie. I see no reason why we shouldn't eat kangaroo. I've never eaten it personally. Green fish curry, which was recommended by William and Kate. In fact, they liked it so much when they went to Islamabad that they asked for it the second night as well. A green fish curry. Sounds delightful. The British Embassy in Washington serve up whiskey-laced bread and butter pudding. Now that just sounds right up my street. Right up my street. I'm liking that one an awful lot. Charles loved the whiskey-laced bread and butter pudding. And William couldn't get enough of the molten chocolate baby cakes in Nairobi. Sounds delightful, doesn't it, actually? Mince pies they have. And what was this one? Redang. An exotic beef Wellington. A rich and tender coconut beef stew served to the Prince of Wales and Duchess of Cornwall at a Kuala Lumpur gala in 2017. I like the idea of mince pies, though. I wonder how good their mince pies are in the royal family. Are they really, really good? Because there's so many different types of mince pies now. You don't just get the one mince pie, which we used to have. Now you go out in the supermarket, they're so cheap. There's no point in putting on the oven, especially in these murderously expensive, power days. But I have to tell you that the whiskey bread and butter pudding looks about as good as it could be. And it just says here, 8 eggs, 4 egg yolks, caster sugar, whole milk, double cream, vanilla extract, zest of 3 oranges, whiskey to taste, that's about half a bottle. She's just about to see you off. Mixed peeled sultanas, white crustless bread or brioche and unsalted butter. Just basically chuck it in a bowl and eat it. Simple as that. It's like that old joke, isn't it, about, my favourite party game. 2 of you sit in a room and you've got a bottle of whiskey each and you drink the bottle of whiskey. Then one person goes outside the room and rings the doorbell and the other person has to guess who it is. It's a marvellous game. It's well worth going. Steve, I work for an electrical supplier up here in Norfolk and most of our business is rental. TVs, fridges, cookers, the whole lot. Really? Good Lord above. Well, telling me something I don't know. We own a 1970s house, says Jane, which has a double garage, and I put my car away in it every day. We also store 2 motorbikes, and my husband uses it as a workshop. Well, you want to see the tiddly little places that they've got now. Actually, they're not big enough to do that. Although I've got some friends of mine, and they actually convert garages into extra rooms Makes you wonder why the builders didn't do it in the first place. Still to come. Oh, have I got a dress for you? Have I got a dress for you? Yes. My late mother and father, says David in Shropshire, had a huge hand-carved camphor wood chest from when they lived in Singapore. My dad was in the forces. I always remember the smell. I've got a big carved wooden chest at home, which my parents took around the world, and we called it a rug chest. And I keep it in fact, I've got stuff in it I don't think it's seen the light of day for about 50 years. So it'll be a bit of a revelation when finally I sort of move or something like that. So here it is. The blue gingham dress that Judy Garland wore in The Wizard of Oz back in 1939. The dress was lost for decades and recently discovered last year in a shoebox at the university's drama department. It had been gifted by the actress Mercedes McCambridge, who was the voice of the possessed Regan in The Exorcist. They reckon that this dress, which will raise money for the Benjamin T. Rome School of Music, Drama and Art at the Catholic University of America, could make $1 million. Between 800,000 to 1.2 million. Isn't that fantastic? Show me it again. Just want to refresh my... Amazing, isn't it? People keep these things. You know who the person was who kept the most of the Hollywood stuff? Debbie Reynolds. She had a big warehouse and she would buy up all sorts of things. She had all the costumes from The Sound of Music. She had the hat that Julie Andrews wore. She had everything, absolutely everything. And you think to yourself, when this comes out, I mean, this is iconic, the blue gingham dress. I mean, it'd be so worried. It actually, compared to the stuff made nowadays, it looks a bit cheap. But it was an iconic dress and it seemed to work. So I love stuff like that, which is very nice indeed. What memorabilia would I want? I wanted to buy, years ago, Danny LaRue, when he died. All his dresses came up for auction at the Brick Lane Music Hall. And I was going to go down with Barbara Windsor. And for some reason, it never came off. I think because there was nowhere to park the car. Brick Lane is down a little alley and there was not enough room. But some of the items went really cheaply. And I thought to own one of Dan's iconic outfits, all made by the lovely Annie, who looked after him in his later years. And some of them were beautiful. I mean, he was what's commonly known as well-dressed drag, really well-dressed drag. But it was of a period, so a lot of the outfits looked very Edwardian. So when he did the good old days, he was very much in character. But those I wouldn't have minded buying. There's nothing else. I've seen some other stuff that's come up for auction. I remember thinking, God, I mean, imagine $1 million for a dress like that, which probably cost them about $30 to make. That would have been run up. There was a very famous woman in Hollywood who dressed the stars, and her name was Edith Head. She was very well known. She did loads and loads of films, costumes by Edith Head, a well-known lesbian, believe it or not, of the time. And it was so people were sort of saying, what does she, she dressed people well. But my favourite costumes would have been in My Fair Lady, when they did the Ascot Gavotte. It was complete black and white, and it was all Cecil Beaton and people like that. The huge hats. Audrey Hepburn had this bloody enormous hat, which was, I mean, look at it. It was just sensational. I mean, that could have been Danny LaRue wearing that outfit. Seriously. Really, really beautiful stuff. And she looked amazing in it. Mind you, she was this thin. I don't think these people ate. I really don't think that. But I just remember looking at the hats in the Ascot Gavotte and thinking, they are really, really beautiful. They were just, and her makeup was fine. Her hair was great. The costume, everything, the umbrella, wonderful. Loved all of it. But if you could own anything, something out of there. I'd like to have a complete museum. Just, just lots of things in glass cabinets. So you could look at them and go, they actually wore these things. Which I think is always amazing. Steve watched a repeat of Dale Winton's appearance on the Mrs. Merton show last night. Mrs. Merton, is your wife at home, Dale? I don't remember that one, actually. There were so many bits and pieces I don't remember. But it always reminds me of that line, the master is not yet married, nor do I think he ever will be. And Steve, I don't think you'd like the kangaroo steak, says Shane. He's in Sydney. It has a gamey taste. Oh, I wouldn't really. Alan says, I'm not going to be going to Holland and Barrett anytime soon because it's owned by a Russian oligarch. Is it? The trouble is, would you know these things? If you saw high street shops and everything, you don't know how many of them all come under one umbrella. You've got no idea. So Holland and Barrett is owned by an oligarch. Oh, I don't shop in there anyway, so it doesn't matter. There's nothing that they have in there that I would ever need. I also have, says Rosie, a chest from Singapore from my grandparents from when my grandfather was serving in the RAF. How strange. How strange. Yes, I mean, ours it's lovely. It's carved, not hugely carved, only at the front and not over-decorated. But it was a rug chest, and you kept your rugs in there and your bedding and stuff like that. As I say, I've filled it full of all sorts of bits and pieces. Woefully woke world of Disney. Have you heard this story? You might not have heard this story. As the governor of Florida goes to war with Disney over diversity and gender identity, can the Magic Kingdom retain its sparkle? They're basically saying that, legend has it, as you probably heard, that Walt Disney was cryogenically frozen after his death, hoping one day that, like Sleeping Beauty, he might be revived. If he came back now, one can only imagine what he would make of his entertainment empire. The king of squeaky clean family entertainment would surely be horrified to discover that Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, and their fun-loving gang have been shoved aside in an increasingly bitter row over racial and gender diversity and political correctness. Wow. Apparently, he'd surely be puzzled why political leaders in Florida, home of the Disney Empire's biggest theme park, are at loggerheads with his company over the education of youngsters on sexual orientation and gender. Uncle Walt might also wonder why Disney World no longer extends its traditional welcome to ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And if he re-watched his 1941 classic Dumbo, he'd surely be confounded by the recently added warning about its negative depictions or mistreatment of people or cultures. And what might dismay him most would be to find that Disney executives are so appalled by the dangerous colour, sex and gender conformity of many of his beloved characters. Even Donald Duck is white, for heaven's sake. That, if they weren't such lucrative money spinners, they'd happily tear them up and start all over again. There they go. The crows, in one of the films, they're called racists. And Tinkerbell, body issues. I never even thought about it. Seriously, I never thought about it. It's just, not a lot you can do nowadays, is there? So nose jobs have fallen out of fashion. I could look at my boys in here and think to yourself, would you ever want a nose job? Would you? No? Okay, well, think about it. No, it's the kind of thing, I wouldn't want anything like that done. Have you seen them doing a nose job? They basically break it and then reset it. I can't think of anything worse. I mean, some people, though, get quite ill about sort of the way that they look. So they go, if I had this done, I had that done. There was a woman on the television the other day. I must have been watching an old programme or something. It was a woman who had 13 children. She didn't work. She just had a little cleaning job. And I think she was put up with Holly Willoughby and I think Eamon Holmes had done something, and then Pip Schofield. They couldn't quite work out why she just kept having children, and she put it down to the fact she was addicted. How she found time to look after 12 with another one on the way, I've got no idea. Amaretto says Julia in Linby is apparently the best in bread and butter pudding. Well, I like the whiskey one. And I'm not even a whiskey drinker. But, whiskey with cream and stuff like that kind of works very well. And also, if it's warm, I suppose you'd have to have it with ice cream, wouldn't you, or something like that. I quite like that idea. In fact, the more I looked at it, but this is a cookbook that's coming out, and it's got 70 recipes that the members of the royal family have tried over the years, because it must be difficult to try and please them. The only thing the Queen won't have, garlic. No garlic.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your Universal Credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Mark says, talking to museums... Were we? Oh, he says, we went to the Sir John Soanes Museum yesterday in Holborn. First time we took a guided tour. Well, it's Lincoln's Inn Fields, isn't it? Actually, there's a new exhibition going in Lincoln's Inn Fields very shortly, which I'm looking forward to. But no, I've been to Sir John Soanes Museum many times. It's a good one. Very good one. How about forcing airlines to give holidaymakers automatic refunds for travel disruption? Because it takes forever. You've got to come back, you've got to do this, you've got to put it in, then they've got to decide if they're going to give you anything. British Airways has axed more than 1,000 flights in the past 3 weeks as it grapples with staff shortages, and hundreds more services have been delayed. Yesterday, BA cancelled another 100 flights. They said customers were given several days' notice. EasyJet also axed hundreds of flights. And so, as it stands, legal cases against carriers can take years before you actually get them into court. And holidaymakers could be left thousands of pounds out of pocket because insurers will not cover claims for the current travel chaos. Read the small print. Read the small print and you might start thinking differently. Since the disruption is now a known event from media reports, travel insurers may refuse to reimburse customers for money wasted on unused accommodation, car hire and excursions. Others are relying on the COVID-related exclusions in the small print to deny claims. I always find it interesting when they do these programmes on the television where the people have fiddled their travel insurance. Oh, we all went down with food poisoning, blah, 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 wrote one family. Turned out they were liars, compulsive liars. They got taken to court and fined a huge amount of money because they were trying to deceive. They were trying to pretend that they all had, unfortunately, on their phones were photographs of them frolicking in the pool. They weren't sitting there being sick and all the rest of it. Because people think it's worth it to try and find out. Apparently, passengers whose flights are cancelled are entitled to new ones on the original day of departure if a seat is available, even if it means being booked with a rival airline. If the cancellation was notified less than 2 weeks before departure and the airline is responsible, passengers are also due cash compensation for delays over 3 hours that are the airline's fault. Compensation of up to £520 can be claimed. As they say in the business, good luck with that one. Good luck with that one. We all remember the programmes on the television where people go, oh, I tried to get here and I couldn't make it here on time. There was a hold-up and accident on the motorway. And basically the airline goes, nothing to do with us. You've missed it. Who was doing that the other day? I read a story earlier on about somebody who turned up. Oh, it was a well-known singer, isn't it? Iggy Azalea turned up late for the flight and they went, no, it's closed. And she then threw the strop of all strops. And you think, listen, it doesn't matter whether somebody in your entourage was holding up the procedure. You didn't make it to that plane on time to the check-in. It was as simple as that. So consequently, they closed the doors. And I've seen people before on the airline programmes on the television where they say, listen, I've only got hand luggage. I can take it down. I remember Dale did it. He was notoriously bad at trying to keep time. His timekeeping was appalling to the point of you could make yourself ill. And so we were going to, where were we going? Gran Canaria, and booked the flights with John Warrington. We'd sorted out all of these things. He has ordered a car to pick him up from home, to come past my place, pick me up on the way, straight up to the airport, on the plane, tickety-boo, lovely. No, it was not as simple as that. I'm standing outside there, my little suitcase on wheels, and has to be on wheels, waiting for him to arrive. And I kept phoning, going, where are you now? And he goes, we're just leaving shortly. He hadn't even left. So eventually when he got to me, he said, don't worry, he said, we'll get to the airport really quickly now. So we get to the airport, and we sort of little bags and go to the check-in. And so she goes, I'm sorry, you've missed that flight. He said, we can actually walk down to the gate. She said, no, look out the window. That's your flight there. The one that's taxiing before takeoff. You've missed it. So I immediately have to go on the phone to John Warrington to say, listen, we've just missed this flight. And he said, right, I'll transfer you. You now need to go to Terminal 4. And so we're being shunted about all over the place. When we get to, because we had to, for some reason, we ended up Barcelona. I don't know why. We didn't want to go to Barcelona at all. And that's where we hit problems because there wasn't a connecting flight onto Gran Canaria, so it meant that we had to book into a hotel, but it was siesta time. No hotel rooms. Eventually we managed to find one hotel room, which was good. He wanted to eat, and the hotel are putting, chairs up on the tables and everything else. And he's arguing the toss about, does the gravy come separate from the sausages? Are they grilled? And I'm thinking they want to go to bed. They've had enough. And we didn't have any clothes to wear, only the clothes we were standing up in because our stuff was still at the airport. It was an absolute nightmare. It was but eventually we got on holiday and the weather was lovely, which was great. Very nice indeed. But it's time. I can't bear people being late. It really drives me mad. I've never been late in my life for anything at all. If anything, I'll arrive an hour early and just sit in the car because I find it better that way. But it's when people go, no, I'll be with you very shortly. And you go, where are you now? Try not to sound stressed. You were asking me earlier on what I get stressed over, people being late. Pete says, Did you see Swan Lake last night? Some of the costumes they danced in were fantastic. They must have been very strong. I did see a bit of Swan Lake, ironically, because it was a very big corps de ballet. In fact, it looked about 20 people, which I thought was enormous. And it might have been on Sky Arts. Might have been. There was certainly an awful lot of people on stage. Certainly an awful lot of people. Matthew says, talking to cosmetic surgery, I'm thinking of having some Botox and highlights, midlife crisis. Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, I never understand why people want to have Botox. Somebody is sticking a needle in and freezing your skin. I don't know why you'd ever want to do that. I can't understand. Just supposing it goes wrong. Monica says, Steve, didn't BA sack a lot of their staff during lockdown? A lot of the staff went on to find other jobs, so why do they go back to BA? Well, they're now offering money. They're offering, I think, £1,000 a time. Mind you, I saw something the other day. They're looking for bus drivers around my way at Fulwell Garage. They're offering a £2,000 incentive to go and be a bus driver. I nearly jacked in my job immediately and started going, ding, ding, here we go, £2,000 incentive. That'd be nice, wouldn't it, really? Birthdays. Renée Zellweger, the Texan actress, won 2 Oscars for Cold Mountain and for playing Judy Garland in Judy. She's only 53. I thought she'd be older. And Robert Peston, ITV's political editor, who, for his first outside broadcast, wore a leather trench coat. He fell out with Alistair Campbell, Tony Blair's spin doctor, who once responded to him at a press conference with another question from the Peston School of Smart-Ass Journalism. I just think he needs his hair cut. It just looks it's a bit sloppy in his presentation, I'm afraid. Jerry Lieber of Lieber and Stoller, they penned a lot for Elvis Presley, including Jailhouse Rock and Hound Dog. And also Louis Armstrong was enjoying in 1968 on this day UK #1 with What a Wonderful World. I see trees of green, red roses too. He was a nice one. Good old Satchmo. Can't remember why they called him Satchmo, but probably that's what they called him. He was lovely. And on April the 25th, 1953, at Windsor Castle, the Queen knighted Mr. Churchill and invested him with the Order of the Garter. So from today, Mr. Churchill will be the Right Honourable Sir Winston Churchill, KGOMCHMP. So there you go. All these things back in history. Oh, and in 1995 on this day, Ginger Rogers died, aged 83. She was in a wheelchair. I've got a picture of her at home. There was an event called Night of 1,000 Stars, which was really good, put on at the Dominion Theatre. And everybody was there. Big Hollywood star. Then there were people from EastEnders, didn't quite count. And Ginger Rogers was the surprise guest. And they said, we've got a surprise guest for you. Nobody knew it was going to be her. And the lights dimmed down, and they put up all these clips on the screen of Ginger Rogers dancing with Fred Astaire and everything else. And then as they were doing that, you could see her being lifted up onto the stage in a wheelchair. She was in a wheelchair. And it was amazing. The audience went crackers. And then after we'd had the show, we all went on for dinner to this big hotel, and you could have your pictures taken with all the stars. You know, there were no charges for them. They were just quite grateful to have pictures taken. It was like, you know, Judy, you know, it's not Judy, but, you know, to see all these people there was just absolutely fantastic. Have you tried Amarula? I don't think so, actually, Laura. It's a chocolate cacao liqueur flavoured with raspberry. Oh, I don't know. That's a bit of an odd one, isn't it, really? Just right as a chaser for a Pret bacon sarnie I had to have the other day. Grieves me to tell you this. I went into Pret to see if they had a bacon roll. No, they've got one with that ghastly egg stuff in there, which looks like it's processed. I'm sure it's delicious, but so I took the egg out, and what you're left with was sort of a couple of pieces of bacon inside a roll. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. It didn't taste half as good as the ones which I got in Victoria. But so as a chaser, I don't know. But Laura says, Happy Monday. Oh, I love a Happy Monday. Very much love a Happy Monday. Farewell, Eric, the genius behind TV's Rising Damp. He won a BAFTA for what Radio Times guide to TV comedy author Mark Lewison called ITV's finest ever sitcom. Ran for 4 series, actually. He only became a playwright, actually, Eric Chappell, after 22 years working for the East Midlands Electricity Board, which is amazing, absolutely amazing. So farewell, but thank you for the programmes.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time. So you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1, with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
So there's going to be a starring role for Kate's Cuties at the Jubilee. Nothing for Harry, as you can well imagine. And so that'll be quite nice. People seem to be gearing up for it. I think there's going to be street parties and there's going to be all the bits that people want. I wasn't sure about the doll. The doll that was brought out of Her Majesty. I didn't quite think it looked like Her Majesty. But there again, it's like it was a Barbie type doll, and it didn't kind of work for me at all. But you know, people will buy it. You know why? Because it'll be limited edition. It'll cost £100, and it'll be just worthwhile having, I think. Nice message. Oh, I've just lost the blooming thing. Where's it gone to? This is from Marion, my brother's wife. And says, Amy and I went to see the Nutcracker in Woking the other day. This is Matthew Bourne's, because they are great fans. They loved it. They've waited 2 years to see it. 2 years. And they booked pre-lockdown. So I'm glad I mean, the trouble is there's nothing to fault with Matthew Bourne, but he goes to every production. He goes to every production. You'll see him at Sadler's Wells. We used to go there every Christmas. But it looked fantastic. And I've seen, I think, all of his productions so far. And I'm not even a ballet sort of fan. But there again, when you talk to Matthew Bourne, it's gone beyond ballet. He was the one who, of course, changed it with Swan Lake with a male corps de ballet, which was fantastic. And it's set a new precedent. People were sort of going, a male corps de ballet? And he went, yeah, absolutely. And it works. Some of his things are so stunning. You know, you can only admire the dedication, but he works them hard. All his company work very, very hard indeed. And so I'm glad you liked it. I don't know what your weather's like down where you are. Blooming freezing cold up here in London. The Earl and Countess of Wessex have avoided further demonstrations when they discovered more about the history of St Lucia. On the Caribbean tour, they visited Morn Fortune, a National Trust site with a monument to Sir Lucian Noble laureates Sir W. Arthur Lewis and Sir Derek Walcott. And they seem to be getting on. There was only one place that they sent Edward once, and I think it was something to do with the Holocaust Memorial Day. I think he went out to Auschwitz. I'm pretty certain. Whoever it was, I was expecting somebody a bit more senior than him, but he did give it. He's 58 now. They're going to travel today to Antigua and Barbuda, where one organisation has already warned the couple to avoid phony sanctimony over slavery. I'm surprised they've actually gone on the thing at all. Bloated civil service needs to tighten its belt like the rest of us, because the storm clouds are gathering over the economy. Doesn't sound particularly promising, does it? I love the way they've threatened them with all sorts of things working inside the civil service. Come back, or maybe no job. Who knows? And sickest COVID patients still have symptoms a year later. Just a quarter of patients admitted to hospital with COVID are fully recovered 12 months later. Isn't that amazing? They are saying it's easing, but there's still loads of numbers out there, really loads of numbers. In this particular study, more than 2,000 patients were monitored after admittance with 5-month and 1-year follow-up assessments. Researchers found women were 32% less likely to fully recover after 1 year. Those who were obese were half as likely, and those who had mechanical ventilation in hospital were 58% less likely. So now you know. Steve, regarding Louis Armstrong, it was nicknamed Satchmo, which was short for satchel mouth, says Phil, because he had a very large mouth. He was a trumpet player, and that gave him very big cheeks. I mean, I used to play the flugelhorn, which was sort of a cross between a cornet and a trumpet. What? In the school brass band. Yeah. A flugelhorn. It looks like an elongated cornet. So you get the cornet and you get a trumpet, and I'm in the middle. There you go, flugelhorn. I used to proudly take it home and polish it. I really did. But I couldn't read music. So the bandmaster, as long as I knew the tune, I was all right. I could play it. So I was all right for the carol concerts and stuff like that. But the bandmaster used to have to put down the fingering, so I knew how to play it. And once I'd done that bit, I was okay. Steve, Amarula is not as previously described. It's a South African liquor made with the marula nut. Tastes like a less creamy version of Bailey's, and it's delicious. Sounds like it's got 1,000,001 calories, I'm afraid. John says, in 1991, I was in hospital having full cancer treatment, chemo, followed by radiotherapy, and I heard Ginger Rogers was doing a book signing in a bookshop in London. I rang the shop from my hospital bed to order one, just had to have one. I lived to tell the tale. So wonderful to have her autograph. Wish I could have met her. I met her. I mean, put it this way, it wasn't exactly a lifelong sort of, sitting down chatting about things like that. She was wearing a dress in one film, and every time she turned round, bits of it kept falling off. It was all made out of feathers. And apparently Fred Astaire was getting very irritated. Very irritated. Steve, I've just seen a mum and teenage daughter doing a paper round, says Jenny. Reminded me of days when I used to go with my son years ago. He saved his money, bought a bike, some nasty person nicked it a few months later. Oh, listen, they haven't changed. People still nick bicycles. They nick everything now. Cars, if it's not bolted down. And you watch, you're going to be seeing more people stealing from stores because they can't afford to buy something or they can't afford to buy food. You're going to see lots more of that. Jane Fonda went out to a red carpet event the other day, and she's a double Oscar winner, and she was gracing a Hollywood gathering for her series Grace and Frankie in its final run. Lily Tomlin was there as well. And how old is Jane Fonda? 84. Lily Tomlin is 82. I mean, seriously, these people, I mean, I don't know if she's had work done or she hasn't had work done. I mean, we're guessing yes. We're guessing yes. But it's just amazing. They're both delighted and heartbroken when the comedy was revealed to be returning, but it's seventh and final series. I've never seen it, but then there's loads of things I haven't seen. And Sharon Osbourne has slated cancelled culture, insisting everybody's scared of saying something wrong. She's 69. She makes a long-awaited return to British television tonight. This is having left her US chat show after a heated debate about racism. So she's joined Piers, and they're going to present their own programmes. She says everybody's scared of saying something wrong that somebody would take and sell. It's a no way to live. I don't want it. I don't need it. It's just our time to go home. I don't want to be judged. And this was after the Meghan Markle. I mean, she left the talk last year after defending Piers over his criticism of Meghan Markle. And you have to sort of think to yourself that they're a bit oversensitive on things like that in America. Oprah does this sort of, interview, which frankly you could have done with a powder puff. It would have been easier. It was nothing particularly complicated. And she said I was getting like death threats. You say something wrong and you get... It's unbelievable, isn't it, really, that people can be that thick and stupid. She said they said they were going to come in the night, cut my throat, real people. They're not real people. They're sort of people who make allegations against people. She's hosting this nightly panel debate show, which is also called The Talk. So they'll have 5 panellists on the programme. And... it's interesting. She said people forget that you're paid for your opinions and you're speaking the truth. I think she scrubs up well, actually, for 69. Mind you, I always thought that Piers scrubbed up fairly well for whatever age he is. I don't even like to imagine what age he is. There's also Britain's first openly transgender MP, bravely speaking out over a devastating rape that he suffered. This is Jamie Wallis. And there was a £50,000 blackmail ordeal. He's the Conservative MP she's the Conservative MP. She hasn't transitioned yet, though, has she? She goes by she. It was diagnosed and wants to begin transitioning as soon as possible. See, all the papers have got him down as Jamie Wallis or Mr. Wallis. So I don't know what we call him now. What do we call him? Do we call him Miss Wallis? You think it's safe to call him Miss? But explained that someone he hooked up with after meeting online refused to wear a condom, and so he then got blackmailed over it. He said, a lot of young people are dealing with gender issues. My advice to them would be, you've got a long life. There's nothing wrong with just taking some time. But when you know who you are and you want to tell the world, there are people here to help. So he's in all the papers today. You can read more on that. Also fondly remembered for her portrayal of Thelma in the comedy classic Whatever Happened to the Likely Lads. Bridget Forsyth reveals her working relationship with Rodney Bewes was far from harmonious, admitting she was driven to once strangling him. He played Bob in the show, and said 2 other people were found with their hands around his throat, so I wasn't the only one. Somebody else kicked him in the lower regions. Whilst initially reluctant to directly identify the infuriating actor in question, as Bewes, who died in 2017, aged 79, Forsyth confirmed she's not referring to James Bolam. And she says, I think that's enough. He's dead, Rodney, and I didn't kill him, so I think we better let him rest in peace. I got a letter from him apologising. He turned up for an interview drunk. He was drunk. He had to... He turned up. In fact, actually, we had a couple of people turned up. But this was like early in the morning. They turned up completely blathered. And I remember thinking, early, like 9 o'clock. There was one of them, she was a singer, and I think she's still a singer, and she was just off her face. Off her face. It was. I remember thinking to myself, my God, have you been drinking all night or something? I mean, I couldn't face a drink. Well, certainly not before 10 o'clock in the morning.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Nice. April the 25th, payday. People like payday at the end of each month, don't they? They sort of go, yeah. And I'm saying, watch the bills. Now, as you know, we are based in Leicester Square. And Leicester Square is famous for, apart from the global building, but also the film premieres. And over the years, we have had film premieres like you've never seen before. Every star in town, every huge boy band has appeared underneath our windows, and you can watch them building Dickensian sets to robots to you name it. We've had 250 stormtroopers out there. But way back in 1956, the crowd gathered. It was October, so it was a bit chilly outside. It was the night of the Royal Command performance. And who set out to shock Her Majesty? None other than Marilyn Monroe. She was in London to film with Laurence Olivier, and she begged to meet the Queen, but she made a cardinal sin. And the sin was, there are rules, royal rules, about cleavage. And Marilyn Monroe was famous for her ample bosom. And unfortunately, it was all on display when Marilyn Monroe met the Queen. She was showing quite a lot of bosom. But the Queen smiled graciously, just making a mental note, probably never to meet her ever again. and there's Marilyn in a dress where basically it was like a shelf above the toy shop. It was quite something to see, and everybody was quite... I mean, the Queen is smiling quite graciously, thinking, I'm sure I've seen you before somewhere. I don't know where. Where would I have seen you? What have you done? Have you done anything recently? Have you voiced Winnie the Pooh or something? Because Marilyn was possibly one of the worst actresses you'll ever meet. A disaster in every aspect. It was just one of those things. But she begged to meet Her Majesty the Queen, because the Americans just love the royalty. They love the whole thing. It's big over there. Except for Harry and Meghan. There's not a lot they can do. So they might have to move. They might go to New York. That was the rumour last week. But as I say, if you believe every single rumour that you read in the newspapers, there is cheese on the moon. What else we got in the papers today? The French say oui to Macron again. I didn't realise, because I'd completely forgotten, that apparently Macron's wife used to be his nurse. Not nurse. What was Macron's wife? His nanny. She was his nanny. She worked at the high school. So this is when he was 15 and she was 40. Oh, right. So it's quite an age difference. And now they're sort of together. How peculiar. Mind you, didn't that happen with Cheryl on The X Factor? Because Liam, she'd seen him when she was on the panel judging, and then they ended up going out and they've got a child together, haven't they? Called Bear, I believe. And he was 14 when he auditioned. What, Liam? Yeah. I mean, he looked really young. But actually, I think they all still look quite young. Harry Styles has kind of gone off in a different direction. He's just recently played Coachella. Don't see them asking the Gallagher brothers to play Coachella anytime soon, seeing as Mr. Gallagher was being a little bit rude about him and sort of saying, oh, he's not really a proper singer. Well, he's made $100 million, so I don't know what he's doing. Whatever it is, he's doing it very, very well. What else we got? Women are worse snorers than men, making rackets, apparently, as loud as vacuum cleaners. I've got a silent vacuum cleaner. It really is quiet. You can barely hear it when it's on. I bought it as a silent vacuum cleaner. But apparently, because women snore louder, they've gauged their sleeping partner's racket at just 70 decibels, which is about the same as flushing a toilet. So they've obviously sort of measured it. There was also an age divide amongst those keen to ditch their partners for a good night's sleep. We see all you have to do is just have separate bedrooms. I mean, the Queen had separate bedrooms. Christine McGuinness and Paddy have got separate bathrooms and separate skyboxes. I mean, 2 skyboxes seems a bit excessive, doesn't it, really? But no, separate bedrooms are the way forward, because it means that, you do get a good night's sleep. And if you get a good night's sleep, then otherwise you're up half the night, and people have come up with all sorts of things. First of all, you've got to have a tennis ball sewn into your pyjamas. What happens if you haven't got any pyjamas? Just sew it into your skin, I suppose. Or failing that, you can buy things that give you an electric shock if you snore. I used to have this little thing years and years, about 30 years ago, and it was you put it on your wrist, and it's electronic, and it's got a little microphone in it, and when you snore, it sort of sends an electric shock into your... So you spend all the night with your hand outside the bed because it's frightening the life out of you, because you could adjust the sensitivity, and I used to hate it. I tried it once. I thought, I'd rather snore as opposed to wearing this blooming thing. Then they get things you stick inside your nose to keep your, airwaves open. There's also strips you can put over your... There's just about everything to cure... Because apparently it's quite dangerous to snore. Not very good at all. And it's a case of, people will do all sorts of things. Whether there is a direct cure for stopping smoking, because smoking affects it, I think alcohol affects snoring and overweight affects it. All three, if you've got the combination of all three, if you smoke and you drink and you're overweight, it must be like a foghorn. It must be absolutely unbelievable. And it can destroy relationships, because people tend to sort of forget that, when you climb into bed, you just want to go to sleep, then all of a sudden... and it starts, and you think, oh, no. So you have to roll them over. I mean, I'm not saying I've been in this position before, unless Teddy's started snoring. And you just sort of roll somebody over, and then they roll back the other way. And you think, oh, God, this is going to go on for all night. Basically, earplugs. It's the only way forward. Pair of earplugs, and you're fine. Put in your little things to play your music. Piers Morgan has accused 2 publicity-shy ex-royals of conspiring with a woke mob of new fascists to dictate how we live. He's not letting it go, is he? I have a feeling he's keeping going with this one for quite some time. And here he is, Mad Vlad, looking frail and wobbly at a midnight mass for Orthodox Easter, fueling rumours about the Russian president's ailing health. Oh, we couldn't be that lucky, surely not. Surely not. He also claims his new nuclear superweapon will be ready to hit Britain by the autumn. Oh, we'll look forward to it, Poppet. Because you're basically signing your own death warrant, aren't you? I mean, really, you don't get this. And does it make any difference whether the Rovers Return and the Woolpack are serving alcohol-free beer? What they've done, ITV have struck a deal to flog Heineken on draft in the boozers of... What's the point of that? What, Coronation Street sobers up? God, how boring is that going to be? No, the whole idea is when they've had a few sherbets, the what's it hits the fan. But this will be the first time that apparently a real world beer is featured in the soaps, because it used to say Newton and Ridley and Ephraim Monk, and so now it will actually have a brand name on there. Dr. Zoe Williams from ITV says the move could trigger huge changes in the public perception of alcohol-free beer. No, it won't. No, if you want to drink alcohol-free beer, you're obviously trying to cut down on the amount of alcohol you have. Whether they serve it in, Newton and Ridley's pubs in Manchester, it means absolutely nothing to anybody at all. What difference does that make? No difference at all. Just because I've never seen anybody buy pork scratchings. And people used to buy Betty's hot pot. I never saw anybody ever eating that. They said, oh, I'll have 2 hot pots, and she'd potter off to the kitchen and be the last you'd ever see of her. Never even saw the hot pots. Car makers are buying up new washing machines so they can harvest their computer parts to beat a global microchip shortage. Oh, right. This is for Tesla and Fords and everything else. And because apparently modern washing machines contain several chips which sort of, control everything, I suppose, really inside it. I've got a washer-dryer. I quite like a washer-dryer. It sort of makes comforting sounds. Yeah, it's very nice. I don't like it when it sort of makes all these noises, where it sort of whirs it round and everything else. But the drying bit's quite effective. And the gas-guzzling American truck previously owned by David Beckham is set to fetch $45,000 at auction. But he doesn't own it. He hasn't owned it for ages and ages. They say it's worthy of celebrity status. It's just a truck, isn't it, at the end of the day? If it fetches $45,000, he's not going to get any of that money at all, which is a shame. And Will Smith, looking very happy and posing with a security guard at the airport in India to escape the fallout, presumably, of the Oscars slap, which we're not going to ever forget, I should imagine. Steve is an Australian. I will be attending the Anzac service in Westminster Abbey later today. And Shane had already mentioned it, actually. And this is commemorating the Anzac landing in World War I.